Today, we're going way back to the 13th century. I'm talking Mongol conquests, empires in chaos, and right in the middle of it all.
Rumi.
Exactly. One of the greatest poets of all time.
Definitely.
We've got some amazing sources for this one, excerpts about the historical context, the whole evolution of Sufism.
Looking forward to it.
The big question we're tackling is, how did such a tumultuous era give birth to Rumi's profound spirituality?
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Totally. So imagine, right, the 13th century. The Seljuk Empire, which had been so powerful, was collapsing.
And then you have the Mongol conquest just sweeping across the land.
Talk about upheaval. I mean, the siege of Baghdad in 1258.
Devastating.
A real turning point.
Absolutely. It wasn't just about political power, though. Think about the impact on intellectual life.
Right, all those scholars and artists trying to create amidst all that chaos.
Exactly. Struggling for patronage, sometimes even for survival.
It makes you wonder how anyone could focus on things like spirituality with everything going on.
You'd think it would be impossible, but in a way, maybe all that turmoil is what drove people to seek deeper meaning.
That's a good point. And speaking of cultural exchange, let's not forget about the Silk Road.
Oh, yeah. Even with the so-called Islamic Golden Age fading.
Right.
The Silk Road kept those connections alive.
This was the route for trade, but also for ideas, you know?
Absolutely. It's like, think about all the amazing advancements that happened during the Islamic Golden Age.
Oh, I know. The mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy. I could go on and on.
And the Silk Road brought all these different philosophies and artistic styles together.
A real melting pot of cultures. And you can see how that kind of environment would spark new spiritual exploration.
100%. Now let's talk about Sufism.
Okay, so for those who might not know, Sufism is the mystical branch of Islam.
Right, and it's really all about a direct personal experience of the divine.
That yearning for union with God.
Exactly. Now, you can trace Sufism all the way back to early Islam.
Oh, really? That far back?
Yeah. Even then, there was an emphasis on inner piety, detaching yourself from worldly desires.
Huh. I never knew that.
Think about figures like Hassan al-Basri. He was all about purifying the heart.
Interesting. So how did Sufism develop from there?
Well, you have to give credit to al-Ghazali. He was brilliant.
I've heard the name, but refresh my memory.
He basically bridged the gap between Sufism and Orthodox Islam, made it more mainstream.
Oh, I see. So that made it more accessible.
Exactly. And then there's Attar.
Attar.
He wrote these amazing allegorical tales that really brought Sufi teachings to life.
Oh, so he made it more engaging.
For sure. His stories help people understand these complex ideas.
Clever.
And then, of course, you have Ibn Arabi.
Ah, yes. Ibn Arabi. He's the one with the unity of being concept. Right?
Yeah.
Could you break that down for us?
So, imagine this. Everything that exists, from the smallest grain of sand to the stars in the sky, is a manifestation of the divine. We're all part of one unified reality.
Wow. That's pretty deep.
It is. And this idea had a huge influence on Rumi. It totally resonated with that Sufi yearning for union with God.
You know, it's making me think of that famous Rumi quote, "Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there."
Perfect example. He's inviting us to transcend those worldly divisions and experience that unity.
It's powerful stuff.
And Rumi was a master at taking all these complex philosophical and spiritual ideas and turning them into beautiful poetry.
Poetry that anyone could connect with.
Exactly. Think about his poem, The Guest House.
Oh, I love that one.
He compares the human heart to a guest house where all these different emotions come and go.
It's such a powerful metaphor. Instead of resisting our emotions, we should welcome them, even the painful ones.
Right, because they're all part of the experience. They can teach us and help us grow.
It's amazing how Rumi's work still resonates with us today. I mean, centuries later.
It really is. It's timeless wisdom for navigating the complexities of life.
So if Rumi could find solace and meaning amidst the collapse of empires and all that chaos, what can we, the listeners, learn from him today?
I think the big takeaway for me is that even when the world feels like it's falling apart, there's still a path to inner peace.
Finding that connection with something bigger than ourselves.
Exactly. And Rumi's poetry can be a guide for that journey. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's beauty and hope to be found.
In the next section, we will talk about the early life of Rumi.
Right. So welcome everyone to this deep dive, and today we're going to get into someone who I know a lot of you have been requesting. we're going to deep dive into Rumi.
Yes.
And, we want to really understand, I think, especially like his early life and the things that kind of shaped his journey.
Yeah.
And we're going to go all the way back to the 13th century. We're going to talk about his family, talk about the city he was in, Balkh, right?
Yeah.
Mongol invasions.
Exactly.
All this stuff, we've got some really interesting excerpts to go off of about Rumi's life.
Yeah, I'm excited to dive in. Rumi is such a compelling figure, and his story really does blend history and spirituality in this really fascinating way.
Okay, so first, let's just try and picture like 13th century Balkh.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, like Balkh was this really important stop on the Silk Road. I mean, it was this incredibly diverse city.
Yeah, right.
Like, think like traders from all these different places exchanging goods, and scholars kind of, debating and discussing ideas, and artists kind of showcasing their work.
Exactly, yeah. A real cultural hub.
Yeah, it was like this melting pot of just, different cultures.
And known as the Mother of Cities? I mean, what a title.
Right.
Mother of Cities, like that speaks to its influence.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a city that clearly had an impact on the people who lived there, and it makes you think about how much Rumi would have absorbed from that environment, even as a young boy.
Yeah, and then you think about, like, his family, and so, like, his father, Bahauddin Walad, was, like, not just, like, some scholar. He was a prominent, like, theologian, a jurist, a mystic.
Right, a real intellectual heavyweight.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth noting that there's some suggestion that Bahauddin was drawn to a more mystical interpretation of Islam, which would have been quite controversial at the time.
Right.
It's fascinating to imagine those dinner table conversations. I mean, talk about a thought-provoking upbringing.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's like, it wasn't just, like, intellectual stuff. Like, his upbringing also had strong ties to, like, Persian literature and Sufism.
Yeah, that's key. For those who might not know, Sufism is this mystical tradition within Islam. It's about this really personal, direct experience of the divine, and it's often expressed through poetry, through music.
Yeah.
So you can just imagine that Rumi would have grown up hearing these stories, these poems about these mystics.
Yeah.
It probably really, captured his imagination.
It makes sense, right, for, like, this future poet.
Yeah.
But, as we know, like, life doesn't always stay super peaceful, especially in those times.
Definitely not.
So enter the Mongols, right? Led by Genghis Khan. And they're sweeping across Asia.
Yeah, it's, you can't, overstate how much of an impact the Mongol invasions had. I mean, it was a period of just, immense upheaval, destruction. It's like, imagine your whole world is turned upside down. Like, your home, your city's no longer safe. That's what Rumi and his family are facing.
Yeah, so they have to flee.
Yeah.
And they go westward.
Yeah.
But it's not just like a quick relocation. It's like this really long, dangerous journey. And along the way, they stop in Baghdad, Merv.
Right. And these weren't, little towns. These were major centers. Baghdad was, this amazing center of Islamic scholarship at the time. Merv, another crucial stop on the Silk Road.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Here's this young Rumi, right? He's traveling. He's exposed to all these new cultures, these new ideas. These weren't just, stops on the journey. They were these amazing opportunities for him to just absorb more knowledge.
Yeah, and then you think about, what this must have done to him, psychologically, this difficult and uncertain time, the constant threat from the Mongols, crossing harsh terrain. These are not, abstract concepts for Rumi. This is his reality.
Absolutely, and I think you start to see the seeds of what becomes so central to his work, this understanding of how fragile life is.
Yeah.
And this deep need to, to find meaning and beauty, even amidst all the chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it over and over in his poetry.
So eventually, after years of this travel, they arrive in Konya, part of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum.
Right.
Which was a place, again, kind of like a mixing of Persian and Turkish cultures.
Exactly. And this is where Rumi finally settles.
Yeah.
And it really is here that we see him, transform into that legendary poet, that scholar that we know him as today.
It's just amazing to think how, all those early influences from, the intellectual, vibrant Balkh to this arduous journey west.
Yeah.
How much that actually shaped him. It wasn't just a physical journey. It was a journey of the mind and spirit.
Absolutely. And I think it leaves us with a question, right? I mean, how have our own journeys, and experiences shaped us?
Mm-hmm.
What events, big or small, have kind of forced us to grow and evolve?
Yeah, that's a great question for us all to consider. So thank you, everyone, for joining us on this deep dive into Rumi's fascinating early life.
Thanks, everyone.
And we'll see you next time.
See ya.
In the next section, we will talk about the early education and scholarly pursuit of Rumi.
Okay, so get this. We're diving deep into Rumi's, academic life.
Oh, yeah.
I bet some people are thinking, ugh, scholarly history, snooze fest. But trust me, this is different.
I can already tell it's Rumi.
Exactly. We're going way beyond the poems everyone loves. This is about how his mind was shaped, what made him Rumi.
That's the good stuff, the foundation.
So Rumi, most people know him as this amazing mystical poet, right? But he was also a serious scholar. Impressive.
Yeah. Way beyond just dabbling.
And get this, he lived in Konya, which back then was like the intellectual hub.
Like a Silicon Valley of the mind, kind of.
Right. Bustling with scholars, different schools of thought, perfect for a curious mind like his.
You can't underestimate the impact of that kind of environment.
And here's the twist. Rumi's formal learning, all that structured study, it actually seems to have, fueled his mystical side. Not what you'd expect.
It's almost counterintuitive, isn't it?
So let's break it down. What was Rumi actually studying? It wasn't just, poetry workshops. This was hardcore stuff.
Oh, absolutely. The core of it was classic Islamic scholarship. 3 main areas: fiqh, kalam, and falsafa.
Okay, whoa. Back up. Those are,
I got you. So fiqh is Islamic jurisprudence, basically the law.
Oh, okay, like rules and stuff.
Yeah, but not just dry regulations. It's about ethical conduct, deeper values, justice, compassion, things Rumi definitely grapples with later on.
I see. So he's not just memorizing laws, he's getting this framework for how to live.
Exactly. Then there's kalam, Islamic theology. This is where things get deep.
Oh boy. Deep.
Nature of God, divine justice, free will, stuff that's both heady and deeply personal.
I bet. Those are the questions that keep you up at night.
Totally. And knowing how much Rumi's poetry is about seeking meaning, understanding suffering, this stuff had to be churning in his mind.
So even though these fields seem kind of rigid, right? Lots of rules, doctrines, they could actually, spark someone's spiritual searching.
Oh, for sure. It's like grappling with the big questions pushes you to look beyond the surface.
Gotcha. Okay, what about that third one? What was it? Falsa something?
Falsafa, Islamic philosophy. Now, this is where Rumi connects with some heavy hitters at the time. Al-Farabi, Avicenna, Al-Ghazali. These guys were giants.
Wow, name dropping already.
I can't help it, but seriously, their ideas about logic, metaphysics, the nature of reality, it's all feeding into Rumi's intellectual development.
So not just what to think, but how to think.
Exactly. He's building this mental toolkit.
Okay, so picture this. Rumi, young guy, tons of knowledge from these intense fields. Does he just become some walking encyclopedia?
Well, he definitely had a lot in his head, that's for sure.
But there's more, right?
Yeah. This is where things get really interesting. He starts to merge all this intellectual rigor with Sufism. And not just studying it, living it.
Hold up. Sufism, for those who don't know.
It's a mystical tradition within Islam,
Right.
focused on experiencing the divine, directly.
Gotcha. So Rumi's not just reading about it, he's doing the practices, the rituals.
Exactly. He's bridging that gap between thinking about spirituality and feeling it.
And that, I bet, is where the poetry starts to come from.
That's what I'm thinking. It's not just ideas anymore. It's that yearning for connection, the transcendence, all rooted in personal experience.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, but we can't forget where he was while this was all happening. Konya wasn't just some sleepy town.
It was a hotbed of intellectual activity. Imagine Rumi, surrounded by other brilliant minds, debating, challenging each other.
So it's not just him alone in a library. It's this constant exchange of ideas, sharpening his own thinking.
Absolutely. It's
Yep.
like iron sharpens iron, And in that kind of environment, is it any surprise that Rumi becomes a teacher himself?
It's almost inevitable. He's got to share all this with someone.
And from what we know, he was a fantastic teacher, made even complex topics engaging, drew huge crowds.
I could picture it. It's not some stuffy lecture. He's probably weaving stories, using metaphors.
Bringing the wisdom to life.
Right. Okay, and then he takes it a step further, starts his own madrasa.
Which was kind of like the ultimate expression of that teaching impulse, wasn't it?
Now, for our listeners, what exactly is a madrasa?
It's more than just a school. It's like a center of Islamic learning and spiritual development, deeply rooted in tradition.
And Rumi's wasn't just some academic factory. It was also a place for spiritual seekers.
Exactly. Had that dual focus, which, makes sense given his own background.
Total sense. So we've got the traditional subjects like grammar, logic, and all that. But alongside that, there's the Sufi practices.
Yep. Meditation, the whirling dervishes. He's blending it all.
Like his own education, but now he's passing it on.
Exactly. And the really interesting thing is that those big themes in his poetry, universal love, compassion, unity of being, they're not just in his later mystical stuff.
They were already there in his teaching.
It wasn't a sudden shift. It was all connected. This whole journey, the knowledge, the spiritual practice, it's all flowing into that amazing poetry.
Wow. So we started with this idea of Rumi's scholarly background. And I have to say, it's changed how I see his work. It's not just like beautiful poetry. It's the result of this intense lifelong dedication.
It adds a whole new dimension, doesn't it? It's like the poetry is beautiful on its own, but knowing where it came from, it's even more powerful.
And it makes you think, doesn't it, about how our own lives, our learning, even this stuff that seems totally unrelated, can be shaping us in ways we don't realize.
Like seeds being planted, right? You never know what might blossom.
Exactly. So the next time you're reading some Rumi, just remember, there's a whole world of scholarship and experience behind those words. It's pretty amazing.
It really is.
Until next time, keep diving deep.
In the next section, we will talk about a transformative encounter of Rumi with Shams Tabrizi.
Hey everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive. This time we're exploring Rumi.
Oh!
But we're going deeper than just his poetry.
Okay.
We're really looking at his relationship with Shams Tabrizi,
Fascinating.
this mystic who, completely transformed Rumi's life.
Yeah.
You probably know Rumi as the poet of love and longing.
Right.
But today our sources are all about the impact Shams had on Rumi's spiritual and creative journey.
It's really a story about how a single encounter
Yeah.
can change everything.
Absolutely, and we're going to see how that unfolds.
Okay.
We've got a mysterious disappearance, societal controversy,
Oh, wow.
and poetry that still moves people centuries later.
I'm ready.
Me too. But before we get into all that, let's start with the basics.
Okay.
Who was this Shams Tabrizi?
Well, picture this, a wandering dervish from 12th century Tabriz.
Okay.
But he wasn't just any dervish. Shams was known for his unconventional methods
Wow.
and really profound spiritual insights. He wasn't just looking for knowledge. He was really yearning for a spiritual companion, someone who could match his intensity and dive into these big existential questions with him.
So, okay, we've got bustling Konya, Rumi, a respected scholar,
Right.
and then bam, enter Shams, this wandering mystic.
It's amazing, isn't it, how one meeting can be so powerful. Sources describe their connection as instantaneous.
Oh, really?
Shams' intensity just drew Rumi in.
Oh, wow.
And they had these deep conversations about love existence, the divine. And it wasn't just intellectual for Rumi, it was a genuine spiritual awakening.
That's so interesting because we think of Rumi as this serene poet.
Yeah.
But to think that Shams kind of shook him out of his routine,
Yeah.
it adds a whole new dimension.
It does. It really changes how you see him.
Totally.
And their bonds, it wasn't just teacher-student. It was deeper than that. It was like a meeting of souls. Shams challenged everything Rumi thought he knew. He pushed him to shed societal expectations, religious expectations, and really embrace his true self.
So we see Rumi go from scholar to this passionate Sufi mystic. And his poetry becomes this language for his transformation.
Yes, his poetry expresses this incredible inner shift.
And I imagine this intense connection wasn't easy for everyone.
Oh, definitely not. Rumi's family and students were really suspicious of Shams.
I bet.
They thought their relationship was unconventional, to say the least.
That's so interesting because it really highlights this tension between personal spiritual exploration
Yeah.
and societal expectations.
Right.
How did their community react to this radical connection?
Well, you have to remember, this was the 12th century, a time of really strict societal norms. Their relationship challenged the established order. It went against the grain, and that caused some serious debate about the nature of their bond and what it meant for their community. It was a big deal.
I can only imagine. And then, poof, Shams is gone. Like he vanished into thin air.
It's crazy.
The mystery of Shams's disappearance is so captivating.
It's like a real-life mystery novel. What are some of the theories?
Well, some say he just felt called to continue his journey, like his purpose with Rumi was complete.
Others say it was more sinister. Jealous rivals, you know? Maybe they saw Shams as a threat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Some even whisper about, let's just say there are darker possibilities.
Wow, assassination plots. That's intense.
It really adds another layer to their story.
It makes you wonder if Shams even knew the impact he had, like how much he shook things up. But what about Rumi? How did he deal with losing Shams?
I mean, imagine the grief, the sense of abandonment. Some sources say he was completely devastated.
I can only imagine.
This is where his poetry takes a profound turn. He starts channeling all that sorrow, all that yearning, into these incredible verses.
So you're saying Shams' disappearance was like the catalyst for some of Rumi's most powerful work.
Absolutely.
It's heartbreaking, but also kind of inspiring. How such pain can create such beauty.
Rumi's poetry from this period, it goes beyond just personal sadness. It becomes about love loss, that deep yearning for connection.
It's like he's speaking to something bigger, something we all feel. But if Shams was gone, how did his influence live on in Rumi's work?
Well, their bond was so deep. It wasn't just about physical presence. Shams ignited something in Rumi, a spiritual fire that kept burning.
So their connection became even stronger through the poetry.
In a way, yes. Each verse kept Shams' spirit alive.
It's like the search for Shams became this metaphor for something even greater.
You could say that. The soul's yearning for the divine, that ultimate connection.
I'm getting chills. So Rumi's poetry, it wasn't just reflecting his grief. It was transforming it into something universal, timeless.
You could say that Shams' disappearance actually amplified his influence. It pushed Rumi to new heights.
It makes me think about those deep connections in our own lives. Even when they change or end, what does their story tell us about those relationships?
It's such a good question. What fascinates me is how Rumi's poetry, written centuries ago, still resonates with people today. It speaks to our human need for connection, for meaning, for something more.
Yeah, it's like he gives voice to those yearnings.
Wow.
We all have. It's amazing to think that this one relationship could have such a lasting impact on literature, spirituality, even our understanding of what it means to be human.
I know, it's incredible.
What's the biggest takeaway for our listeners?
That's a tough one. Maybe it's even those connections that don't last forever can still spark transformation. They can challenge us, help us grow, and explore new depths within ourselves.
It's like a ripple effect, how one person can change the course of another's life.
Exactly. And it's not just about finding your Shams. It's about recognizing those Shams-like figures who are already in your life, those who challenge you to evolve, to become a better version of yourself.
That's beautiful. So it's not just about being transformed. It's also about being that catalyst for others, that inspiring force.
Yes, that's a great way to put it.
Makes you think about those people in your own life, right?
It does.
Who's been that Shams for you?
Yeah, have you had those encounters where someone just like completely shifted your perspective?
It's pretty powerful.
It is. And what I love about Rumi and Shams is that it shows us these transformative connections can come from anywhere. It encourages us to stay open to new people, new experiences, even the ones that might shake things up a bit.
So maybe it's not just about finding our Shams, but recognizing the Shams-like figures already in our lives.
Exactly.
The people who push us to grow and become better versions of ourselves.
And maybe even being that Shams for someone else.
Wow.
That's the beauty of it, right?
It is.
This deep dive, it's not just about history or poetry, it's about reflecting on those connections.
Yeah.
And how they shape us.
It's been amazing exploring this with you, and to see how Rumi and Shams still inspire people today.
Centuries later.
It makes you wonder what draws people to Rumi's poetry, even now.
I think it's the universal truths he tapped into, the things that still resonate with us.
That yearning for connection.
Yes, exactly. For love, for meaning, it's timeless.
It is, and for me. It speaks to the power of human connection.
Absolutely. It reminds us that these encounters can leave a mark on our souls. They can inspire us to create, to seek to love more deeply.
It's a story that transcends time and culture, a reminder that we're all searching for those meaningful connections.
Beautifully said.
What a great way to wrap up. A huge thank you for joining us on this deep dive into Rumi and Shams.
It's been a pleasure.
We hope you enjoyed exploring these sources with us, and maybe you've even come away with some new insights or questions of your own.
Keep seeking, keep exploring, and keep connecting.
And as always, keep diving deep.
In the next section, we will talk about the literary masterpieces of Rumi.
Ever feel like, your soul's kind of like a reed flute, just longing for something more? That's Rumi in a nutshell. And today, we're taking a deep dive into his world.
And what's so fascinating is that Rumi wasn't just a poet, right? He was also a philosopher, a spiritual guide, and it's amazing how his words still resonate centuries later.
Exactly. And to really get him, we're going to explore three key areas. First, there's the Manavi, his epic spiritual odyssey.
Yep.
Then we've got the Divan-e Shams Tabrizi, which is like a whirlwind of love poems. And then some of his lesser-known prose works, which offer amazing personal insights. So let's start with the Masnavi. It's often called Rumi's Quran in Persian, right?
Yeah, and it's a massive work, 6 books, over 25,000 verses. It's structured like a journey, like the soul's journey.
25,000 verses. Wow, that's a serious commitment. So what are some of the key themes or stories that you think are like essential for understanding the Masnavi?
Well, Rumi, he uses a lot of stories and metaphors to explain these complex spiritual ideas, right? Things like love, loss, faith, and the human search for the divine. One of the most famous stories is the Song of the Reed.
Oh, I've heard of that one. Isn't it about a reed flute that's like separated from its source and longs to return?
Exactly. It symbolizes the human soul, separated from the divine, yearning to reconnect. It's this powerful metaphor for that longing we all feel, that sense that there's something more to life.
It's like that feeling of being homesick, even if you've never been to the place you're longing for. You know what I mean? That pull towards something bigger.
Yes, exactly. And Rumi suggests that this longing, it's actually a good thing. It's what drives us to seek deeper meaning, that connection to the divine. Another powerful story from the Masnavi is The Elephant in the Dark.
Oh yeah, I've heard that one too. It's about those blind men who encounter an elephant, right?
Right. Each man touches a different part of the elephant, the trunk, the leg, the tail, and they all come up with completely different descriptions. It's a brilliant way to show how limited our individual perspectives can be.
So basically, Rumi is saying that we often mistake a small part of something for the whole thing, and that can lead to all these like misunderstandings and conflict.
Exactly. Rumi urges us to be aware of the limitations of our viewpoints and to strive for a more holistic understanding of truth. To look beyond the surface, question our assumptions, be open to different perspectives.
Yeah, that's a powerful message, especially today when it's so easy to get stuck in our own little bubbles.
Absolutely. Rumi reminds us that there's always more to learn, always another side to the story. Now let's shift gears a bit and delve into the Divan-e Shams Tabrizi. Unlike the Masnavi, which is like this structured journey, the Divan is a collection of poems that are like intensely emotional and mystical, primarily ghazals and odes.
Ghazals and odes, those are new to me. Could you break those down for us?
Sure. So a ghazal, it's a form of poetry that originated way back in like 7th century Arabia. It's got rhyming couplets and a refrain at the end of each verse. And odes, they're lyrical poems that express praise or like exaltation for a particular subject. And in Rumi's case, that subject is often his beloved Shams Tabrizi.
Ah, Shams. So the Divan is basically like Rumi's love story in verse.
In a way, yeah. It's this passionate, deeply personal outpouring of Rumi's love for Shams. Shams was not only his spiritual mentor, but also the inspiration behind much of his poetry.
So, okay, we've got this epic spiritual journey of the Masnavi, and now we've got these passionate love poems of the Divan. What's interesting is that both seem to explore this theme of longing, but in different ways. In the Masnavi, it's the soul longing for the divine, and in the Divan, it's this, like, intense human love.
That's a great observation, and it really speaks to the interconnectedness of all things in Rumi's worldview. For him, love for the divine and love for another human being, it's all part of the same universal force.
Yeah, it's like that quote, "The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They're in each other all along." It's amazing how Rumi's words still have this power, to move us, to inspire us, even after all these centuries.
Absolutely, and we haven't even touched upon his prose works yet. Did you know that he actually wrote a considerable amount of prose? It offers a completely different lens into his teachings.
Really? I had no idea. I always thought he was primarily a poet. So what kind of things did he write about in his prose?
Well, his prose works are a treasure trove of wisdom. They offer insights into his personal life, his spiritual teachings, and his views on everything from the soul to relationships. He has three main prose works that are definitely worth exploring.
So there's like this whole other side to Rumi beyond the poetry, huh? It's fascinating. You mentioned three main prose works, so what are they? And what makes it so special?
Well, it's like you're getting a backstage pass to Rumi's thoughts. There's Fihi Mafihi, which means in it, what's in it. It's basically a collection of his talks with his disciples.
Oh, wow.
So imagine, you're eavesdropping on these really intimate conversations about the soul, about love, even the challenges of relationships. It's almost like a personal guide to life's big questions, straight from Rumi himself.
That sounds amazing. It's like having this direct line to his wisdom. But you also mentioned Mashalas Esaba, and those were, I think you said, sermons. Was Rumi like a fire and brimstone kind of guy?
Oh, no, not at all.
Yeah.
Majalis Saba means 7 sessions, and they're more like reflections on ethical conduct, He's urging people towards compassion, humility, the importance of community. It's not about strict rules, but about cultivating inner peace and harmony through actions. He really stressed that we need to take care of each other, contribute to society's well-being,
It's interesting how these themes keep coming up, this idea that it's not just about personal enlightenment, but like how we connect with others.
Exactly. For Rumi, spirituality was deeply woven into our relationships with each other, and that's where Maktubat comes in, his collection of letters.
Okay.
These letters are so revealing, We see him giving advice, offering support, sharing his wisdom with everyone from close disciples to even political figures.
So it's like seeing his philosophy in action applied to like real world situations. That's so cool. But did he ever like contradict himself? Say one thing but then do another?
Well, that's a question scholars have debated for ages, but from what we can gather from these letters, it seems Rumi genuinely tried to live by his principles.
Okay.
Of course, no one's perfect, but his writings do show a true desire to help others and make the world a better place.
And these letters, they weren't all about like, lofty spiritual concepts.
Yeah.
You said he also talked about everyday stuff.
Absolutely. He tackled practical matters, gave guidance on relationships, work, even delved into politics at times. It's fascinating to see how he applied his spiritual wisdom to the messiness of life, showing that these ideas aren't just abstract, they're meant to be lived.
So we've covered so much, the Masnavi, the Divan, now these three prose works. Clearly, Rumi was prolific. But what makes his work so enduring? Why are we still talking about him, centuries later?
I think it's because he taps into those deep longings of the human heart, Sure, his poetry is beautiful, it's moving, but it goes beyond just pretty words. He's exploring love, loss, the search for meaning. These are experiences that are timeless and universal, regardless of your background.
It's like he's speaking directly to the soul, bypassing all the mental chatter.
Exactly. And even though he was steeped in Sufi mysticism, his message goes beyond any specific religion. He offers a path to spiritual awakening that's open to anyone who's willing to open their heart and mind.
It's not about converting to a certain faith, but about connecting with something bigger than ourselves, something that gives life meaning.
And that connection, that's what makes Rumi's work so powerful. He reminds us that we're not alone in our struggles, that life holds beauty and mystery worth exploring, and that ultimately we're all part of something much, much greater.
Like he's giving us this roadmap for the soul.
Yeah.
Helping us navigate all the ups and downs of life with grace and wisdom.
And what's even more remarkable is that he does it with such joy. His work is filled with wonder and delight, even when he's addressing these tough topics. It's like he wants us to embrace life fully with all its joys and sorrows.
He doesn't shy away from the darkness, but he's always pointing us toward the light.
Exactly. And that message, it's so needed today, Rumi reminds us that even amidst suffering, there's always hope, possibility for transformation and renewal.
It's like he's whispering, don't give up, keep searching, keep opening your heart, and you'll find that beauty and truth waiting for you.
And that's a message that I think everyone needs to hear, regardless of who they are or where they come from.
So we've explored all these different sides of Rumi, the spiritual seeker, the passionate lover, the wise teacher. But is it all just, beautiful poetry and inspiring stories? Or can we actually, apply his wisdom to our own lives?
That's where it gets really interesting, because Rumi isn't just about feel-good poetry. He's actually giving us a toolkit for living. He's asking us to look inward, you
Yeah.
know, to examine our own hearts and see where we might be holding back, clinging to those limited perspectives that he talks about.
So it's not enough to just like read Rumi. We have to actually put his ideas into practice.
Exactly. Think back to the Song of the Reed, for example. Are we letting our souls sing? Are we pursuing our, our true purpose? Or are we stuck feeling disconnected?
Right.
And what about the elephant in the dark? How often do we judge based on incomplete information, trapped in our own narrow viewpoints?
Ooh, that one hits close to home. I'm definitely guilty of that sometimes. But how do we actually change? Rumi doesn't exactly give us a step-by-step guide, does he?
He doesn't, but he does offer a path. Through his poetry, his prose, he encourages us to cultivate certain qualities like love, compassion, humility, and that willingness to see beyond the surface of things.
Like he's saying, hey, life's messy.
Yes.
But there's beauty in that mess. Let's learn to dance with it.
Beautifully put. And that dance, it requires us to be present, open to new experiences, and connected to something larger than ourselves, whether it's, through nature, art, music, our relationships. Rumi reminds us that there's magic to be found everywhere if we're willing to look for it.
So where do we go from here? What's like the next step on this Rumi journey for our listener?
Well, that's for you to decide. Imagine yourself stepping into Rumi's world. What resonates most with you? What sparks your curiosity? Maybe it's the epic storytelling of the Mesnavi, or the passionate love poems of the Divan, or even the intimate wisdom of his prose.
This deep dive has definitely left me wanting more. It's like opening a door to a whole new world of beauty and insight.
Exactly. And remember, you don't have to understand everything at once. Just allow yourself to be drawn in by Rumi's words. Let them wash over you and see what seeds they plant in your heart.
It's a journey meant to be savored,
Yeah.
explored, revisited time and time again. Who knows what treasures you'll uncover along the way. So, to our listener, we say, go forth and discover your own Rumi. His wisdom is waiting.
In the next section, we will talk about the core themes in Rumi's philosophy.
Okay, so have you ever heard of this guy Rumi?
Rumi.
This poet from like way back into the 13th century.
Yeah.
But like his stuff, it's everywhere now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's on like Instagram and Pinterest.
Oh, totally.
Like I even saw it on a coffee mug the other day.
It's wild.
I mean, it's like, what is it about his writing that's so timeless
Right.
that it just keeps connecting with people all these centuries later?
Yes, fascinating.
So we're going to take a deep dive today into some of Rumi's key ideas and philosophies.
Okay.
See if we can unlock some of that ancient wisdom for ourselves.
Yeah. I'm excited for this.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so the first thing that really stood out to me when I was reading Rumi was this idea of divine love
Oh, yeah.
as like the driving force of the entire universe.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not talking about like romantic love here, like the Notebook or whatever.
Right.
We're talking about something way bigger than that.
Yeah.
This is like the fundamental energy, the thing that makes the whole cosmos tick.
Yeah. I think Rumi really believed that love is at the heart of everything.
He did.
He did.
Okay.
And not just any love, but like a really specific kind of love. He's talking about divine love.
What's that?
So divine love is this unconditional love. It's
Got it.
transcendent. It goes beyond anything we can really grasp or understand in our everyday lives. It's like the source of all existence.
So not just like human love, but like love for everything.
Exactly. It's a love that permeates the entire universe.
Oh, wow.
It connects everything and everyone.
So that's deep.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is. Okay, so
Yeah.
so how did Rumi like explain this divine love?
Well, one of the most powerful images he uses is this idea of a cosmic dance.
A cosmic dance.
Yeah. So imagine the universe like a giant ballroom,
Okay.
and everything in it, the stars, the planets, us humans, we're all dancing.
We're all dancing.
Yeah, we're all swirling and twirling and moving in this intricate and beautiful way.
Yeah.
And the music that's driving this dance, the force that's moving us, it's divine love.
Oh, that's such a cool way to think about it.
Right.
Like a giant cosmic dance party fueled by love.
That's Rumi for you.
I love it.
Yeah, he was a master of using these kind of metaphors and images to convey these really complex spiritual ideas.
But does that mean that like Rumi didn't believe in, like the love that we experience in our everyday lives?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think it's more that he saw divine love as the source of all other kinds of love.
Okay.
Like it's the wellspring that everything else flows from.
Okay.
So our human love, our love for our families, our friends, even our pets, it's all connected to this bigger divine love.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful way of thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm getting a whole new perspective on Valentine's Day now.
Yeah, you and me both.
So, okay, another big theme that came up in Rumi's work was this idea of unity and oneness, or what's known as tawhid in Islamic mysticism.
Right, Tawhid, that's a central concept in Islam.
Yeah, and Rumi took it to a whole other level, right?
He did. He was really into this idea that everything is connected.
Yeah, like interconnectedness of everything in the universe.
Exactly. So in Islamic mysticism, Tawhid doesn't just refer to the interconnectedness of everything, but also to the oneness of God.
Okay.
And Rumi really took that to heart. He believed that the divine is present in everything and everyone.
So we're all connected to each other and to like a higher power.
That's the idea. He believed that despite all the apparent diversity and differences in the world, at a deeper level, there's this fundamental unity binding us all together,
Okay.
like a thread that runs through everything.
Okay. I can kind of see that, like even in nature,
Yeah,
like how everything's part of this big ecosystem.
that's one way to look at it.
So how did Rumi like explain this idea of unity to people?
He used a lot of metaphors and analogies to make it more understandable.
Okay, give me an example.
So one example he used is the relationship between light and shadow. He said they seem like opposites, right? Light and dark.
Yeah, total opposites.
But actually, they're both part of the same reality.
They are.
Just different expressions of it. You can't have one without the other.
Wow, that's true.
And he applied that same logic to humans and nature.
So like we're all part of the same whole, just different parts?
Like different notes in a giant symphony.
That's beautiful.
It is, and it's a powerful reminder that we're all connected, even when we feel alone or separate.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Thinking about this interconnectedness thing, does it actually change how you live your life?
I think that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It is.
Because if we truly believe that everything is connected, then how does that affect how we treat other people?
Yeah.
How we interact with the environment, the choices we make every day?
It's like, does it make you more compassionate or something?
It could make you more aware of the impact of your actions on others and the world around you.
Makes you think.
It does. It's something to reflect on, for sure.
Okay, so the last big theme we need to unpack here is the journey of the soul.
Yes, the soul's journey.
So when I was reading about this, I was picturing like this epic adventure movie montage, you know?
I can see that.
Like climbing mountains, fighting dragons, discovering hidden treasures, all that.
You're not too far off, actually.
Really?
Rumi really did see the soul's journey as this kind of captivating odyssey.
So it's like a quest.
It's a quest for enlightenment, a journey of spiritual growth and evolution.
So tell me more about this quest.
Okay, so Rumi believed that the soul is constantly evolving, moving through different stages of spiritual development.
Yeah.
And this journey, it's not always easy. It's full of challenges and setbacks.
Okay.
There are moments of darkness, confusion, doubt.
Like a hero's journey.
Exactly. But there are also moments of profound realization breakthroughs, moments where the soul awakens to a deeper understanding of itself and the universe.
So we're all kind of like on this quest, even if we don't realize it.
That's right. Whether we're aware of it or not, we're all on this path of spiritual growth.
Okay, but we're not all at the same point on the path, are we?
No, exactly. Everyone's at a different stage. Some people are just starting out.
Okay.
Others are further along. And some may have even reached a high level of spiritual enlightenment.
That's kind of mind-blowing to think about.
It is. It really makes you think about where you are on your own journey.
It does. What level am I on?
And what challenges and obstacles might be ahead.
On what rewards maybe?
Exactly. It's a journey full of possibilities.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here today.
We have.
We talked about divine love as the driving force of the universe.
Yeah.
The idea of Tawhid, or the unity of everything,
Mm-hmm.
and the soul's epic journey towards enlightenment.
It's all connected.
It is. I'm feeling pretty inspired right now.
Me too. And I think it all comes back to this, if, as Rumi suggests, the soul's journey is ultimately about union with the divine.
Okay.
What does that mean for how we live our lives in the here and now?
That's a good question.
It is a question worth pondering.
It is. I think I need to go read some more Rumi now and really let these ideas sink in.
Yeah, me too. There's so much depth and wisdom to explore in his work.
Absolutely. And if you're listening and you're feeling inspired, I encourage you to do the same. Pick up some Rumi, dive in, and see what resonates with you.
Yeah, you might be surprised at what you discover.
And hey, maybe we'll revisit Rumi again in a future deep dive because there's just so much to unpack here.
There is.
Okay, until next time, keep exploring and keep those minds open.
And keep dancing that cosmic dance.
Yes, keep dancing that cosmic dance. All right, we'll see you next time.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
In the next section, we will talk about the metaphysical concepts in Rumi's philosophy.
Ready to go deep, like really deep.
Let's do it.
We're diving into the mind of Rumi today.
Rumi.
This 13th century Persian poet,
Yeah.
had some serious thoughts about reality in the universe.
Oh, absolutely. And time, too.
Yeah, his work, it's like mind-blowing even now.
It really is. It transcends time and cultures. It's incredible how he takes these super complex philosophical ideas and turns them into these beautiful verses that almost feel like music.
It's true. You can read Rumi, and it's not just like heady academic stuff.
Right.
It like speaks to your soul,
Absolutely.
And one of the big things we're going to unpack today is this concept he calls Maya.
Oh, yeah, Maya.
And basically, Rumi says the world that we experience with our senses, this physical reality that we think is like so solid and real, it's actually kind of an illusion.
Exactly. And this concept of Maya is so important for understanding Rumi.
Okay.
It's not about saying that the world we see around us isn't real, but more about understanding that it's just one layer, like one specific way of perceiving things.
Gotcha.
He actually draws parallels to Eastern philosophies that explore this idea of the material world being kind of illusory.
I see.
And suggesting that there's a deeper truth beyond what we see on the surface.
So it's not that our senses are like lying to us.
Right.
It's more like they're only showing us a limited view.
Exactly. Think about it this way.
Oh, wait.
When you see a magician perform an illusion on stage, you know it's not real.
Yeah.
But you're still completely captivated by it.
Yeah.
And in a similar way, Rumi is suggesting that we should engage with this world that might be, in a sense, an illusion.
Right.
We can learn from it.
Okay.
We should always remember that it has its limitations.
Wow. I really like that analogy.
Yeah.
So, okay, if we're living in this, like, kind of illusion, how do we actually start to see beyond it?
Well, that's where this idea of active perception comes in.
Okay.
Rumi challenges us to not just passively observe the world, but to really engage with it.
Wow.
To actively seek out the deeper meaning in everything.
In everything?
Everything we encounter, yeah.
Okay.
It's about recognizing that there's this divine essence. It permeates everything, even the most ordinary things.
So, like, it's not just about seeing a flower,
right?
But understanding, like, what it symbolizes.
Yeah.
Its role in the ecosystem, its connection to the whole universe.
Absolutely.
Like, every object has, like, a hidden story.
Yes, exactly. And let's take that flower example a bit further.
Okay.
Imagine you're not just seeing the flower's beauty, the colors, the petals, but you're also feeling the energy of the sun that helped it grow.
Okay.
The rain that nourished it, the earth that sustained it.
Oh.
You're connecting with that whole web of life.
Yeah.
That intricate web that brought that flower into being.
Okay.
That's active perception.
That's like you're like tapping into the flower's life force or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like its connection to everything else.
Yes. And by doing that, you're also like expanding your own awareness.
Right. It's about going beyond just our five senses.
Yeah.
Connecting to a much deeper level of awareness. And that's how we begin to experience the divine.
Okay.
Not as something separate from us,
right,
but as an integral part of everything.
This makes me think about Rumi's concept of the microcosm and macrocosm.
Yes.
This idea that like we each have this little universe inside of us that reflects the vastness of the cosmos.
It's such a powerful concept.
Yeah.
Rumi saw the human soul as a microcosm, you know, like a miniature version of the entire cosmos.
Yeah.
Containing all the same elements and energies as the stars and galaxies.
It's amazing.
And he believed that by truly understanding ourselves, by going deep within, we can unlock amazing insights into how the universe itself works.
So the universe isn't this like distant, unknowable thing out there.
Right.
It's something we can understand by looking inward.
And this connects to how Rumi viewed nature.
Absolutely. For Rumi, nature wasn't just like pretty scenery. It was a language.
A language.
A symbolic system full of hidden messages.
Wow.
These messages reveal spiritual truths.
So it's like nature's always whispering these secrets to us
Yes,
if we just know how to listen.
exactly.
Can you give us an example of like how Rumi interpreted a specific element in nature?
Sure, think about the nightingale.
Okay, the bird.
Yeah, it's not just a bird with a pretty song.
Yeah.
In Rumi's poetry, the nightingale song often represents the soul's longing.
Okay.
It's longing for union with the divine.
Wow.
It's a metaphor for our yearning to connect with something greater than ourselves.
So even something as simple as a bird song can have this like deeper spiritual meaning.
Absolutely.
That's pretty amazing.
And it makes you wonder, what other hidden messages are we missing
Yeah.
in the world all around us?
Yeah.
What symbols are waiting to be decoded in our own lives?
Right. If we just open our minds and hearts to see them.
Exactly.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And one that I think we'll continue to explore
Yeah.
as we go deeper into Rumi's world.
Absolutely.
Speaking of deeper meaning, Rumi also had some really fascinating things to say about time itself.
Oh, yes, time.
Yeah, something we'll get into a bit later.
Definitely.
But first, let's just take a moment to reflect
Yeah.
on what we've learned so far about Rumi's views on reality and perception.
Yeah.
What really stands out to you? So Rumi's ideas about reality and perception,
Yeah.
pretty mind-blowing, right?
Big boy.
But where does time fit into all of this?
Time, well,
Yeah, because I got to admit, when I think about mystics and time,
Yeah.
things get a little,
Trippy.
tricky.
Maybe a whole other dimension.
So did Rumi, think
Yeah.
time was just another part of the illusion?
It's not that straightforward.
Okay.
He definitely recognized the limitations
Okay.
of how we perceive time here on Earth.
Uh-huh.
This idea of it being a straight line.
Yeah, past, present, future.
Yeah, past to present to future. But he also saw how crucial time is
Oh.
for our spiritual growth.
So time is important,
Yes,
but not in the way that we usually think about it.
exactly.
Okay.
For Rumi, time is both a constraint and a conduit.
A constraint and a conduit.
Yeah, it's a constraint because our time here is limited.
Okay.
But it's a conduit
Right.
because it's all of our experiences.
Yeah.
Every joy, every sorrow, every challenge
Yeah.
all contribute to our growth.
So it's not about wishing time away or dwelling on the past.
Right.
It's about finding meaning in each moment.
Yeah, finding that meaning in every single moment, no matter how big or small.
Okay.
Rumi was all about embracing the present moment,
Mhm.
being fully present in each experience.
Okay.
You see, for him, every single moment is this point where the finite, the temporal, intersects with the eternal.
So each moment becomes a doorway.
Yes, a doorway.
Okay.
A chance to connect with something much bigger than ourselves.
It's like, when you're so caught up in something,
Yeah.
you completely lose track of time.
Yes.
And
Those moments, those are glimpses of what Rumi called timelessness.
Timelessness.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're getting really mystical.
We are.
So break it down for me. What did he actually mean by timelessness?
Well, imagine a state where there's no linear progression of time.
Okay.
No ticking clock,
Yeah.
no past, no future,
Okay.
just a perpetual now.
Whoa. So existing outside of time.
Exactly.
Right.
And for Rumi, this wasn't some abstract concept.
Okay.
He believed that through enlightenment,
Yeah.
the soul could actually transcend time
Wow.
and experience this state of pure being,
Okay.
of divine presence.
So it's not about ignoring time.
Right.
It's about seeing it from a higher perspective.
Exactly.
We exist within time,
Yeah.
but our true essence, our soul,
Yeah.
is connected to something eternal.
You got it.
This reminds me of his poetry.
Yeah.
He describes these moments of divine union.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to exist outside of time.
Yes, it's like a glimpse into that eternal now.
And this all links back to the microcosm and macrocosm too, right?
Exactly.
If we're a reflection of the universe,
Yeah.
and the universe is timeless,
Yeah.
then maybe we also have that capacity for timelessness within us.
It's a powerful thought.
Yeah.
It leads to a really important question.
What's that?
If time is ultimately an illusion and the universe is a reflection of ourselves,
Yeah.
then what does that say about the power we hold inside?
Whoa.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
it is.
And I think that's a perfect place to pause for a second.
Okay.
Let our listener really think about that.
Yeah, reflect on that.
We've talked about a lot today.
We have.
This illusion of reality,
Mm-hmm.
active perception,
Yeah.
the symbolism of nature,
Nature's language.
and then Rumi's whole perspective on time.
It's a lot to take in.
It really is, but it's also super inspiring.
It is.
But we're not done yet.
Not even close.
Coming up, we're going to explore how all these ideas connect
Yes.
and what they mean for us, for our own lives.
Excited to dig into that.
Yeah, so stay tuned, because this deep dive,
Yeah.
it's far from over. All right, so we've explored all these amazing ideas from Rumi.
Yeah, his perspective on reality and time.
It's like we climbed this mountain of knowledge,
mountain of wisdom.
and now we're standing at the peak, taking it all in.
Absolutely.
But we can't just, like, stay up here admiring the view.
Right.
We got to bring these insights back down with us,
Back down into our daily lives.
into the real world.
Exactly.
So how do we actually do that?
That's the question, isn't it?
How do we make these, like, super profound, almost mystical ideas
Yeah.
practical?
Well, I think it begins with awareness.
Okay, awareness.
Rumi encourages us to be more present in our daily lives.
Okay.
To really pay attention
Pay attention.
to everything around us.
Yeah.
The people we interact with.
Hmm.
The experiences we have.
Okay.
It's about shifting from being a passive observer
Right.
to an active participant.
Okay.
Always looking for that deeper meaning.
Yeah. So instead of just going through our day on autopilot,
Exactly.
we try to be more mindful.
Yes, more present.
And remember how Rumi saw nature as like this language of symbols?
Oh, yeah.
That's like a direct invitation to connect with nature
Absolutely.
in a much deeper way,
To really see it,
to see it.
feel it.
So, like, take the time to appreciate a beautiful sunrise.
Yeah, the colors.
Yeah, the colors, the patterns of a leaf,
The
the
sound.
sound of the wind.
Yeah.
All of that holds these hidden messages.
It's nature speaking to us.
It's like nature's whispering these secrets
Exactly.
if we just know how to listen.
And remember those moments of flow we talked about?
Yeah, those moments where you get so lost in something,
Totally lost in the moment.
time just disappears.
Those are glimpses of timelessness.
Timelessness.
Yeah, a taste of that eternal now that exists within us.
It's not about escaping time.
No, not at all.
It's about understanding that we're connected to something bigger.
Something beyond the limits of our schedules and deadlines.
Yeah.
And, that realization can be incredibly empowering
Okay.
because it means that even when life feels chaotic,
Yeah, when things are tough.
we can always tap into this sense of peace,
Okay.
this deep connection to something that's eternal.
This whole journey through Rumi's philosophy has been amazing.
Yeah, it really has.
But if there's one key takeaway you want our listeners to remember,
Hmm.
what would it be?
Well, I think it goes back to that question we asked earlier.
About time being an illusion.
Yeah, and the universe being a reflection of ourselves.
That's a big one.
It is, but if that's true,
Yeah.
what does that say about the power we all have inside?
Wow.
It challenges us to really step into our potential, to
yeah.
recognize the vastness that's within each of us.
And maybe by seeing the world through Rumi's eyes, we can actually start to unlock that potential.
I think so.
Create lives that are more meaningful,
More connected.
more aligned with who we truly are.
Absolutely.
If you're feeling inspired by Rumi,
Yeah.
I encourage you to explore his work even more.
Dive deep into his poetry and his teachings.
Yeah, who knows, you might discover something
Yeah, some hidden truth.
that completely transforms your own journey.
It's a journey worth taking.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure.
Until next time, keep seeking.
Keep exploring.
Keep that inner flame burning bright.
In the next section, we will talk about Sufi practices in Rumi's philosophy.
Welcome back, everyone. We're diving into the world of Rumi today.
Rumi.
Yeah, you know, the 13th century Persian poet.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But he was also a Sufi mystic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're going to be exploring today,
Okay.
that mystical side.
Sounds good.
We'll be looking at 3 fascinating Sufi practices: dhikr, whirling and dance, and the importance of spiritual guidance. You ready?
Absolutely. To really understand these practices, we need to grasp what Sufism is all about.
Okay.
Think of it as a mystical branch of Islam,
Okay.
a path that emphasizes a direct experience of divine love and unity.
So it's more about the feeling and personal connection
Yeah, you could say.
than just outward rituals.
Exactly. Sufism values the outward practices of Islam, of course,
Uh-huh.
but it really stresses the inner journey,
Okay.
the purification of the heart, and that direct experience of the divine.
That makes sense.
Right.
So how does dhikr, this practice of remembrance, fit into that?
So dhikr is at the very core of Sufi practice.
Okay.
It's about actively cultivating an awareness of God's presence,
Mhm.
but it goes way beyond just repeating words or phrases.
Right.
It's about immersing yourself in that awareness.
So what does it actually involve if it's not just repeating words?
Well, dhikr can take so many forms. Sometimes it's silent contemplation, other times it's reciting sacred phrases, or even chanting.
Oh, wow.
Rumi beautifully described dhikr as a spiritual dialogue,
Okay.
a constant conversation with the creator.
That's a beautiful way to think about it.
Yeah.
I could see how that would change your whole perspective, like feeling constantly connected to something bigger.
Exactly. And, Rumi believed that through consistent dhikr,
Yeah.
you could reach these really profound spiritual states.
Like what?
He talked about wad, which is a state of divine ecstasy,
Okay.
and fana, which refers to the annihilation of the ego, the self.
Those sound intense.
They are.
What would those actually feel like?
Okay, so think of wad
Yeah.
as that feeling you get when you're totally engrossed in something you love. You lose all track of time, your surroundings disappear,
Yeah,
you're completely absorbed.
I get that.
Rumi described it as the soul soaring like a bird freed from its cage,
Wow.
experiencing the boundless joy of divine presence.
That's a vivid description.
And then there's fana.
Yeah, what about that one?
Rumi described fana as a drop of water merging into the vast ocean,
Okay.
losing its individual identity in the all-encompassing love of God.
So there's no separation then?
Exactly. You become one with the divine.
Wow. So does that mean that people just stop doing everyday activities?
Not at all.
Okay.
Dhikr isn't limited to formal practice,
Right.
It can be woven into everyday life.
Oh, okay.
The key is maintaining that awareness, that presence.
No matter what you're doing.
Exactly.
So bringing that awareness into even the most mundane tasks,
You got it.
that's powerful.
It is, and that's the beauty of Rumi's teachings.
Yeah.
They show us how to experience the sacred in the ordinary, to find the divine within ourselves and in everything around us.
That's amazing. So we've talked about dhikr as this practice of remembrance and connection.
Right.
How does that relate to whirling and dance?
Oh, that's a great question.
Are they also forms of dik?
That's what we'll dive into next.
Okay.
Whirling and dance, while maybe less well known than dik, are also profound expressions of the Sufi path.
I'm intrigued. I've always been fascinated by the whirling dervishes,
Yeah.
but I've never really understood the meaning.
Well, get ready to be amazed. Whirling and dance in Sufism are so much more than just physical movement.
Okay.
They're powerful metaphors for the soul's journey back to its source.
Okay, I am ready.
All right.
Let's do it.
So you're intrigued by the whirling dervishes.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Rumi himself wasn't actually a whirling dervish.
Oh,
But
right.
he really valued the symbolism behind it.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that metaphor for the soul's journey.
Right.
Can you unpack that a little?
Absolutely. So picture this, the whirling dervish with one arm raised up to the heavens and the other pointing down towards the earth.
Uh-huh.
They become this conduit between the divine and the earthly realms.
Okay.
Their spinning embodies that continuous cycle of creation and the
Yeah.
return to the source.
Oh, wow. So each spin is like a step closer.
Yeah, think of it like a moving meditation.
Right, yeah.
And remember, the whirling also mirrors the movements of the planets and the stars.
Oh, you're right. Like they're embodying that cosmic dance. Wow.
Exactly.
I've never thought about it that way.
It's a beautiful reminder, isn't it, of
Yeah.
the interconnectedness of everything.
That's
It's
amazing.
a universal harmony.
Okay, so do all Sufis practice whirling?
So while dance and movement are really important in Sufism,
Yeah.
the whirling that you're thinking of is
Yeah.
mostly associated with the Mevlevi order,
Yeah.
often called the whirling dervishes.
Right. The ones with those like iconic white robes and the tall hats.
Exactly.
I always wondered about those.
It's all symbolic.
What does it all mean?
So the white robe symbolizes the shedding of the ego,
Okay.
the letting go of worldly attachments.
Like a blank canvas.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
Ready to be filled with divine light.
And the tall hat.
That's called a sikh.
A sikh.
And it symbolizes the tombstone of the ego,
Oh, wow.
a visual reminder
Oh.
that they are seeking to transcend the limitations of the self.
So their whole appearance is about like
Stripping away.
stripping away the ego
Yeah.
and opening themselves up.
Exactly.
Wow. And their whirling is part of the ceremony.
Yes, a sacred ceremony called the Sema.
The Sema.
Mm-hmm.
What happens during the Sema ceremony?
So it's a carefully choreographed ritual
Okay.
that includes prayers, hymns, and of course the whirling itself.
It must be powerful to see
Oh, it is.
this like embodiment of spiritual surrender.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the power of movement and rhythm, you're saying it's not limited to just this ceremony
Not at all.
or being a Sufi. So how can we apply this idea if we aren't, whirling dervishes? We're
Right.
going to start spinning in the grocery store or anything.
No.
But like, how can we connect with that?
Think about it this way.
Okay.
Have you ever gotten so lost in an activity,
Uh-huh.
like playing music, painting, maybe even gardening,
Mm-hmm.
where you totally lose track of time
Yeah.
and you feel this sense of flow?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
There you go.
Especially like writing.
Yes.
When I'm in the zone.
That feeling of flow,
Yeah.
that's the connection.
Wow.
That's being in sync with something bigger.
So whether it's that formal whirling
Right.
or finding that flow in our everyday things,
Hmm.
it's all about aligning ourselves with that greater rhythm,
You got
that
it.
energy that
Yeah.
flows through everything.
Rumi really understood the power of embodiment,
That's a good point, yeah.
expressing spirituality through movement.
It's a whole way of life.
Exactly.
So we've talked about Delar, we've
Mm.
explored the symbolism of whirling and dance.
Where do we go from here?
Well, a deep dive into Rumi
Yeah.
wouldn't be complete
Right.
without talking about guidance and mentorship
Okay.
and the master-disciple relationship.
Okay, yeah, I always think of master-disciple and I think like,
Strict.
yeah, strict rules, obedience. Was that what Rumi taught?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Think of it more like a mentorship, but
Mhm.
on a spiritual level.
So what would that look like in practice?
In Sufism, the spiritual master is often called a sheikh,
Okay.
and the student is called a murid.
A murid.
The sheikh guides the murid on their spiritual journey,
Okay.
but it's not about like giving them a set of rules.
Okay, so it's less about following rules and more about...
Finding your own way,
Yeah.
but with guidance,
So the shake's more like...
like a mirror, reflecting
Ah.
back
Okay.
the murid's own inner light,
Okay.
helping them to remove any obstacles
That are
in
about-
their
yeah.
way that are blocking their path.
So they're helping you see your potential.
Your own connection
That's it.
to the divine.
Now, Rumi had a really profound experience with this kind of mentorship.
Oh yeah, with Shams of Tabrizi.
Exactly.
I've heard their relationship was super intense,
He was.
even a bit scandalous.
Yeah, it was definitely unconventional.
Did Rumi write about Shams in his poetry?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Their bond was so transformative for Rumi.
Wow.
It inspired much of his most passionate and mystical work.
It really shows you how powerful it can be
Yeah.
to have a mentor like that.
Absolutely.
Do we know how Rumi taught his own students?
Rumi wasn't a big fan of lectures or rigid dogma.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He liked to use stories, poems, and parables
I like that.
to get these really complex truths across.
It's always easier to understand something through a good story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rumi understood that
Yeah.
he wanted to make these profound spiritual concepts accessible to everyone.
Regardless of background.
Exactly. He urged his disciples to really embrace their own experiences.
Okay. And seek those direct encounters with the divine. So less about rules, more about a relationship
Yes, a personal relationship.
with the divine.
That's it.
That's a message for everyone, even if we're not practicing Sufism.
It is.
It's about recognizing that spiritual growth
is a journey, not a destination.
and having a mentor can really help.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it really highlights how valuable it can be
Mm-hmm.
to have those mentors in our lives
Yeah.
to inspire us,
Yes.
challenge us.
That's the beauty of exploring Rumi's work.
Yeah,
It offers this timeless wisdom.
that we can use today.
Absolutely.
Wow, this has been incredible.
It has.
Let's recap for our listeners.
Okay.
We started with Ducker,
Right.
that practice of remembering, being aware of the divine.
Yes.
Then we talked about whirling and dance,
Mm-hmm.
expressing that journey back to the source.
Beautiful.
And then we talked about that importance of guidance
Yes.
and mentorship.
The master-disciple relationship.
All of these are about experiencing divine love and unity,
Yes.
whether it's through that quiet contemplation or that movement, the dance,
Exactly.
or having that guide, that mentor
It's all about connecting.
with that spark
That divine spark.
within ourselves and in everything.
Beautifully said.
It's been an amazing journey today.
It has.
As we wrap up,
Yes.
one thought for our listeners.
Okay.
We've talked about these Sufi practices,
All right.
Rumi's poetry,
Yes.
but how can we bring this to our modern lives?
That's a great question.
It's easy to get lost in the day-to-day
It is.
and forget to connect with something bigger.
You know, Rumi had challenges too.
Yeah.
Distractions.
Right.
But he always came back to that connection with
Okay.
the
Yeah.
divine,
Mm.
seeing the beauty
Yeah.
in those simple moments,
Yeah.
expressing love.
Love and compassion.
Exactly.
Maybe that's the takeaway for us.
Yes, find those ways
So bring those values into our lives.
in our own way.
I love that. Be present. Find those moments of connection. Approach everything with an open heart.
Beautifully put.
Thank you for taking us on this journey today
It was my pleasure.
into the world of Rumi Sufism.
I'll be thinking about this for a long time.
Me too.
Wonderful. Until next time, keep seeking, exploring,
Yeah.
and keep diving deep.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
In the next section, we will talk about the concept of love in Rumi's philosophy.
Have you ever wondered if all the different kinds of love are connected? You know, from the love for a child to the love we feel for something way bigger than ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're going to explore today as we deep dive into Rumi.
Okay.
Rumi was a 13th century Persian poet and Sufi mystic,
Right.
and his words about love are seriously captivating.
What I find fascinating about Rumi is he doesn't see love as just one thing. He talks about divine love and earthly love and how those two intertwine. And he even talks about how heartbreak and tough stuff play a role too.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a really rich tapestry.
It really is, and I think that's what makes me so curious about this whole thing is
Okay.
if Rumi believes that all love ultimately leads back to the divine, back to that source of all being.
Yeah.
How does he explain the pain and heartbreak we experience in our human relationships?
Yeah. That's a great question.
It seems like such a paradox.
It really is something that he grapples with in his work.
Yeah. One of the core concepts he explores is ishq hakweki,
Okay.
which translates to divine love.
Okay.
And it's kind of like this all-consuming passion for the divine,
Right.
a deep longing for reunion with the very source of our being.
So it's like there's this homing beacon within us.
Exactly.
Always pointing us towards something greater.
Yeah, and Rumi suggests that this divine love is actually the driving force behind all of our experiences, even the mundane ones and the painful ones.
Okay.
It's the thread that connects all the different kinds of love.
Right. And I'm remembering that image
Okay.
from his poem, The Guest House,
Right?
where he describes the human experience as a guest house with
Yeah.
all these different visitors, both joyful and sorrowful.
Yeah.
Is he saying that even our tough emotions are guiding us back to the divine?
Yeah, that's a really insightful connection you're making there.
Oh, good.
Every emotion, every experience,
Right.
joy, grief.
Oh, it's all a guest that visits us on our journey
Okay.
back to our origin.
Back to the divine.
Exactly. And each one has something to teach us and helps us grow.
Wow.
Right?
That's a beautiful way to reframe how we view those tough moments.
Yeah.
But what about the love we feel here on Earth? You know, our love for family, friends, romantic partners.
Right.
Does Rumi dismiss those as distractions?
He does not.
Okay.
In fact, he has a term for that too, ishq majazi, or earthly love.
Okay.
And he doesn't see these two forms of love as separate or opposing.
Okay.
He suggests that the love we feel in our human relationships can actually mirror and amplify the soul's yearning for union with the divine.
So it's our earthly loves are like a training ground
Precisely.
for understanding and experiencing divine love.
Yes.
On a much deeper level.
And Rumi doesn't shy away from the intensity of those earthly loves. I mean, he uses such vivid imagery in his poems, like in The Sun Never Says, where he compares selfless love to the sun,
Okay.
giving light and warmth to the earth
Right.
without expecting anything in return.
That's such a beautiful image.
It is.
It makes me think about
Yeah.
how often we get caught up in the give and take of relationships,
Yeah.
expecting something back for our love.
Rumi is really highlighting that unconditional nature
Okay.
of true love.
Right.
How it just radiates outward,
Oh,
just as the sun gives its light freely.
Right.
He's not saying to ignore our needs or boundaries,
Okay.
but he's encouraging us to tap into that wellspring of selfless love within us.
And what I find so refreshing is that he's not saying
Yeah.
reject our earthly desires,
Right.
pretend they don't exist.
Exactly.
Instead, he seems to be saying that they are part of our path,
Yes.
a way to learn and grow
Absolutely.
on our spiritual journey.
Rumi emphasizes balance.
Right. Balancing our earthly desires
Right.
with our spiritual aspirations.
Uh-huh.
He seems to believe that embracing our human experience
Yeah.
with all its complexities and challenges
Yeah.
can actually be a path
Right.
towards spiritual growth.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. We're seeing how Rumi views all forms of love as connected to that yearning for the divine.
Right.
But if love is also this powerful force for change, as he suggests,
Yeah.
how does that work? How does that transformation look like in our lives?
Well, one of the most powerful ways that Rumi illustrates this is through
Okay.
the metaphor of the reed flute.
Yes.
He talks about how the soul is like a reed that's been cut from its source,
Right.
longing to return.
I remember that imagery.
Yeah,
It's so poignant.
it really is.
The way he describes the reed being fashioned into a flute
Right.
and how that sound it produces.
Yeah.
It's like this song of separation,
Mm-hmm.
a yearning to be whole again.
Exactly. The reed flute becomes this symbol for the human soul,
Okay.
separated from the divine and longing to return home.
Okay.
And it's through the experience of love,
Yes.
through the pain of separation,
Yeah.
and the joy of connection,
Uh-huh.
that the soul begins to transform.
Okay.
It's like we shed layers of our ego,
Right.
those
Yeah.
parts of ourselves that keep us separate,
Okay.
and we start to reveal
Yeah.
our true nature.
So love is like the breath that flows through the reed flute, creating that music
Yeah,
that leads us back to our source.
that's beautiful.
Thanks.
Love becomes the catalyst
Okay.
for this incredible journey of transformation,
Right.
a journey that leads us to a deeper understanding of
Okay.
ourselves
Uh-huh.
and our connection to the divine.
But let's be real, love isn't always a joyful experience.
Right.
There's heartbreak,
Mhm.
there's loss,
Yeah,
unrequited love.
sure.
These are all part of the human experience.
Absolutely.
And Rumi doesn't shy away from those.
No, he doesn't.
So how does he reconcile that with this idea?
That love is this path to the divine.
Well, you're right, love can be challenging.
Yeah.
And for Rumi, suffering isn't something to be avoided or
Right.
feared.
Okay.
It's actually an integral part of the journey.
Okay.
He sees it as a companion
hmm
on the path to spiritual growth.
And I'm thinking of that quote,
Yeah.
the wound is the place where the light enters you.
Right.
That's such a powerful image.
It is.
It suggests that even in our darkest moments,
Mhm.
even when love brings pain,
Yes.
there's still a possibility for growth
Absolutely.
and transformation.
Yeah, that's a really profound insight. It's
Right.
like Rumi saying that suffering can actually crack us open
Okay.
and allow us to experience a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
Right.
You know, it can break down the walls we've built up,
Okay.
challenge our assumptions,
Right.
and ultimately lead us to a more authentic way of being.
So instead of running from the pain,
Yeah,
trying to numb ourselves to it,
Yeah.
Rumi encourages us to lean into it,
absolutely.
learn from it,
Mm-hmm.
and ultimately allow it to guide us
Yes,
toward a deeper connection with the divine.
exactly. And it's important to remember
Okay.
that Rumi's perspective on suffering
Mm-hmm.
is rooted in his understanding of impermanence.
Okay.
He recognizes that joy and sorrow are fleeting,
Right.
and that by clinging to either,
Okay.
we actually miss the opportunity
Mm-hmm.
to fully experience the present moment.
So it's about finding that balance, that
Okay.
acceptance,
Yeah.
that both light and shadow are part of the human experience,
Right.
and that by embracing both,
Yes,
we can truly grow and evolve.
precisely. Rumi challenges us
Okay.
to move beyond a dualistic way of thinking and embrace the wholeness of our experience.
Right.
He suggests that by accepting both the joy and the sorrow
Okay.
that life throws our way,
Uh-huh.
we can tap into a deeper well of wisdom and compassion.
Okay. It's really amazing to think about how Rumi saw those connections between all those different kinds of love.
Mm-hmm.
As we wrap up our deep dive into his world, what's the one thing that you hope our listeners will take away?
I think the biggest takeaway is how Rumi expands our understanding of love.
Okay.
It's not just a fleeting emotion or
Yeah.
some kind of romantic ideal.
Yeah.
It's a dynamic force
Right.
that can really transform us
Mhm.
and lead us to a deeper understanding
Right.
and ultimately connect us to something so much greater than ourselves.
He's given us a lot to think about,
It has.
encouraging us to embrace every aspect of love,
Yeah.
from that divine yearning
Mhm.
to our earthly passions, the joys and the sorrows,
Absolutely.
even the pain of separation.
Yeah.
It seems like it's all part of the journey.
It really is.
You know, he challenges us to move beyond
Yeah.
this simplistic view of love and recognize it as this multifaceted force
Right.
that really shapes our lives in such profound ways.
It does.
And you know what resonates with me is that he doesn't sugarcoat things.
No.
You know, he acknowledges that love can be messy
Yeah.
and painful,
Mm-hmm.
that it can really challenge us to our core.
Right to the core.
But he also shows us
Yeah.
that it's often through those challenges
Right.
that we grow and learn and become more fully ourselves.
That's such a powerful message.
It really is.
Like an invitation
Yeah.
to embrace the fullness of our human experience.
Okay.
To see both the light and shadow as those essential parts of our journey.
Towards wholeness.
Exactly.
And if we remember that Rumi saw our earthly desires
Right.
as that potential pathway to spiritual growth,
Mhm.
as a way to connect more deeply with the divine,
Yeah.
how might we reframe our own experiences
Mm.
of love and longing?
That's something I hope our listeners will really contemplate.
That's a great question to leave everyone with.
You know, perhaps Rumi's inviting us to look beyond the surface
Okay.
of our desires, to explore those deeper yearnings that lie beneath,
Right.
and to see how those yearnings
Yeah.
might actually be guiding us
Ah,
toward a more profound understanding of ourselves
right.
and our place in this universe.
Beautifully put.
Thank you.
And on that note, we'll leave you to ponder the mysteries of love,
Yes.
Rumi style. Until next time, keep diving deep.
In the next section, we will talk about the moral values in Rumi's philosophy.
Welcome back, deep divers. Today we're diving deep into the moral philosophy of Rumi.
Rumi, the Sufi mystic and poet.
Exactly. And we've got this excerpt that really digs into his moral values.
Fascinating stuff. Timeless, really.
It is, you know, you probably heard that famous quote, "Raise your words, not your voice."
It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. Beautiful.
Right. But today, we're going beyond the surface, with the help of our expert, of course.
Happy to be here.
So, Rumi's moral philosophy, where do we even begin? I guess with Naya, right?
Absolutely. Naya, or intention, it's the heart of it all.
So it's more than just doing good deeds. It's about why we do them.
Precisely. It's the driving force behind our actions that truly matters.
Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Like, imagine someone donating a ton of money to charity.
Classic example. On the surface, very generous.
Right. But how would Rumi judge that?
He'd ask, what's the motivation? True desire to help? Or maybe...
CE recognition, tax write-off.
Exactly. The source material even gives an example. 2 people donating to charity.
Oh, I think I know where this is going.
One person, all fanfare, wants everyone to see their generosity. The other, quietly, purely out of compassion.
And for Rumi, it's the quiet giver who's truly acting morally.
Absolutely. Outward act might be the same, but the inner intention, completely different. Naya is everything.
Wow. It's a real gut check, isn't it? Like, would I still do this if nobody knew? Gets to the heart of it.
Yeah.
But how do we actually apply this in our everyday lives?
It's about bringing that awareness, that intentionality into everything we do. Before you speak, ask yourself, why am I saying this? Before you act, consider what's really motivating me.
It's about being present, mindful.
Exactly. But Rumi doesn't stop there. He also talks about forgiveness. It's power to heal.
Forgiveness.
Yeah.
Such a powerful thing. What makes Rumi's view on it unique?
Well, he really emphasizes love and compassion, right? But with forgiveness, he takes it further, sees it as a virtue that brings light to dark situations. There's this line, the wound is the place where the light enters you.
Wow. He's saying forgiving can actually heal a painful experience.
Yes. It's about shifting our perspective. Forgiveness isn't just letting go of anger, it's an opportunity for growth.
So it's not about forgetting or condoning the wrong.
No, it's about freeing yourself from negativity, choosing compassion over resentment, understanding over bitterness.
It's deeper than I think a lot of us realize. And it feels really empowering.
Exactly. And this idea of reclaiming our power through forgiveness, it connects to another virtue Rumi emphasizes, mercy.
Forgiveness and mercy, 2 sides of the same coin. I'd love to hear more about what Rumi had to say about mercy.
Mercy.
It does feel lighter somehow,
Yeah.
like a breath of fresh air after all that. What did Rumi have to say about it?
Well, he saw it as this recognition of our shared humanity.
Shared humanity.
Yeah, like understanding that we all mess up, we're all on this journey. It's crucial for harmony, you know?
Harmony in our relationships with others, but with ourselves too, right?
Exactly. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? Rumi believed true mercy begins with self-compassion,
Being kind to ourselves even when we make mistakes.
recognizing our flaws without the judgment, just like we'd treat a loved one.
It's a powerful concept, especially in today's world. Makes you think about Rumi's teachings on humility too. Are they connected?
Absolutely. Humility, another big one for Rumi. But it's not about putting ourselves down.
Not about denying our strengths.
Right. It's about seeing the bigger picture, understanding that we're all interconnected, no one's better than anyone else.
Letting go of the ego, the need to be the best.
Exactly. Rumi believed true humility comes from realizing we're all students, always learning. Approach life with a sense of wonder.
Like that quote, "Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I'm changing myself."
Love that one. Really highlights the link between humility and service, doesn't it?
It does. True change starts within. I read this story once about a woman who left her high-powered job to teach kids in underprivileged communities. Said letting go of her ego, embracing service, was the most fulfilling thing ever.
That's beautiful. A perfect example of how shedding those ego desires leads to a life of meaning. Rumi believed humility naturally leads to wanting to serve something bigger than ourselves.
So it's not about some grand gesture, but about those everyday opportunities to make a difference.
Exactly. Helping a neighbor, listening to a friend, even just random acts of kindness. Rumi believed even small acts with the right intention can make a huge impact.
It all comes back to Naya. Okay, we've talked intention, forgiveness, mercy, humility. I'm curious now about truthfulness and integrity, especially today with so much information flying around.
Absolutely crucial. For Rumi, they were fundamental to morality. Being truthful in word and action creates trust and authenticity.
Makes you think about all the misinformation out there. How do we even strive for truthfulness in such a complex world?
It starts with honesty with ourselves. Are we being true to our values, representing ourselves authentically? Then it extends outwards. Are we communicating honestly even when it's tough?
So walking the walk, not just talking the talk.
Exactly. For Rumi, truthfulness went beyond just facts. It's about aligning our lives with our values, being transparent, authentic.
And integrity.
Yeah.
Feels so closely tied to truthfulness.
Definitely. Integrity for Rumi was about living in harmony with your values, even when it's hard. The unwavering commitment to doing the right thing, even when no one's watching.
Is that inner compass, isn't it? Especially when faced with tough choices where the wrong path might seem easier.
Exactly. Rumi reminds us that integrity means doing the right thing, even when it costs us. And it's not just personal, it impacts society as a whole. When people live with integrity, it builds trust and respect for everyone.
You know, it's like all these virtues we've been discussing, they're all connected. Intention leading to action, forgiveness to mercy, humility to service, and truthfulness to integrity. Like threads weaving together to create this beautiful tapestry of a moral life.
What a beautiful way to put it. And I think that's a key takeaway from Rumi's teachings. These virtues aren't isolated, they work together, they support each other.
And as we cultivate them within ourselves, it creates ripples outwards, impacting our relationships, our communities, even the world around us.
Exactly. And that's where the real power of Rumi's philosophy lies. It's not just about individual enlightenment, it's about a more just, compassionate, and harmonious world for all.
It's been such a journey, exploring these principles, but putting them into practice, that's a lifelong effort, right?
Absolutely. A constant process of learning, growing, and trying to align our lives with these timeless values.
It is inspiring, but also a little daunting, right? Like, where do we even start?
Well, Rumi wasn't about strict rules, doctrines.
Yeah.
He believed in personal experience, individual growth.
So less about commandments, more about finding our own way to live these virtues.
Exactly. It's about weaving them into our lives, letting them guide us.
I like that. Like, we're given these threads, intention, forgiveness, all of them. And we create our own tapestry, our own version of a moral life.
Beautifully put. And remember, it's a process. We'll stumble, we'll make mistakes.
I'm all part of it.
Exactly. Rumi's teachings, they offer a path, but we each walk it in our own way.
So for someone listening, feeling inspired, where's a good place to begin?
Self-reflection. Rumi really believed in that.
Taking time to look inward.
Yeah, even a few minutes each day. Ask yourself, What am I grateful for? What's challenging me? How can I approach things with more intention, more compassion?
You know, what really struck me throughout this whole deep dive is how much Rumi's teachings are rooted in love.
Oh, absolutely. For him, love wasn't just a feeling, it was a way of life.
And all these virtues we've been discussing, they're like expressions of that love. For ourselves, for others.
That's it, yeah. That's the heart of it, to live with love, compassion, and respect for everyone.
As we wrap up, I want to leave our listeners with something to think about. We talked about Naya, right?
Intention.
Yes. What if, for the rest of today, you approached everything, every interaction, every word, with the intention of expressing love?
That's powerful. I think Rumi would approve.
Imagine the ripple effect. Well, on that note, a huge thank you to you for being here. So insightful.
My pleasure. Always a joy to talk about Rumi.
And to our listeners, thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We hope you found it insightful, inspiring.
And remember, the journey doesn't end here. Keep exploring, keep learning.
Keep diving deep. Until next time.
In the next section, we will talk about Rumi's views on life and existence.
All right, so we're diving deep today, and I'm pretty excited about this one.
Yeah,
Rumi,
yeah.
the 13th century Persian poet and scholar, Sufi mystic.
Yeah.
And you know what gets me about his work is how it just seems to resonate across centuries, you know?
It really does.
He was tapping into something really deep, something that still speaks to us today.
Absolutely. Timeless wisdom.
So in this deep dive, we're going to explore
Okay.
some of those big ideas from Rumi's work
Oh, right.
and pull out some of those nuggets that might even surprise you, even if you think you know
Yeah.
Rumi's poetry.
Yeah, it's really fascinating how his explorations of love, unity, and the human condition just remain so powerful and relevant,
Yeah.
even today.
That's like he tapped into some universal truth that
Yeah.
transcends time and culture.
For sure.
Okay, let's dive in.
Okay, let's do it.
One of the biggest things that we see throughout his work is this idea of tawhid, this unity of everything.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt really connected to nature? Like you were part of something much larger than yourself?
Absolutely.
Or like felt a deep connection with a complete stranger?
Yes.
You know, that sense of shared humanity.
Yes.
That's a glimpse of tawhid, this underlying unity that
Yeah.
Rumi's talking about. He's saying we're not just these separate beings floating around. We're all interconnected, part of this incredible web of existence that all comes from the same divine source.
Exactly. And you know what? He paints this beautiful picture with that image of the ocean.
Ah, yes.
You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop.
Oh, I love that.
It's like that feeling of awe when you look up at the night sky
yeah.
and realize how vast the universe is.
It's breathtaking.
Yeah, that same vastness is inside each of us.
That's an image that always stays with me.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me that we're not as separate
Right.
as we might think. Speaking of powerful forces,
Yeah.
we can't talk about Rumi without talking about love.
No, you can't.
It's like the central theme. It's the driving force.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and I think he's not just talking about romantic love,
Right.
but this all-encompassing, transformative kind of love. Remember that line? Love is the bridge between you and everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's like he's saying love can bridge the gap between our
Oh.
individual selves and the divine, between the human and the cosmos.
I love that. That's such an interesting way to put it. You know,
Yeah.
it makes you think about how we experience love in our own lives, not just romantic relationships,
exactly,
but our
yeah.
connections with nature,
Yeah.
art, music,
Yeah.
even in moments of just deep self-acceptance.
Absolutely self-love.
And this reminds me of another one of his key themes,
Okay.
embracing the present moment.
Yes.
Rumi was all about finding joy in simply being.
He was. He saw life as this continuous dance of creation and destruction, right? Where endings give birth to new beginnings. And even in sorrow, he saw that seed of joy.
Yeah.
There's that quote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you."
Ooh.
That really encapsulates it.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like he's saying it's okay to not be okay.
Right.
You know, to embrace that full spectrum of human experience,
Absolutely.
the light and the dark.
Yeah.
That kind of brings us to a really interesting point about how he viewed suffering.
Okay.
He didn't see it as something to just avoid,
Right.
but as a pathway to growth and enlightenment.
Mm-hmm.
And, that really resonates with a lot of modern ideas
Yeah.
about resilience
Right.
and post-traumatic growth, where we
Yes.
learn and we evolve through our challenges.
Precisely, yeah. And it ties into another fascinating aspect of Rumi's work, his perspective on reality.
Okay.
He challenged the conventional way of seeing things.
Mm-hmm.
He suggested that what we perceive as reality
Yeah.
is actually a veil over the truth.
Oh.
He encourages us to go beyond those surface appearances and connect with the eternal that's within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and this is another one of those great quotes, "Don't be satisfied with stories, how things have gone with others.
Mm-hmm.
Unfold your own myth."
Oh, I love that.
It's like he's giving us permission
Yeah.
to question everything
Yeah.
and go on our own spiritual adventure.
Yeah, it's like he's saying, don't just accept someone else's version of reality. Go out and experience it for yourself.
Yes.
Connect with the universe on your own terms.
Mhm.
It's so empowering.
It is.
But so how do we actually live this wisdom?
Right.
Rumi's words are beautiful. They're inspiring.
Yes, they are.
But how do we take them off the page
Yeah.
and into our everyday lives?
It's about embodying his teachings, making them a lived experience.
Mm-hmm.
He encourages us to live intentionally, with a sense of purpose, to cherish the connections we have,
Right.
and to find our place in this grand dance of existence.
Yeah.
Let the beauty we love be what we do.
Oh, that's a good one.
That always stands out to me.
That's such a simple yet profound statement.
Yeah.
So how can we, the listeners, how can we identify that beauty and then translate it into action?
I think start by noticing what brings you joy, what fills you with awe and wonder. It could be anything: spending time in nature, connecting with loved ones, creating art, helping others. Then ask yourself, how can I bring more of this beauty into my daily life? How can my actions reflect what I truly value? And, it could be as simple as expressing gratitude more often, practicing random acts of kindness, or pursuing a passion you've been putting off. It's about aligning your actions with what resonates with your soul.
Yeah, that's such a powerful way to think about it. It's not about appreciating beauty passively, but actively bringing it into the world through our actions. It's like Rumi's inviting us all to this incredible dance.
This journey of spiritual discovery and harmony.
Yes.
And it starts with us. That choice to tap into our full potential.
And that's where his question comes in. You were born with wings. Why prefer to crawl through life?
Oh, I love that one.
It's just so powerful. It's a call to rise above our limitations, embrace the fullness of who we are, and to soar to new heights.
It really is so much to reflect on. It's amazing how Rumi's work, written centuries ago, can still feel so relevant and insightful today.
Absolutely.
He encourages us to live with purpose, to love deeply, to be present, and to remember that interconnectedness with everything around us.
And, it's a timeless invitation to find that spark of the divine within ourselves and let it guide us on our journey.
Beautiful. And to you, our listeners, we leave you with this. What will you choose to do with your wings?
In the next section, we will talk about major themes in Rumi's poetry.
All right, amazing humans, buckle up. We're about to plunge headfirst into the swirling, colorful world of Rumi's poetry.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a good one.
You ready to get your mind blown wide open?
I was born ready.
Perfect, because today we're talking about Rumi, and not just like skimming the surface. We're going deep, deep, deep into the heart of his poetry. We've got all these incredible excerpts, and we're going to tease out all the juicy, timeless wisdom he's packing.
Rumi, like this infinite well of wisdom, you can keep coming back to his words and they just hit you differently every time.
Totally. It's like he's speaking directly to your soul.
Right. It's kind of spooky sometimes how relevant his stuff still is today. Like he was writing centuries ago, but it feels so fresh and alive.
Okay, so to kick things off, let's talk about divine love. Rumi's whole thing wasn't just about like romantic love or even just love between people.
No, he takes it way further. It's about like this all-encompassing, crazy, powerful love that's woven into the very fabric of existence. It's the source of everything, man.
Yeah, like it's the energy that fuels the entire universe.
Exactly. And for Rumi, love isn't just a feeling, it's a path. a path to the divine, to a higher state of being. It's about dissolving the barriers between us and connecting to something much, much bigger than ourselves.
He talks about love being like a vessel of divine light.
Oh, yeah, that one's beautiful.
Right. And there's that other one. A lover's heart is a sacred space where the beloved's secrets are whispered. I mean, that's just pure magic.
It gives me goosebumps every time.
Me too. Okay, so we've got this incredible concept of love being like a pathway to the divine. And that ties in perfectly with Rumi's whole idea of the spiritual journey, right?
Totally. Rumi uses this awesome metaphor of a voyage to describe the soul's quest for enlightenment. It's like we're all on this epic adventure, searching for deeper truths, trying to connect with that divine spark within ourselves.
Yeah, like we're all intrepid explorers on this winding path of self-discovery.
Exactly. And there are going to be bumps along the way, right? There are going to be challenges and doubts and moments where you feel totally lost. But that's all part of the journey, man.
It's like, without those dark nights of the soul, you'd never appreciate the blazing sunshine when it finally breaks through the clouds.
I love how real Rumi gets about the struggles. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He knows that this spiritual journey isn't always pretty, but it's always, always worth it.
Totally.
Oh.
Okay, so we've got this idea of love being a path to the divine. And we've got this idea of the soul being on a constant journey of self-discovery. And one of the things that blows my mind about Rumi is how he sees this divine spark in everything, like even in nature.
Oh, yeah. Rumi was a master of using nature as a mirror for spiritual truths. He'd look at a blooming flower and see the soul's awakening.
Or like a flowing river and see the continuous journey of life.
And the vastness of the sky would remind him of the infinite potential within and around us.
Right. He was constantly inviting us to pay attention, to really see the beauty and the interconnectedness of everything around us.
And that interconnectedness, that sense of oneness, is such a crucial part of Rumi's message.
Yeah, he was all about looking beyond the superficial differences that divide us and recognizing the fundamental unity that binds us all together.
He's like, yo, we're all in this cosmic dance together.
It's so powerful, especially in the world today, where there's so much division and conflict.
Yeah, Rumi's message of unity and compassion feels more relevant than ever.
And it's not just about recognizing the divine spark in nature and in each other. Rumi also had this incredible understanding of human emotions. Like, he wasn't afraid to get real, to dive into the depths of joy, sorrow, longing, all of it.
Yeah, and he didn't just acknowledge these emotions, he embraced them. He saw them as essential parts of the spiritual journey.
Like, those intense feelings are the fuel that propels us forward on the path, right?
Absolutely. It's like without those raw, messy human emotions, we'd be stuck.
I love how he encourages us to lean into those vulnerabilities, to see them as strengths rather than weaknesses.
It's what makes him so relatable. He's not some distant, ethereal figure. He's right here with us, feeling everything we feel, and showing us how to use those feelings to grow.
I don't know about you, but sometimes when I'm feeling lost or overwhelmed, I just crack open a book of Rumi's poetry and it's like, boom, instant comfort.
Right. It's like he sees right through you. Like, he knows exactly what you're going through, even though he lived centuries ago.
And there's something so powerful about knowing that someone else has walked this path before you and they came out the other side.
Yeah, Rumi is like this wise, compassionate guide leading us through the maze of human experience.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the incredible world of Rumi, I'm curious, what's resonating with you the most right now?
Yeah, what message are you going to take with you from this journey?
And how can we each bring a little bit more of that Rumi magic into our own lives and into the world?
Thanks for thought, right.
Big time. All right, beautiful humans, go forth and explore Rumi's poetry for yourselves. Let his words guide you, challenge you, inspire you. Until next time, keep seeking, keep questioning, keep diving deep.
Peace out.
In the next section, we will talk about literary style of the Rumi's poetry.
Welcome in, everybody. Ready to dive into some Rumi?
Always ready for some Rumi.
I feel like we should preface this a little bit.
Yeah.
Rumi, everybody considers him one of the greats, but we're kind of doing something a little different today.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at Rumi's poems, we're looking at excerpts about his style.
Right.
So this is really going to be a treasure hunt of how does he actually use words to create the magic that he creates?
That's what makes this exploration so intriguing.
Yeah.
By understanding the mechanics behind Rumi's poetry, we can unlock a deeper appreciation for his work.
Yeah.
Like being given a backstage pass.
Okay.
To see how the magic trick is done.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's unpack this. We know that his poetry is packed with metaphors and symbols.
Yeah.
But what makes them so special?
Well, Rumi's metaphors are more than just literary devices.
Right.
They act as portals to deep spiritual understanding, inviting us to look beyond the surface and glimpse the divine within the everyday.
Okay.
Take the recurring symbol of the reed, for instance.
Oh, the reed.
Remember the song of the reed?
Of course.
Yeah.
Such a powerful image, and I always feel that sense of yearning
Mm.
in his words.
Yeah,
It resonates with those moments when you're just searching for something more, something deeper.
exactly.
Yeah.
The reed embodies the human soul longing to return to its source,
Right.
much like we might yearn for a sense of belonging or purpose in our own lives.
It makes you think, what are the reeds in our own lives?
Yeah.
What are we yearning for?
That's a great question to consider.
Yeah.
Now let's shift our focus to another recurring symbol, the garden.
Okay.
What you think Rumi is trying to convey with this image?
Well, gardens are places of growth and cultivation.
Yes.
But I'm guessing there's a deeper meaning here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The garden serves as a metaphor for the heart,
Oh.
a space where we nurture our inner selves.
Right.
Think about the gardens you cultivate in your life.
Mm-hmm.
What are you nurturing?
Yeah.
What needs weeding out?
Ooh.
Rumi invites us to see our inner world as a garden that requires tending,
Okay.
just like any physical garden.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a powerful way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, speaking of structure, Rumi was a master of so many forms.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the ghazal?
The ghazal.
What makes it so special?
The ghazal, with its rhyming couplets,
Yep.
is traditionally centered around themes of love, loss, and separation. Themes that are very much aligned with Rumi's exploration of the soul's journey.
Right.
What makes it so compelling is the duality of its structure.
Okay.
Each couplet can be savored independently,
Right.
yet they also weave together a larger narrative,
Okay.
much like
Yeah.
the individual threads in a tapestry.
So each couplet is like a window into a specific moment or emotion,
Yeah.
but together they paint a broader picture of the human experience. Did Rumi put his own spin on the ghazal?
He certainly did.
Yeah.
Rumi took this traditional form and infused it with his mystical insights,
Okay.
transforming it into a vehicle for exploring the divine mysteries.
Okay.
The ghazal's structure, with its independent yet interconnected couplets,
Mm-hmm.
mirrors the Sufi belief that every individual soul is on a unique journey,
Right.
yet ultimately connected to the same divine source.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
And then there's the quatrain,
Yes.
a seemingly simple four-line stanza.
Mhm.
What makes it so effective in conveying Rumi's message?
Don't let its simplicity fool ya.
Okay.
The quatrain's power lies in its conciseness.
Mm-hmm.
It allows Rumi to distill profound truths into potent, memorable verses.
Right?
Imagine condensing an entire philosophical treatise into a single, impactful drop.
Wow.
That's the power of the quatrain.
It's like a mental snack for the soul. And of course, we can't forget the Masnavi.
Ah, the Masnavi.
Rumi's magnum opus, considered a cornerstone of Sufi literature.
It's much more than just a long poem.
Okay.
It's a spiritual labyrinth.
Wow.
Each story, each parable is like a pathway leading you deeper into the mysteries of the soul.
Okay.
It's designed to be reread and contemplated, revealing new layers of meaning each time.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
It sounds like a journey that could take a lifetime to fully explore. But let's shift gears a bit and talk about Rumi's use of language.
Yes.
He's known for his vivid imagery, blending the mystical with the everyday. What makes his approach so captivating?
Rumi had a knack for finding the extraordinary within the ordinary.
Okay.
He could take something as simple as gazing at the night sky or taking a sip of water
Right.
and infuse it with spiritual significance.
Okay.
For example, he once described the stars as the eyes of God.
Ooh, that image sends shivers down my spine. It connects the vastness of the cosmos with the individual soul
Yeah,
in such a profound way.
precisely.
Yeah.
He reminds us that we're all part of something much larger than ourselves.
Right.
And then there's that line about drinking water, quenching the thirst of the heart.
Oh, yeah.
He elevates a simple everyday act into a metaphor for spiritual sustenance.
It's like he's saying that the divine is all around us, woven into the fabric of our lives, waiting to be discovered.
Exactly.
And speaking of everyday experiences, one thing that always strikes me about Rumi's poetry is the richness of his sensory details.
Absolutely.
He doesn't just tell us, he makes us feel.
Rumi's poetry is a feast for the senses.
Yeah.
He describes the rustling of leaves,
Hmm.
the soft glow of twilight,
Yes.
the scent of flowers.
Yeah.
These sensory details create a multi-sensory experience for the reader,
Right.
drawing us into his world.
It's like stepping into a living, breathing tapestry of words.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder his poetry feels so timeless and relatable,
Yeah.
even centuries later.
Back again, delving deeper into Rumi.
It's just amazing how he can convey such complex spiritual ideas through these metaphors and symbols that feel so relatable.
Mm-hmm.
To really grasp the depth of these metaphors, though,
Yes.
it's helpful, I think, to consider the historical and cultural context that he was writing in.
Absolutely.
Right? We can't just analyze his poetry in a vacuum.
Yeah.
His words were shaped by the world that he lived in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rumi was steeped in the Sufi tradition,
Okay.
a mystical branch of Islam that emphasizes a direct, personal experience of the divine.
Okay.
Think of it as a lens through which he viewed the world,
Okay.
and his poetry becomes a way of expressing that mystical experience.
So Sufism was like the air he breathed, and his poetry becomes a reflection of that spiritual atmosphere.
Precisely.
Ah.
And within that Sufi context,
Mm-hmm.
certain symbols take on even deeper meanings.
Okay.
For example, the image of the whirling dervishes,
Oh, yeah.
so central to Sufism, represents the soul's longing to transcend the earthly realm and connect with the divine.
It's like they're dancing their way to ecstasy,
Yes.
to a state of union with the divine.
Mm-hmm.
And you can feel that same sense of ecstatic longing in Rumi's poetry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that longing is often expressed through the metaphor of love.
Oh, right.
Remember, in Sufi poetry, love is not just a romantic emotion.
Okay.
It's a powerful force
Mm-hmm.
that draws the soul towards God.
So when Rumi talks about love,
Yes.
he's not just talking about a crush
Right.
or a fleeting romantic feeling.
Yeah.
He's tapping into something much deeper, a
Exactly.
universal yearning
Yeah.
for connection with the divine.
He's talking about a love that transcends all boundaries,
Hmm.
a love that unites us all with the divine source.
Wow.
And that's why his poetry has such a universal appeal.
Yeah.
It speaks to something deep within us,
Right.
regardless of our background
Mm.
or beliefs.
It's like he's touching a universal chord, a shared human experience
Nice.
of longing and searching.
And he does it with such artistry,
Yeah.
such beauty and grace.
Mm-hmm.
His language is both simple and profound,
Right.
capable of expressing both the most delicate nuances of feeling
Yeah.
and the most expansive spiritual insights.
Wow.
He's like a master chef blending spices from all over the world
Okay.
to create a dish that's both familiar and exotic, comforting and exhilarating.
It's interesting how you mentioned that Rumi used a variety of poetic forms. We talked about the ghazal and the quatrain.
Yes.
But what other structures did he employ?
Rumi was a master of many forms, and he chose each one carefully to suit his purpose.
Right.
For instance, he sometimes used the rubai,
Okay.
a 4-line verse form, often used for philosophical reflections.
So it's like a miniature philosophical essay in verse form.
Exactly.
Wow.
The rubai allowed Rumi to express complex ideas
Yeah.
in a concise and memorable way. It's like a little nugget of wisdom that you can carry with you throughout the day.
A mental snack for the soul.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of the Masnavi, we touched on it earlier,
Yes.
but I'd love to hear more about its structure and significance.
Well, the Masnavi is a long
Okay.
narrative poem, often consisting of rhyming couplets.
Right.
It's a form that's particularly well suited to storytelling,
Okay.
and Rumi used it to great effect in his masterpiece,
Okay.
the Masnavi-e-Manavi.
So it's like a novel in verse.
In a way, yes.
Okay.
But it's also much more than that.
Okay.
The Masnavi-e-Manavi is a vast and complex work
Right.
that encompasses everything from Sufi teachings to philosophical reflections,
Okay.
moral tales, and even humorous anecdotes.
It sounds like a treasure trove of wisdom and entertainment.
It truly is.
Wow.
And its structure is as intricate as its content.
Okay.
Rumi uses a series of interwoven stories and parables to illustrate his points, drawing the reader into a labyrinth of meaning.
Yeah.
It's a journey that requires patience and attentiveness,
Right.
but the rewards are immeasurable.
It's like embarking on a pilgrimage, not knowing exactly where the path will lead,
Yeah,
but trusting that the journey itself is transformative.
that's a beautiful analogy.
Yeah.
And it speaks to the power of Rumi's poetry. It's not meant to be passively consumed. It's an invitation to engage,
Right.
to participate in a dialogue with the divine.
So it's not just about reading the words on the page.
Mm-hmm.
It's about allowing those words to awaken something within us.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And that's why Rumi's poetry has such a profound impact on people's lives.
Right.
It's not just aesthetically pleasing. It's transformative.
Okay.
It has the power to change the way we see the world,
Right.
the way we understand ourselves, and the way we connect with the divine.
It's like a mirror that reflects back to us our own deepest longings and aspirations.
And in that reflection, we catch a glimpse of the infinite possibilities that lie within us.
That's a powerful image.
Yeah.
It makes me think about how Rumi's poetry can be a source of both comfort and inspiration. It can soothe our souls when we're feeling lost and alone,
Yeah.
and it can ignite our spirits when we're feeling stagnant or uninspired.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why Rumi's work continues to resonate with people centuries after his death.
Right.
His message is timeless. His wisdom is universal, and his poetry is a gift that keeps on giving.
It's a gift that we can keep unwrapping layer by layer for a lifetime.
Exactly.
You know, we've covered a lot of ground in exploring Rumi's literary style,
Yeah.
but there's still so much to uncover.
Yeah.
Let's delve even deeper into the heart of his work after a short break. We're back and ready to wrap up our Rumi deep dive.
Sounds good.
We've talked about the what and the how of his writing, but what do you think is the why?
Ooh,
What drove Rumi to write poetry in the first place?
that's a fascinating question.
Yeah.
I believe the answer lies in the transformative power of language.
Okay.
For Rumi, poetry wasn't merely a form of entertainment
Right.
or self-expression. It was a means of connecting with the divine,
Right.
sharing his mystical experiences, and guiding others on their spiritual journeys.
So it was almost like a mission for him.
Precisely.
Yeah.
To use words to awaken the soul.
It's like he's constructing a bridge between the earthly and the divine, using words as his building blocks.
Yeah.
What were the materials, so to speak, that he used to build that bridge?
He built that bridge on beauty, imagery, and profound insight.
Okay.
Rumi understood that the human heart is drawn to beauty, and he used that understanding to craft poetry that was both aesthetically pleasing
Right.
and spiritually enriching.
It's like he's saying, come, let me show you the beauty of the divine.
Yeah.
And in doing so, let me awaken the beauty within you.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Yeah.
And it speaks to the universality of Rumi's message. It's a message that transcends time, culture,
Right.
and even religious boundaries.
Yeah.
It's a message about love, longing, and the search for meaning and connection.
And it's a message that feels as relevant today as it was centuries ago,
Absolutely.
in a world that can often feel chaotic and disconnected. Rumi's poetry offers us a sense of grounding,
Yeah.
a reminder that we are all part of something larger than ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That sense of connection is something we all crave,
Right.
whether we realize it or not. Rumi's poetry helps us tap into that craving
Okay.
and find solace in the knowledge that we are not alone in our search for meaning.
He's like a wise old friend offering us guidance and comfort on our journey through life.
And like any good friend, he doesn't shy away from the difficult questions.
Right.
He explores themes of loss, heartbreak,
Yeah.
and the pain of separation. But he does so with compassion and understanding, reminding us that even in our darkest moments,
Yeah.
we are never truly alone.
He's not afraid to delve into the shadows, but always points us towards the light.
And that's what makes his poetry so powerful.
Yeah.
It acknowledges the full spectrum of human experience,
Right.
the joy and the sorrow, the light and the darkness, and offers us a path to wholeness,
Okay.
to integration.
It's like he's saying, embrace it all, the good and the bad,
Yeah.
for it's all part of the tapestry of life.
And in that tapestry, we find beauty, meaning, and ultimately connection.
Right.
Connection to ourselves, to each other, and to the divine source that flows through us all.
What a beautiful way to sum up Rumi's legacy.
Yeah.
It's a powerful reminder that even though he lived centuries ago, his words still have the power to touch our hearts and transform our lives.
Absolutely.
His poetry is a timeless treasure that continues to inspire and uplift generations of readers. And it's a reminder that the search for meaning and connection is a journey we all share. A journey that's made richer and more fulfilling when we have companions like Rumi to guide us along the way.
Well said.
Well, that about wraps up our Rumi deep dive. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did.
Me too.
Be sure to check out some Rumi and see what speaks to you.
Great idea.
Until next time.
Bye.
In the next section, we will talk about the famous poems of Rumi.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're ready for another deep dive, and this time we're really getting into it, like seriously deep, with some beautiful poetry.
Beautiful, yeah.
We're talking about the Song of the Reed
Oh, Rumi.
by Rumi. You probably heard of Rumi, right?
Oh, yeah, 13th century.
Yeah, 13th century
Persian poet.
Persian poet and Sufi mystic, known for his insights into like the human condition, the spiritual journey.
Not questions.
Yeah. And this poem, it's not just some pretty words on a page. I mean, it is that, but there's so much more going on.
So much depth.
Yeah, it's a metaphor's layers of meaning about like separation and longing and this search for connection.
It's amazing how much he packs in.
It really is. So the central image in the poem is this reed flute.
The Nikki.
The Niki, right.
Mm.
And I want you to, like, imagine that sound for a second. Have you ever heard a neek?
It's haunting, isn't it?
It's haunting. It's almost melancholic.
Yeah, very much so.
And that's what Rumi uses to symbolize.
That sound.
Yeah, like he uses the reed as a symbol for something much bigger.
The human soul, right?
The human soul.
Separated from the divine source and just yearning to return.
Yeah, I love that. It's like we're all walking around with this, like, this emptiness.
Yeah, this hole inside.
Yeah, and like wanting to fill it.
And that's the longing.
The longing, right?
And he really emphasizes that in the poem. Like when he talks about the reed being cut from the reed bed,
Oh, yeah?
its hollow body echoing with these tales of separation almost.
It's like the music itself comes from that suffering,
Exactly, yeah.
which I think it's a powerful image, right?
Yeah.
Because I think we so often in our lives try to like avoid pain, avoid discomfort.
Right, run from it.
We run from it,
Yeah.
but maybe that's part of the process.
Good point, even, maybe.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge theme in Sufi mysticism, this idea of expression through suffering.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's the concept that those tough times,
Yeah.
that separation, it can actually be like a catalyst.
For growth.
For growth, for beauty, even.
Wow. So it's not about like just being miserable.
No.
It's about recognizing that those are part of the journey.
Part of a larger journey.
Yeah. To wholeness, to
Connection.
connection. Yeah.
And, you know, that leads us right into those three key lessons from the source material that we wanted to highlight today.
Okay, let's hear them.
All right, so first, embracing that longing.
Okay.
Second, finding the beauty in that suffering.
Okay.
And third, seeking connection.
Those are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first one, embracing longing. I mean, that's like the opposite of what we're usually told to do.
Yeah,
right?
we're told to distract ourselves.
Yeah, numb it out.
Get rid of it.
Push it down.
But Rumi's suggesting, you know, maybe those feelings are there for a reason.
Like a guide.
Like a compass. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, instead of something negative, it's pointing us in the right direction.
I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, and then finding beauty in suffering.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
But Rumi, through his poetry, I think shows us that even in those moments of pain,
Yeah.
there can be so much beauty
Yeah.
and so much growth.
It's like that reed flute. The music is most beautiful because it comes from
Wound, yeah.
it's like artists, you know, often create their most powerful work when they're going through hard times.
Right.
It's like they're channeling that into something meaningful.
Absolutely, yeah. And that ties right into the third lesson, which is that persistent seeking of connection.
Okay, yeah.
And this is where Rumi's concept of fana comes in.
Okay, hold on. What's fauna?
It's a Sufi
Yeah.
term
Okay.
that basically means annihilation of the self in the divine.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's the idea that by surrendering to the divine, letting go of our ego,
Our sense of self?
yeah, we can actually achieve true union.
It's like the reed surrendering to the breath of the musician.
Yes.
To become the music.
Exactly, to become something greater.
Wow. So when we embrace that longing,
Yeah,
find beauty in suffering,
Yeah.
and seek that connection,
that's it.
we're playing our own song.
Our own unique song
Yeah, it's a song of...
of our journey back to wholeness.
Wow. I really love that. So the final thing to think about is if our own, you know, struggles and longings are like the music of the reed flute,
Yeah.
what kind of song are we playing?
What was your song?
Yeah, what's your song? What does it tell you about your journey?
Yeah. What does it say about your journey toward connection and wholeness?
Wow. That's something to think about. All right. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for another deep dive. We'll see you next time.
See you next time.
In the next section, we will talk about a poem of Rumi, which is called The Guest House.
Ever feel like your emotions are just all over the place? Up, down, sideways?
Like a roller coaster you can't get off of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like everyone expects you to just, stay positive all the time.
Right. Like just slap a smile on and pretend everything's fine.
But what if there's a different way? What if instead of fighting our feelings, we actually, invited them in?
That's a really interesting thought. And you know what? There's this poem that talks about exactly that. It's called The Guest House by Rumi.
Rumi, the 13th century poet, the Sufi mystic.
The one and only. And in this poem, he gives us this amazing metaphor for understanding our emotions. He says, imagine your life is like a guest house.
A guest house.
Yeah, with all these different visitors coming and going all the time. And guess what? Each visitor represents a different emotion.
So, happiness might swing by for a barbecue.
Exactly. Joy might pop in for a dance party. But then, sometimes grief shows up unannounced.
Or anger just barges in, demanding attention.
It happens, but here's the thing. Rumi says we should welcome every single guest, no matter how they make us feel.
Really? Even the ones that, totally wreck the place?
Even those. Because he says even the emotions that feel negative, like sadness, fear, anger, they all have wisdom to offer.
It's like they've traveled a long way to bring us a message.
Exactly. They've come to teach us something about ourselves, about life. So instead of shutting them out, Rumi's saying, let them in. Listen to what they have to say.
Okay, but that's easier said than done, right? Like when anxiety comes knocking, my instinct is to, run and hide.
That's a totally normal reaction. We've been conditioned to think we have to control our emotions, especially the difficult ones.
Yeah, like happiness is good, sadness is bad.
But that's where the guest house metaphor can be really helpful. Because just like guests in a real house, emotions are temporary. They come, they stay for a bit, and then they move on.
So instead of getting totally consumed by a wave of sadness, I can remind myself, hey, this is just a visitor. Sadness is here for a while, but it won't stay forever.
That's the idea. Remembering that emotions are transient can actually help us deal with them better.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. It's like instead of being afraid of the storm, I could just let it rain.
And observe it. Notice what it feels like, what it's trying to tell you. That's the key to becoming a good host to your emotions.
Okay, so how do we actually do that? How do we become these, emotionally intelligent hosts?
Rumi suggests something called mindfulness. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh yeah, it's all the rage these days. But to be honest, I'm not really sure what it actually means.
Well, in the context of emotions, mindfulness means paying attention to your feelings in the present moment without judging them.
So not like, ugh, I shouldn't be feeling anxious, but more like, oh, there's that anxious feeling again. Interesting.
Exactly. It's about creating space to acknowledge the feeling without getting swept away by it.
Like almost as if you were watching it from a distance.
Yes. It's about observing the emotion, noticing the sensations in your body, the thoughts that come up, but not identifying with them completely.
So I can be aware of my anger without becoming like the Hulk.
You got it. Mindfulness helps us separate ourselves from the emotion, which gives us more freedom to choose how we want to respond to it.
So instead of reacting impulsively, I can take a breath, notice what's going on, and then make a more conscious choice. That's so helpful.
It really can be. And the more we practice this kind of mindful awareness, the better we become at navigating those emotional ups and downs.
It's like we're training our emotional muscles, becoming more resilient in the face of whatever life throws our way.
Exactly. And isn't that what we all want, to be able to weather those storms without getting completely knocked down?
Absolutely. So to recap, what we've learned from Rumi's The Guest House is that all our emotions are welcome, even the ones that feel uncomfortable. They each have something to teach us.
And by practicing mindfulness, by learning to be present with our feelings without judgment, we can become better hosts to those emotions, which ultimately leads to greater inner peace and understanding of ourselves.
Wow. That's a lot to take in. But it's so empowering to think that I can actually change my relationship with my emotions.
You absolutely can. It takes practice, but it's so worth it.
So the next time you feel a wave of emotion coming on, remember, you're the host. It's your house. You get to decide how you want to welcome your guests. Think about that, and we'll see you next time for another deep dive.
See you then.
In the next section, we will talk about a poem of Rumi, which is called The Reed Flute's Song.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're diving into something pretty profound today, the Reed Flute Song by Rumi.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece.
You shared it with us, and I'm really excited to unpack it. because there's, at its heart, it's this exploration of separation.
Right.
Like the soul's journey away from the divine, right?
Yeah.
And this like deep longing to return.
Exactly. And it's this yearning for unity with the divine.
Yeah.
But it's not just about the sadness or the loss. It's about what that longing creates, the power that generates.
Yeah, I think what's so captivating about it is like how Rumi uses this really simple image,
Yeah.
the reed flute, to like capture such a complex and universal emotion.
Right. He takes something as simple as a reed flute and it's music.
Right.
And uses it to symbolize these deep spiritual truths.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so powerful, I think.
Yeah. And that's what we're going to dive into today. So let's talk about I guess the reed flute itself, right? It's such a specific and kind of unexpected image to represent, this really profound spiritual journey.
Right.
What makes it so powerful? Like, why a flute?
Well, I think it starts with thinking about how a flute is made.
Okay.
It's created by cutting a reed, right, from its source,
Right.
from the reed bed.
Yeah.
And that act of separation, that's what gives the flute its voice. It's through that cutting, that separation,
Yeah.
that the flute is able to make sound, and then that voice, that haunting melody,
Yeah.
that becomes the language of longing. It's like it's echoing the soul's cry to go back, to return to its origin,
Wow.
to the divine.
So it's like the wound, like the cut is creating the voice.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful image. The way he, uses that imagery, it's like he's painting this picture of the soul's cry, like resonating through this hollow reed, and like transforming pain into something beautiful.
Right.
But how does this yearning actually manifest within the poem?
Well, it goes beyond just the words, right?
Okay.
I mean, Rumi actually uses music itself, like the idea of the music,
Right.
to convey this longing.
Okay.
Words have their limitations.
Yeah.
But the melody of the flute, it bypasses our logical minds
Okay.
and speaks directly to our hearts.
Hmm.
It expresses the soul's desire for unity
Yeah.
in a way that words just can't.
It's like the music becomes this form of like spiritual communication.
Yes, exactly.
It's like transcending, like going beyond language.
Yeah, right.
Right. And that ties into this theme of expression through art that we wanted to explore.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the reed flute song is really a powerful testament to the fact that art can be this conduit for spiritual truths.
Yeah.
It allows us to give voice to emotions and experiences that are really hard to articulate.
Right.
And it helps us connect with something that's larger than ourselves.
Now there's also this other really intriguing layer to the poem.
Yeah.
And that's this idea of transformation through separation.
Right.
Like Rumi seems to suggest that being separated from the divine isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that more?
Yeah, it's a paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we naturally just see separation as a negative. It's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But Rumi is reframing it here as this essential step in the soul's evolution. He's saying that it's through that feeling of being lost. Right.
Of yearning, that we're refined, we're made better.
Yeah, okay.
He compares it to gold being purified in fire.
Oh, wow.
It's through that intense heat and pressure that something beautiful and valuable emerges.
So even though it's painful, it's ultimately a process of growth.
Exactly.
And self-discovery, and this ties back beautifully to the reed flute, right? Like the very act that causes its pain.
Right.
The separation from the reed bed is also what gives it the ability to create such like poignant music.
Exactly. And that's what Rumi wants us to understand.
Okay.
He's challenging us to look at our own experiences of longing and separation.
Right.
Not as setbacks, but as opportunities for transformation and for creative expression.
Right.
Just like the reed transforms its pain into music.
Right.
We can channel our own emotions into art.
Yeah.
Into self-discovery, into growth. This makes me think about how often we try to suppress or avoid those difficult emotions.
Right.
The heartache, the longing, the the stuff that doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
But maybe, as Rumi's suggesting, like, those feelings are actually trying to tell us something.
Yes.
Maybe they hold like the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world.
Yeah, it's like they're not there to hold us back. They're there to push us forward.
Yeah.
To help us grow.
Yeah, and to create.
Yeah, to create something new and beautiful.
If we connect this to the bigger picture,
Yeah.
it invites us to like look for the hidden meaning
Right.
in our struggles.
Absolutely.
What if that ache, that longing that you feel is actually your soul trying to create a beautiful song?
Right.
What if it's urging you to express yourself?
Yeah.
To connect with something greater.
Right. To connect with that divine source.
Yeah, so as we wrap up our deep dive into the reed flute song,
Okay.
we're left with this powerful image of the flute as this symbol of the soul's yearning.
Yes.
The understanding that separation can lead to transformation.
Yeah.
And the reminder that art can be this powerful language for expressing spiritual truth.
That's right. That's right. And just a final thought I'd like to leave you with.
Yeah.
If the soul's journey is like a melody.
Yeah.
What kind of music is your life creating right now?
Right.
What emotions and experiences are shaping your unique songs?
Such a beautiful way to put it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for taking this deep dive with us, and we hope this exploration of the reed flute song inspires you to listen closely to the music of your own life and discover the melodies that are waiting to be revealed.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
In the next section, we will talk about a poem of Rumi, which is called A Great Wagon.
Right, so we're diving deep today, and deep.
Deeper than usual, even.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're taking Rumi's poem, A Great Wagon, and really, breaking it down,
Yeah.
Rumi, so much depth in his work.
Oh, puns. Yeah.
And this poem, it's like, you read it and it's beautiful,
Right.
but we're gonna like uncover the layers of meaning, like a treasure map almost.
Exactly. Yeah.
To help us, to guide us on our own journeys.
And I think this poem in particular is so powerful because of the central image that he uses, the wagon, right?
Yeah, the wagon.
It's such a universal symbol for, moving through life,
Yeah.
going on a journey.
And he describes it so vividly too.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Like, that image of the magnificent wagon.
Traversing vast landscapes.
Exactly, traversing those vast landscapes.
Yeah.
What do you picture when you hear that?
Well, just the sheer scale of it.
Yeah.
This journey that's huge.
It's expansive.
Expansive. Yeah, and it speaks to, I think the potential that each of us has within us,
Mhm.
for our lives to be big and full of all sorts of different experiences.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's not just, any old wagon. Like,
Right.
he says, propelled by love,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is such a cool concept.
It is, yeah.
It's not, horses pulling it or oxen.
Right.
It's love that's the driving force.
Exactly. Yeah.
So how do you interpret that?
Well, it's divine love that Rumi's talking about here.
Okay.
This kind of universal force that's guiding us and supporting us on our path, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting too because he talks about the terrain.
Right.
Sometimes it's tough, right?
Yeah.
Life throws some curveballs.
It does.
But this love, it's like a compass inside us, always pointing us towards, growth and authenticity.
Mm-hmm. So even when it gets hard, that love is still there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's pushing us forward.
It is, yeah.
And this is something I love about Rumi's work.
Yeah.
He doesn't just focus on the destination.
No.
He really emphasizes enjoying the journey.
Right.
Every bump in the road.
Exactly.
What do you think he means by that?
I think he's challenging us to find meaning in each step we take,
Yeah.
We can get so caught up in achieving our goals, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That we forget to appreciate the present moment, the lessons that we're learning along the way.
The
process, exactly, and that's where the real growth happens.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
It's about the journey, not the destination.
Mm-hmm.
And then he adds another layer to this whole wagon metaphor.
He does, yeah.
Talks about unity
Right.
and purpose.
Yeah.
So we're all on individual journeys, sure.
Right.
But how does this this unity fit into it all?
Well, Rumi is really highlighting that even though we're each on our own path, we're all interconnected. We're journeying together towards something bigger than themselves.
So we're not alone.
We're not alone, exactly.
Even when it feels like it. We're all part of this larger journey.
Think of it like the parts of the wagon, right? You have the wheels, the axle, the cargo, the people inside.
Yeah.
Each part's essential to the whole.
I see.
And we're all part of that larger journey towards, enlightenment, towards something bigger.
And we're all in this wagon together.
We are
Propelled by love.
propelled by love.
And every step has meaning.
Every step.
That's powerful.
It is. It's a
Right.
lot to think about.
It is a lot to think about.
It's very potent imagery.
It is.
Yeah.
So, we've unpacked a lot here.
We have.
What would you say is the key takeaway?
The key takeaway is that we are not alone. Our lives have meaning, and ultimately we are loved.
And to always enjoy the journey.
Yes.
Because that's where the growth happens.
That's where the magic is.
Yeah, that's where the magic is.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into a great wagon, I'd like to leave you with one final thought.
Right.
Rumi describes this wagon filled with people
Yes.
on this incredible journey.
Yeah.
But who's in your wagon?
That's the question.
Who are you sharing this journey with?
The good question.
And how are you contributing to their journeys as well?
Exactly.
So think about that
Think about it.
as you continue on your own path.
On your own path.
And thank you for joining us
Thank
for
you.
this deep dive
It's been a pleasure.
into Rumi's Great Wagon.
Absolutely.
In the next section, we will talk about a poem of Rumi, which is called Love Dogs.
All right, so we're diving into Rumi today.
Love dogs.
Yeah, Love Dogs. Short poem,
Really short.
really short. But,
Packed with meaning.
oh yeah, it's Rumi. So simple image, right? A dog howling in the
Yeah.
night.
At the moon.
Yeah, at the moon. But he uses it to explore some really deep, really profound stuff about love and the human condition.
I mean, that's kind of his thing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
Taking something seemingly simple every day and revealing layers and layers of meaning.
It's true. So, like, how does he do that with this poem, this Love Dogs? We've got this image, right, of the dog howling. So what's the deeper meaning there? What's he getting at?
So that yearning in the howl, like, think about it. It's raw. It's pure. It's just this outpouring of longing. And Rumi uses that to represent the soul's longing for connection.
Okay, so it's not just like a dog wanting its dinner or to be let inside.
Not just that, this is about a deeper kind of hunger, a longing for something more.
Like a spiritual longing.
Exactly. Rumi was all about connection with the divine, that force of love that goes beyond the physical world. He believed that everything in the universe is a reflection of that divine.
I've heard that.
Yeah, there's that famous quote, "Everything that is made beautiful and fair and lovely is made for the eye of one who sees."
Oh, wow.
So when we see that dog howling at the moon, we're actually witnessing, on a deeper level, the soul yearning for union with that ultimate source of love, of beauty.
It's interesting, too, that he uses the image of a dog. Because we think of dogs as, symbols of loyalty, unconditional love.
Right, and Rumi's talking about a love that seeks nothing in return. It's not bound by conditions. It's like in the poem, he says this longing is like the love of God,
Yeah.
drawing that parallel
Yeah.
between the dog's pure love and kind of unconditional love that we're capable of as humans.
That makes me think about how often we do put conditions on love in our lives. It's like we say, I'll love you, or I'll be happy when.
Mhm.
It's almost like we're scared to just love fully
Mm.
without any guarantees.
And what Rumi's suggesting is that true connection comes from embracing vulnerability, from letting go of those conditions.
Yeah. And that kind of leads us to the other big thing in the poem, right?
Persistence.
Yeah. The dog doesn't just howl once and give up.
Right. It keeps going, relentlessly.
Driven by that need, that longing. And Rumi's kind of saying, hey, the path to true love, that connection with the divine, it's not always a walk in the park. You got to be persistent, keep yearning, keep searching.
And to be fearless, he said, run from what is comfortable. Forget safety. Live where you fear to live. Destroy your reputation. Be notorious.
Oh.
It's a call to be bold in our pursuit of love, to keep howling at the moon even when we feel uncertain, vulnerable,
So that actually connects to another thing I wanted to talk about, the vulnerability.
Of the dog?
Yeah, the dog is so open, exposed even.
Yeah.
Just putting it all out there, not hiding its desire.
And that's what Rumi believed. He said that true connection requires authenticity. And that's what the dog's howling represents. It's a powerful symbol of that. No pretense, no facade. True love thrives in an environment of honesty, openness.
It's incredible how much meaning he packs into such a short poem. Really, just using this one simple image of a dog howling at night, he's given us so much to think about.
About love.
About longing, about connection.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways here is that, love in its purest form is this driving force. We're all seeking connection. Like that dog howling at the moon, whether it's with another person, a community, or even something bigger than ourselves, that yearning is there.
So think about that. What's your moon? What are you yearning for?
Yeah.
And are you willing to howl at it? Just something to think about as we keep diving deeper into Rumi.
In the next section, we will talk about the parables of Rumi, and the first parable is Elephant in the Dark.
Ever get that feeling, where like the more you learn about something, the less you feel like you actually know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you're peeking through a tiny keyhole thinking you're seeing the whole world, but
really, it's just a tiny glimpse.
Exactly. And that takes us right into this amazing parable by Rumi, the 13th century Persian poet.
Oh, I love Rumi.
It's about an elephant, a pitch black barn, and, well, let's just say it teaches us a lot about how much or how little we really know.
I'm intrigued already.
All right, so picture this. A bustling village square, people everywhere, and this charismatic merchant shows up with a really wild claim. He's brought an elephant.
Whoa, an elephant? That's a big deal.
Huge. Especially back then and there, nobody had ever seen anything like it.
Right, the sheer size, the exoticness, it's like the ultimate symbol of the unknown, which is brilliant because that's exactly what Rumi is going for here.
You're totally right. It's like this immediate sense of wonder, maybe a little fear too, right?
Absolutely, because it's something so far outside their normal experience. But naturally, everyone's dying to see this elephant.
Of course. So how does our clever merchant handle this? He decides to charge people to see it.
Smart move.
Right. But there's catch. He leads them into this totally dark barn where he's supposedly keeping the elephant. But get this, they can only touch it. No peeking allowed.
Oh, wow. So you're literally in the dark, relying only on your sense of touch.
Yeah. And this is where Rumi really gets us thinking. Because each villager stumbles around in the dark, touches a different part of the elephant, and comes out with a completely different idea of what it's like.
I bet. Like the classic example. One touches the tusk and yells, "It's a spear, sharp and pointy."
Exactly. Another grabs the ear and insists, no, it's a giant fan, all leathery and flapping.
And then someone bumps into the leg and shouts, "Tree trunk! It's got to be a massive tree trunk!"
It's kind of funny when you think about it, right? But also, can we be honest? Haven't we all been in situations where we're totally convinced something is one way based on, what our limited experience? And then
it turns out to be totally different.
And that is exactly Rumi's point. Each villager was partly right. I mean, they were accurately describing what they felt. But none of them, not a single one, truly understood the whole elephant.
Exactly, just fragments.
So does that mean we're stuck? Are we always going to be stuck with these limited views, arguing about whose version of truth is right based on our own tiny piece of the puzzle?
Well, not according to Rumi. He offers this really powerful image. Imagine someone lights a candle in that dark barn. Suddenly, everyone can see the whole elephant.
Wow.
He's using this to talk about spiritual enlightenment, but it's bigger than that. It's like this. He's urging us to actively seek a fuller picture of reality. Don't just assume you have it all figured out based on your limited experience. Question things, look for different points of view, and never stop learning.
So it's not about finding the right answer, like it's a lost set of keys or something. It's about continuously searching, learning, and expanding our understanding, even if we never fully grasp the whole elephant, right?
Precisely. It's about recognizing that our perspective is just one of many, and that other people, even if their experiences are wildly different from ours, might be holding a piece of the truth as well.
Makes you think, what would happen if we really did try to bring all those different pieces of understanding together? Could we actually see the whole elephant? That's something to chew on. And that wraps up our deep dive for today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
In the next section, we will talk about the parable of Rumi, which is called The Moses and the Shepherd.
I forget the feeling that, like, there's got to be more than one way to, connect with something bigger than yourself.
Yeah.
Well, today we're diving into a story by Rumi, the Sufi mystic and poet. You familiar with Rumi?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a parable, so basically a teaching story, and it features Moses.
Okay.
Yes, that Moses, burning bush, 10 Commandments, the whole bit. But here's the thing.
Okay.
Rumi isn't interested in dogma here. You know what I mean? It's not about, like, one religion being right or wrong.
Right, right.
It's about how we approach, I don't know, the divine, whatever that means to you.
Yeah, I think that's what's so fascinating about this parable, actually, is that it uses a figure like Moses,
Who we all know.
right, to highlight this, like, universal human experience, which is that yearning for connection.
Connection with the divine.
Exactly. And Rumi does this, I think, so cleverly by showing us how even someone as, outwardly devout as Moses can still kind of miss the mark.
Yeah, so picture this, right? Moses is wandering the desert, right? He comes across a shepherd, and this shepherd is deep in prayer, but...
Okay.
And this is the thing, the shepherd's prayer is anything but traditional.
Whoa.
He's talking to God like he would, like an old friend, like offering to mend his shoes, brush his hair, even flush his pillow. It's like, enough to make your average religious scholar faint.
Wow. I can only imagine Moses' reaction to that.
Oh, I know, right?
Coming from a place of expecting a certain reverence, a formality,
Right.
and then to have someone be so casual with it.
You can practically feel, like, Moses' judgment radiating off of him in this parable.
Or for sure.
But this is where I feel like Rumi throws a real curveball.
Okay.
God himself steps in
Oh, wow.
and basically tells Moses, hold on, you're missing the forest for the trees here. Like, the shepherd's words might sound strange to you,
Yeah.
but they come from a place of such pure, like, unadulterated love.
And that is the heart of Rumi's message, right?
Yeah.
It's not about saying the quote-unquote right things.
Yeah.
It's about the emotion, the genuine emotion behind the words.
Totally.
The shepherd's devotion is so complete, it's so unfiltered, that it, like, transcends any kind of ritual or formality.
It's so interesting, right, that Moses, this huge figure with all his experience, he really struggles with this concept at first.
It really makes you think, how often do we do that in, not just religion, but just our own lives?
Oh, yeah.
We get so caught up in the right way to do things, the right words to say,
Yeah.
that we, like, completely miss the point.
100%. Whether it's with our relationships or, I don't know, even just our passions, we forget about that pure, raw feeling that should be at the heart of it all.
Yes, exactly. Like, think about a time that you expressed love to someone, right? And it wasn't with some, like, pre-written Hallmark card. It wasn't with some big grand gesture, but it was just pure, raw emotion.
Yeah.
It's that vulnerability. It's that authenticity.
Yeah.
That's the energy that Rumi wants us to tap into.
It's about stripping away all the pretense and just, like, connecting on a deeper level.
Exactly.
This parable, it makes you wonder, what are some other unconventional ways that we might be expressing devotion without even realizing it? Something to think about.
In the next section, we will talk about the parable of Rumi, which is called The Wolf and the Dog.
Hey everyone, welcome back for another deep dive.
Excited to be here.
Always good to have you. You know how much we love Rumi here, and today we are diving into one of his most thought-provoking parables. It's the one with the dog and the wolf.
Classic.
Right. And it's all about this, I don't know, this, like, age-old dilemma, comfort versus freedom. Like, what's more important, right?
It's so relevant even today. I mean, who hasn't struggled with that balance at some point in their lives,
Exactly. So to set the scene for anyone who hasn't heard this parable before, picture this. You've got a domesticated dog living the good life. He's got his regular meals, a cozy spot by the fire.
Living the dream.
Totally. And then he stumbles upon a wolf. And this wolf, he's clearly seen better days. He's, like, lean, hungry, the whole bit.
Rumi really wants to highlight that contrast, to make you question your assumptions about what a good life really looks like. And it's funny because the dog, in all his, like, well-fed glory, He actually tries to convince the wolf that the domesticated life is the way to go. Like, hey, buddy, you should try this whole having an owner thing. It's pretty sweet.
It's such a classic Rumi move. He uses these simple characters, the dog and the wolf, to represent these bigger ideas. Like you said, the dog represents comfort, security, the familiar, while the wolf, he embodies that untamed spirit, that freedom, even if it means facing some hardships along the way.
Right. And just when you think the dog has the wolf convinced, Rumi throws in this curveball. He introduces this really powerful symbol, the collar.
Oh yeah, that's the turning point.
It is, because the wolf, he picks up on it immediately. You can practically feel the tension in that moment.
And the dog. He's so used to wearing it, it doesn't even faze him, you know?
Totally oblivious. Doesn't even see it as a negative thing anymore. He's so used to this life, this, I don't know, this exchange of freedom for comfort.
Exactly. It's like he traded a little piece of his wildness for those regular meals and a warm place to sleep. Which, let's be honest, is something we all do in different ways, right?
All the time, right? You think, okay, am I the dog in this situation? I mean, have you ever found yourself in a situation where you chose the comfortable option, even though, you know, it meant giving up a little bit of your own independence?
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. I mean, think about it. Maybe it's a job. It's like a stable job, good pay, but it's not really lighting you up inside, you know?
You're not passionate, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or a relationship that provides companionship and support, which is amazing, but maybe it holds you back from growing as an individual.
It's like that comfort zone can be like deceptively appealing sometimes.
Totally. And I think that's what Rumi's getting at, right? It's not that comfort is inherently bad. It's about being aware of the trade-offs we're making in our pursuit of it. Like, what are we sacrificing in the process?
It's like he's urging us to be mindful, to be deliberate about our choices. So in the story, what happens is the wolf, he ends up walking away, chooses that path of uncertainty. He chooses the wild.
He chooses freedom. Eve, if it means facing hardship, facing the unknown.
So if Rumi was like a deeply spiritual person, what do you think he's trying to tell us with that?
I think he's reminding us that true freedom often lies outside our comfort zones. It's about pushing ourselves, questioning things, and ultimately, you know, defining what's truly important to us.
It's so easy to just get comfortable with the collar, you know? Like, we get so used to our routines, our habits, our ways of thinking that we stop questioning, we stop exploring.
It's like we become so comfortable we don't even notice we're confined. It's about remembering that we always have a choice. We can choose to stay tethered, or we can choose to break free and explore what lies beyond our comfort zones.
So, to everyone listening, next time you find yourself at a crossroads, big or small, remember Rumi's dog and wolf. Are you choosing the familiar, the safe and comfortable? Or are you ready to venture out, embrace the unknown, and really define your own path? Something to think about. Until next time.
In the next section, we will talk about the parable of Rumi, which is called The Caliph and the Layla.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Ready to go a little deeper. Today we're diving into the world of Rumi, the Sufi mystic and poet.
Always a good day for some Rumi.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're tackling a theme that, well, it's timeless, isn't it? The idea that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But Rumi being Rumi, he takes us way beyond those Hallmark card sayings.
Oh yeah, he does. He'll take an ideal like that, something we think we understand, and suddenly you're seeing the whole world differently.
That's what's so amazing about his work. So our main source today is this parable, this story of Layla and Majnun. I mean, if you know anything about Rumi, you've probably come across these two.
Like the Romeo and Juliet of the East, you could say.
Exactly. A classic love story, but Rumi uses it to make a really powerful point.
It's like he takes these characters everyone knows and uses them to like sneak in these profound truths.
Okay, so let's set the scene. We've got this powerful caliph, right?
Top dog, you know, used to the finest things in life.
Exactly. And he's hearing all these tales of this incredible beauty, Layla, and this guy Majnun, who's head over heels, utterly crazy in love with her.
The stories about Layla's beauty are legendary, so of course the Caliph is intrigued.
Oh, he's more than intrigued. He has to see this for himself. Like, bring me Layla.
Which you can imagine isn't exactly an everyday request for someone like a Caliph. He's not used to being told no.
Right. But when Layla finally arrives, and you know how Rumi is, he doesn't really describe her. He leaves that to our imagination. But the Caliph, he's confused. He even says something like, wait, this is her.
Total record scratch moment, right?
Totally. He's expecting, I don't know, some kind of dazzling beauty queen. But Layla, she doesn't even flinch. She just looks at him and says, I am Layla, but you are not Majnun. To see my beauty, you must have Majnun's eyes. Mic drop.
Boom, right there. That's Rumi hitting us with the truth bomb.
Right. So, okay, obviously, this isn't about actual eyesight. It's about what? Like a way of seeing. What's Rumi getting at here?
He is talking about this spiritual vision, seeing beyond the surface, seeing the essence of a person, of anything, really.
But like, how do we even do that? I mean, can I get spiritual vision on Amazon Prime?
No, it's not something you can just buy. It's about cultivating a certain way of looking at the world, at each other. Think about it this way. Have you ever been drawn to someone, not because they were conventionally attractive, but there's just something about them?
Totally. Like a certain energy, a spark.
Exactly. And you see that spark, you connect with it, even if other people don't get it. It's like you're seeing something they're not.
Oh, wow. I never thought about it like that, but that is totally it. It's like Majnun, he's seeing something in Lila that the caliph, with all his riches and power, is totally blind to.
And I think that's what Rumi wants us to see, that true beauty, that deep connection. It's not something you can force or demand. It's about opening yourself up to seeing with different eyes, with your heart as much as your head.
But like, how do we do that? Do we need to like meditate on a mountaintop?
I mean, a mountaintop could help, but really it's about bringing that same awareness into our everyday lives. Like, imagine you're scrolling through social media, right? You see all these perfect pictures, everyone's trying to show their best selves.
Yeah, we all do it.
But what if you could pause, look beyond the filters and the poses, and see the person's heart, their struggles, their triumphs, their genuine selves?
It's like we're stuck in caliph mode,
Yeah.
always looking for the most impressive, the shiniest object in the room.
In a way, yeah. We're bombarded with images and messages telling us what's beautiful, what's valuable. But Rumi, he's urging us to question all that.
To cultivate those Mojnan eyes, right? To look beyond the surface and find the beauty in the unexpected.
Exactly. And it's not just about people either. It could be a place we've always ignored, a piece of art that seems strange at first, even an idea that challenges our usual way of thinking.
It's about slowing down, ditching the preconceived notions, and really seeing the world and the people in it with fresh eyes.
Absolutely.
Wow. You start with a simple idea, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and suddenly Rumi's got you looking at your whole life differently.
That's the power of Rumi, right? He makes you question, makes you think. And maybe, just maybe, helps you see the world and yourself with a little more love and a little more understanding.
That is a deep dive if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
So for everyone listening, I guess the question Rumi leaves us with is this. Where in your life do you need those Majnun eyes? What beauty are you overlooking? What connections are waiting to be made if you just shift your perspective a little?
Think about that this week. Where do you need to slow down, pay attention, and really see what's right in front of you? You might be surprised by what you discover.
Until next time, keep exploring.
In the next section, we will talk about the parable of Rumi, which is called King Solomon and the Angel of Death.
Ever read something and you're just like, whoa, hold on, got to think about this for a minute.
Happens to the best of us. What'd you stumble across?
Someone said in this story, or, well, it's more of a parable, really, about King Solomon.
Okay, Solomon. Wisdom, right? Judging which woman the baby belonged to, all that.
Right, but this one's different. This is about, like, trying to outrun fate. And it's actually from the poet Rumi, not the Bible itself.
Interesting. So how's it go?
So picture Solomon, he's holding court, probably got advisors, maybe some peacocks strutting around.
You gotta have peacocks.
Of course. Anyway, this guy comes running in, totally freaking out.
Uh-oh. That's never a good sign. What's the problem?
The guy's convinced he just saw the angel of death staring him down, like literally giving him the look.
Yikes. And he runs straight to Solomon.
Yeah, begging him to do something, anything to save him.
So we're already outside of Sunday school lessons here. This is more like mythology territory.
Exactly. And it gets even wilder. Solomon, being Solomon, supposedly uses his magic, sends the guy all the way to India. Like, you'll be safe there.
Out of sight, out of mind, right. Except I'm guessing that's not how this ends.
Not even close. The very next day, the angel of death strolls into Solomon's court, cool as a cucumber.
Just showing up for their appointment.
Basically. Solomon's curious, asks why the guy got the death glare.
Hey.
The angel's like, death glare? I was supposed to meet him today, in India.
So it was almost a coincidence, them both being in the same place. It's like cosmic miscommunication.
Right, like the angel was just as surprised to see the guy in Solomon's court as the guy was to see the angel.
That's kind of hilarious when you think about it.
It really is. But also it makes you wonder, do we ever really escape what's coming for us? No matter how much we try to control things, some things are just meant to be.
Exactly. And that's Rumi for you. He's not just telling a good yarn, he's getting at something deeper about human nature. We think we've got all this control, but
It's an illusion, isn't it? Like trying to outrun a rain cloud that's directly overhead.
perfect analogy. So does that mean we just give up? Just accept whatever's coming our way, even if it's bad?
That's what I was wondering. Seems a bit passive, doesn't it?
It's not about being passive. It's more about recognizing what's actually in our control. We can't outrun fate, but we can control how we react to it. We can choose not to be ruled by fear and the illusion of control.
I like that. So it's not about giving up, it's about focusing our energy where it matters. We've all been there, right? Staying up all night to finish a project, stressing ourselves out.
When maybe a conversation about the deadline would have been the smarter move.
Exactly. Or maybe it's a relationship that's just run its course, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes holding on just causes more pain.
It takes courage to acknowledge that, to let go of what we can't control and accept what is. That's where real peace comes from, not from desperately trying to outrun the inevitable.
Makes me wonder, though, if we truly lived by that, if we truly believed we couldn't outrun our fate, would we make different choices?
Fascinating question, right?
Like, would we appreciate the good moments more, knowing they won't last forever? Would we be more present, less caught up in trying to control every little thing?
Something to think about for sure.
Definitely. Something we can all ponder.
In the next section, we will talk about the parable of Rumi, which is called The Greek and the Chinese Painters.
Hey everyone, ready for another deep dive? Today we're stepping into the world of Rumi. You know, the Sufi mystic and poet.
Oh, absolutely. A favorite of mine. Timeless wisdom there.
Right. And we're diving into one of his parables, and let me tell you, it's a head-scratcher at first. It gets you thinking. Basically, it's about this king who's holding an art competition.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
So there are these two groups of painters, the Greeks and the Chinese. The Chinese, they go all out, right? I mean, their mural, it's got vibrant colors, incredible detail. You'd think they'd win, hands down.
Seems like a sure bet. Who wouldn't be impressed by that?
Exactly. But then, the Greeks. They present a polished wall, a plain wall buffed to a mirror shine.
Wow. Talk about a twist. So who wins? Don't keep me in suspense here.
Well, the king chooses the Greeks.
The Greeks. Really?
Yep. And that's where Rumi throws us a curveball. He's not really talking about art, not literally anyway.
There's a deeper meaning here. I think I see where this is going. It's about inner beauty, isn't it?
You got it. It's like, think about it. The Chinese mural, all that flashy display,
Yeah.
that's like outer beauty. It's eye-catching, sure, but it doesn't last.
Exactly. Like we've all met those people who just radiate charisma, but when you get to know them,
There's not much else there.
precisely. And that's where the Greeks' polished wall comes in. They're reflecting the Chinese mural's beauty, magnifying it even. They're showing that true beauty, lasting beauty, comes from within.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
But then how do we actually, polish our hearts?
Yeah.
Like, what would that even look like day to day? We can't exactly break out the furniture polish, right?
Right. Rumi emphasizes self-reflection. It's like looking in a mirror. We've got to be brutally honest with ourselves. What are our flaws? What are our insecurities? What are the things we're holding on to? Anger, jealousy, resentment, because those are the things that cloud our judgment, our perception.
Like trying to see the world through a dirty window. You can't fully appreciate the beauty if your vision is clouded.
100%. But it's not just about clearing away the negativity. We've also got to actively cultivate the good stuff, Kindness, compassion, gratitude. Those are the polishing cloths for the heart.
Okay, and that's fascinating because this idea of inner beauty, it's not just a Rumi thing, it transcends cultures and time periods. Why do you think that is? What makes this resonate with people even centuries later?
Well, I think it's because deep down, we all yearn for something deeper than superficial validation. We want to connect with something real, something lasting. And that's what inner beauty offers.
So it's about authenticity then?
Yeah.
Like embracing our imperfections instead of chasing some idealized version of ourselves.
Yes, exactly. And the more we work on our inner world, the more it shines through in everything we do. We become more empathetic, more understanding, our relationships become more genuine.
So basically, outer beauty might catch your eye for a minute, but inner beauty, that's what captures your heart.
And shapes the way we experience the world around us, which I think is a pretty powerful idea.
It really is. It makes you wonder, what would the world look like if we all approached life with that kind of clarity and compassion? Something to think about, right?
Definitely.
Until next time, keep those deep thoughts flowing, everybody.
In the next section, we will talk about the core spiritual practices of the Rumi's teachings.
All right, let's dive in. Today, we're all about Rumi, the mystical poet, kind of the rock star of Sufism, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you've, never done the whole whirling dervish thing,
Yeah.
or, haven't really pondered existence over Turkish coffee or anything,
Right.
Rumi's got something for everybody.
He does. He does.
We're going way beyond, those Rumi quotes you see all over Instagram.
Inspirational quotes, right?
Exactly. We're getting into, the real deal, the core practices.
Yeah, his actual teachings and practice.
And to help us with this mystical maze, we've got excerpts from this text that breaks down Rumi's 4 core spiritual practices.
Okay.
But, and this is important, we're not just talking about some dusty old rituals here.
Right.
Think of them more like these dynamic pathways to a way more fulfilling life, more awakened life.
Exactly, yeah. And what's amazing is how relevant they are to even our crazy, fast-paced, tech-driven world.
It's true. It's true.
They really are.
Yeah.
It's not about, escaping reality. It's more like engaging with it, but in a way, more conscious way.
Right, right.
From a more connected place.
Yeah, they give you a framework for how to grow that inner peace and resilience and get a deeper understanding of ourselves in the universe.
Okay, awesome. So first up on our list, dhikr.
Okay.
Which means remembrance.
All right.
This is the cornerstone, the foundation of all of Rumi's teachings.
Yeah.
And it's all about repeating divine names or attributes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hold up. Before you think, oh, this is just mindless chanting.
Yeah.
Think of it more as a super focused meditation technique.
It really is.
It's like a laser focus.
It's about shifting your awareness away from that constant chatter of the mind.
All that noise, right?
And directing it toward the divine presence.
Okay.
You can imagine it almost like a spiritual anchor.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Helping you, stay grounded and connected.
Right, right.
Even when everything around you is a bit stormy.
Lifefire. Rumi, he believed that through dhikr, we could actually dissolve the ego, that feeling of being separate, and get this deep sense of unity with the Creator.
So it's almost like tuning your inner radio to a different frequency. You know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
One that's not dominated by all your worries and that never-ending to-do list.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Rumi's poetry captures that beautifully. That rhythmic repetition of the divine names. It's like a heartbeat, pulling you into this meditative state.
Makes sense.
Where you can tap into this deeper level of peace, right, and awareness.
Yeah, definitely.
And, what's great is that dhikr is not just for one specific religion.
Oh, good point, yeah.
Or belief system.
It's for everybody.
You could adapt it to your own understanding of, what's divine, use words and phrases that resonate with you. It's the intention that matters.
I see.
That conscious effort to connect to something bigger than yourself.
So it's like building spiritual muscle.
It is. It absolutely is.
So you can, handle the ups and downs of life.
With more grace, with more resilience.
I like it. Okay, so we've got this, mental aspect covered.
Yeah.
But what about the soul?
Right.
Well, that's where Sama comes in.
Yeah.
This is Rumi's practice that's all about music's transformative power.
It's about really deeply listening to the music and the poetry, not just with your ears, but with your whole being.
Yeah.
Letting the sound uplift your soul, taking you to this realm of spiritual ecstasy. And this isn't just any old music.
What kind of music?
Think haunting melodies, traditional instruments like the knee and the daff, often with Rumi's poetry put to music.
Okay, paint me a picture. What's Sama session like?
Okay, so imagine yourself in this dimly lit space, incense in the air.
I'm there.
The knee, a reed flute?
Yeah.
Its melody just fills the room, weaving this ancient magic. And the daff, which is like a framed drum, its beat, it pulses like a heartbeat. It grounds you in that moment.
Wow. It sounds super immersive, like I'm stepping right into one of Rumi's poems.
Yeah, exactly. And as the music starts to build, Rumi's poetry is either, recited or sung, weaving this deep wisdom into the sonic tapestry. You're not just listening. You're feeling the vibrations deep within your soul. You're letting yourself be carried away by this current of divine energy.
It's almost like the music Like the music itself becomes like this bridge between the physical and the spiritual.
It is. It's a conduit.
A way to experience a deeper connection to something bigger than us.
Absolutely.
And it's not just a solo thing either, right? Rumi talks about like how Sama can unite people.
Right, right.
Create a sense of shared ecstasy.
Yeah, it transcends cultures, and religious boundaries, brings people together through this universal language of music.
Right.
Imagine a room, full of people all swaying to the rhythm.
Yeah.
Hearts beating together.
Yeah.
This deep sense of unity and belonging. It's a powerful reminder that we're all connected, all part of the same divine tapestry.
So cool, so cool. Okay, so we've got the repetition of Diakhar, we've got the soul-stirring energy of Sama. Now let's go inward.
Right.
Muraqaba. This is all about growing that inner awareness through some serious introspection.
Okay.
Think about it like this. It's like hitting pause on the outside world
Yeah, I like that.
and tuning into those little whispers of your inner landscape.
That's a beautiful image.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
So Muraqaba, this is Rumi's approach to meditation.
Right.
It's about just watching your thoughts and emotions, no judgment.
Yeah, like watching clouds drift across the sky.
Okay.
You're not trying to, force your mind to be empty or suppress feelings. It's more like you're just observing
Yeah.
with this sense of detached awareness.
I like it. Rumi compares Muraqaba to gazing into a mirror,
He does, yeah.
which I think is such a powerful metaphor.
It is powerful.
Right?
It's not about, judging what you see. It's more about being curious,
Right.
looking with compassion.
It's interesting. Even modern psychology talks about how important self-awareness is.
Yeah.
For emotional regulation and being mentally well.
Yeah.
It is. And Muraqaba is it's like a gym for your self-awareness, don't you think?
It is. Like you exercise your body to get stronger.
Exactly.
Muraqaba helps you strengthen your ability to observe your thoughts and your emotions.
Without getting swept away.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is, Muraqaba, it's not about escaping the world. It's about engaging with it, but from this place of greater awareness and presence.
Right. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Like you said, being able to hit that pause before you react.
Right.
Choosing a better response, a more skillful one.
Okay. And finally, we come to probably the most intriguing one, Sima. It takes listening to like a whole other level.
Okay.
Going beyond just the sounds and into like spiritual perception.
Interesting.
Right.
So Sima means spiritual listening.
Yeah.
And it's about active listening, not just with your ears, but with your entire being. You're not just hearing the sounds, you're receiving them.
Embodying this divine wisdom, tuning into those tiny whispers of the universe. Imagine it like a dance of the spirit.
I like that, yeah.
Where you become sensitive to those spiritual dimensions of existence. You start perceiving this interconnectedness of all things.
Okay, so how is Sima different from Sama?
Right.
Because they both involve music, right?
So with Sama, the focus is mainly on experiencing the music and the poetry.
Okay.
But Sima, it includes like a way wider range of spiritual practices and experiences.
Gotcha.
It's about cultivating this state of heightened awareness, being receptive to these subtle messages and this guidance that's always there, really.
Right, yeah.
But we usually miss it.
Yeah.
Because of all the noise, the distraction.
The everyday noise, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so it's not just about listening to like particular types of music, right?
Right.
Or poetry, although those can be really powerful tools.
Absolutely.
It's about how you approach life itself, I guess.
Yeah.
With that reverence.
What's reverence?
And that attentiveness.
Yeah, to hear those deeper meanings and connections that are always there, even if we don't realize it.
Right. And it's about shifting your perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
Like seeing the world through a different lens, you know what I mean?
Right. Instead of feeling separate from everything around you, you start to realize how you're part of this, the tapestry of life.
Okay, that makes sense.
Rumi's poetry, it's full of these insights. It invites us to look beyond just the surface, to discover this hidden beauty in the ordinary.
It's like Rumi saying, hey, wake up, look around.
Yeah.
The divine's everywhere. Just open your eyes and your heart and you'll see it.
That's a beautiful way to put it. And that's the heart of Sima, to awaken to the spiritual dimension of life, to become more in tune with those little whispers of the universe.
Okay.
To live more in harmony with ourselves and with others and with the divine.
That's a lot to take in. I mean, we've only just scratched the surface here.
We have. There's so much more to explore.
I know. But before we go any further, I think it's good to pause for a second and just think about what we've learned so far. What stands out to you as like the most important takeaway from this first exploration of Rumi's core spiritual practices?
You know, what really strikes me is that these practices, even though they're rooted in this ancient tradition, they're surprisingly relevant today, to our modern lives.
I agree.
Whether it's, that focus on mindfulness in ducks, or the way music can be therapeutic in sama,
Yeah.
or that emphasis on self-awareness in muraqaba, or that call to deeper listening in sima.
Right.
Rumi's teachings, they give us practical tools for how to deal with the challenges of our times and how to cultivate a more meaningful life, a more fulfilling one.
It's about engaging with the world, right? Not
Yeah.
just running away from it.
Absolutely.
But doing it in a way that's more conscious, more connected, with more compassion.
Exactly.
And what's really cool is that these practices, they're accessible to everyone.
They really are.
It doesn't matter what your background is.
Exactly. It doesn't matter at all. And that's probably the most powerful message of Rumi's teachings, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. What's that?
That the path to spiritual awakening, it's open to all of us.
Yeah.
If we're willing to take the steps, to put in the work, to open ourselves up to the power of these practices.
So to recap, we've got Dhikr, Sama, Muraqaba, and Sema, 4 practices that offer these amazing pathways to connect with the divine and deepen our spiritual journey.
And, the question for you listening is, if Rumi was your spiritual guide, which practice would resonate the most with you? And how could you use it in your life to build a stronger connection, with your inner self and the world around you?
That's a great question. And we'll be back in just a bit to keep going on this room deep dive.
We will.
We'll explore some more like the nuances
The finer points.
of these practices and how they can be used in our modern lives.
Looking forward to it.
So grab a cup of tea, settle in, and get ready to go even deeper. Welcome back. I don't know about you, but I'm still kind of buzzing from that last segment.
Oh, yeah.
Rumi's practices are so multi-layered.
They are.
And I'm really intrigued by this Sema thing, this spiritual listening.
Yeah, it's a powerful concept.
It's like almost like a superpower,
It is.
Especially in today's world, there's so much noise.
It really is.
Yeah.
In this modern world, it's just constant, this information overload, all these notifications and distractions.
Yeah, like our minds are always like, go, go, go.
Exactly. Always on overdrive.
So Sema is like how to step back from all
Yeah.
that noise and actually listen, not just to the world outside, but to
Right.
what's going on inside us, in our hearts.
That's it.
So how do we do that?
Well, the fourth step is creating space for silence,
Okay.
both externally and internally.
Okay.
Remember Muraqaba?
Yeah.
That practice of just observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment.
Yeah, like watching the clouds.
Exactly. That inner stillness, that's essential for Sema.
Okay, so it allows you to become like receptive
Yes.
to those subtle insights.
Those intuitive nudges.
Right, that usually get drowned out by like the everyday noise of life.
Yes, all that static.
So it's like turning down the volume on the distractions so you can hear what your soul's trying to tell you.
That's it. That's a beautiful way to put it.
But Sema's not just about sitting in silent meditation, is?
No, it's about bringing that same awareness to everything you do,
Everything, even like the boring stuff.
even the most mundane tasks. Remember Rumi's idea of the music of the spheres?
Yeah, the divine harmony that like connects everything in creation.
Exactly. Sema's about attuning yourself to that music,
Okay.
seeing the sacred in the everyday. Imagine like you're savoring a cup of tea,
Yeah.
but with the same kind of focus you bring to your meditation. Suddenly, just drinking tea becomes this spiritual experience.
Oh, wow.
It changes everything.
I like that. So it's not just about listening to certain kinds of music or poetry.
No,
Mhm.
it's about approaching life itself with that same sense of reverence, that attentiveness.
Like you're searching for those deeper meanings and connections that are always there.
Yes, precisely.
Mhm.
It's about shifting your perspective, seeing the world through this lens of interconnectedness. Instead of seeing yourself as separate from everything,
Yeah.
you begin to recognize all these subtle ways you're woven into the fabric of life. So how can we actually start incorporating Sema into our daily lives?
Yeah, I'm all about practical steps,
Absolutely. Well, one surprisingly powerful practice is mindful listening in conversations.
Okay, so how many times are we like just waiting to talk, not really listening to the other person?
Exactly. We're not really present.
So Sema's about like really hearing them.
It's about truly hearing them.
Not just the words, but their tone,
Yes.
body language, like even what's not being said, their emotions.
Exactly, all of it. And it
Okay.
does take practice, especially these days, with all the multitasking and distractions.
We're so used to, like, having 15 tabs open in our minds at all times.
Exactly. But the rewards, they're so worth it.
How so?
Because when you truly listen to someone, you create space for a much deeper connection, a deeper understanding, and you might even discover hidden depths in yourself and in the other person. And it doesn't stop with human interactions, does it?
Oh, you mean like nature?
Exactly. We can practice Seema by listening to the sounds of nature. Go for a walk. Pay attention to what you hear. The wind in the leaves, the birds singing.
Waves crashing.
Yes, the waves crashing on the shore. Notice all the little nuances of each sound.
Okay.
How it makes you feel, what it evokes in you.
Hmm.
It's such a beautiful way to connect with nature and
Yeah.
tap into a sense of awe and wonder.
Speaking of awe and wonder, let's talk music again. I know Sama traditionally uses specific types of music,
Right, yeah.
but can we use other types of music for Seema?
Of course you can. You don't have to stick to traditional Sufi music.
Yeah.
Pick music that lifts you up, that inspires you, that speaks to your soul.
Could be classical.
Jazz,
Yeah.
folk. Yeah, even pop. The important thing is to listen with intention, letting the music wash over you,
Right.
letting it evoke emotions, spark insights. It's about finding those sonic pathways that resonate with you, that help you connect to that sense of spiritual connection in a way that feels right for you.
Okay, so it's a personal thing.
It is, very much so.
And it's a journey, right? Not a destination.
Exactly. There's no right or wrong way to practice Seema.
Or any of Rumi's teachings.
Right. The key is to approach these practices with an open heart, a willingness to explore.
Experiment and find what works for you.
And don't forget to bring a sense of joy and playfulness. Rumi's poetry is full of this celebration of life,
Yeah.
this delight in the beauty and wonder of the world. It's not about denying the challenges, but embracing them with an open heart and a spirit of gratitude.
That's so refreshing. Rumi's work is so full of life, passion, and appreciation for the world's beauty.
It is.
It's not about ignoring the hard stuff, but meeting it with an open heart and being grateful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's about understanding that even in the midst of suffering, there's still beauty, there's love, there's that divine spark that connects us all.
And through practices like Seema, we can tune into that spark,
Yes.
Let it light up our lives and guide us on our journey to wholeness.
Well said. This has been a really inspiring conversation.
It has.
I feel like I've gained a whole new understanding of Seema and how it can be applied today.
Yeah, me too, me too. Before we move on, do you have any final thoughts you want to share about this practice?
What really stands out to me about Seema, especially today, is how much it emphasizes interconnectedness.
Okay.
We live in a world that feels so divided.
Yeah, so polarized.
Exactly. Seema reminds us that we're all part of something bigger, that what we do, our choices, they have these ripple effects.
Beyond just ourselves.
Exactly. It encourages us to think about how our words and actions impact others, to cultivate that sense of responsibility for the well-being of everyone, not just ourselves.
It's like a call for empathy and compassion,
Exactly. And I think that's one of the most valuable lessons we can learn from Rumi.
Yeah.
That true spiritual growth, it's not just about personal transformation.
It's about helping the world heal and transform, too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's about recognizing that we're all connected and that our individual journeys are part of this larger journey of humanity.
That's a powerful thought to leave us with.
It is. We'll be back in a moment to wrap up our Rumi deep dive
Okay.
and see how his teachings can inspire us to live more meaningful lives.
Looking forward to it.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. So we've been on quite the Rumi roller coaster, haven't we?
We have.
We went from Zeiger, that rhythmic chanting, to the soulful sounds of Sama, explored the depths of Muraqaba, and even learned to listen with our whole beings through Seema.
It's been quite a journey.
It really has been mind-blowing. What strikes me, though, is how Rumi's words, written so long ago, are still so powerful today. Like, they speak to something deep inside us, this longing for connection, for meaning, something more than just everyday life.
It's true. His poetry, it touches on something universal, this human yearning for something bigger than ourselves.
And what I find amazing is how practical his teachings are.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just like these abstract spiritual ideas.
Right. It's not just theory.
It's about real ways to make life better, more fulfilling, more connected.
Exactly. He wasn't just a poet. He was a spiritual guide. He gave us a map for navigating this human experience.
And the best part is, his teachings are for everybody. It doesn't matter who you are or what you believe.
That's right. No prerequisites.
It's like he's saying, hey, you don't need to be a Sufi master to get this. It's all right here for you.
Exactly. It's not about reaching some far-off state of enlightenment. It's about those small, conscious choices we make every day. The ones that lead us to more awareness, compassion, connection.
So how do we actually do that? How do we take these big ideas and put them into action?
Well, I think it starts with paying attention. We have to become more aware of our thoughts, our emotions, how we react to things. Practices like muraqabah, that inner observation, that's what helps us build that awareness.
So it's like that pause button, right? Before we just react.
Exactly.
It gives us a chance to choose a better way to respond. And once we've got that awareness, then we can start weaving in the principles of Dir, Sama, and Sema into our lives.
Absolutely. And we can practice dhikr by bringing that sense of gratitude, that reverence, even to the simple things. Like, think about washing the dishes, but with the same attentiveness you'd have during meditation.
Oh, wow. I never thought about it like that.
It can become an act of devotion, a way to connect to the present moment.
I love that. What about Sama? How do we work that into our daily routine?
Well, besides the traditional Sama gatherings, we can bring that spirit into our lives by choosing to listen to music that uplifts us, surrounding ourselves with beauty that feeds our soul. Take a moment to really see the colors of a sunset, the patterns in a leaf, the way sunlight dances on the water.
It's like he's saying, open your eyes. The divine's all around. You just gotta look.
Exactly. And Seema, that deep listening, we can practice that in every interaction.
Oh, yeah.
Next time you're talking with someone, really try to listen with your whole being. Put your own thoughts aside and just be present. Let yourself truly hear what they're saying, the words and the feelings behind them. You never know what you might discover.
It's amazing how these practices can transform everyday moments into something special. A chance for connection, growth, finding the sacred in the ordinary. That's what makes Rumi's teachings so timeless.
They really are. It's not about escaping reality, but finding the sacredness within it. Recognizing that we're all connected, part of something so much greater than ourselves.
So, as we wrap up our Rumi deep dive, I want to leave you with this. What's one small step you can take today to bring a little bit of Rumi's magic into your own life? Maybe it's practicing mindful listening, cultivating gratitude, or simply taking a moment to appreciate the beauty around you. Remember, even the tiniest actions can ripple out, creating waves of positive change that reach far beyond ourselves.
What a beautiful way to put it. May Rumi's wisdom continue to guide us all on this journey towards more awareness, connection, and love.
And that's it for our deep dive into the world of Rumi. Until next time, keep seeking, keep exploring, and keep diving deep.
In the next section, we will talk about the impact of Rumi on Islamic philosophy and theology.
Welcome back, everybody, for another deep dive. And today, we're really going beyond just pretty poetry.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be exploring how Rumi, this 13th century scholar, well, he impacted Islamic philosophy and theology. I mean, you're going to see how his work is as alive now as it was centuries ago.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head there. He was far more than just a poet. Rumi was a thinker who, he really deeply shaped Sufi thought, the mystical heart of Islam.
So when we talk about Rumi's influence, where do we even begin? Is it his writings?
Absolutely. Yeah, his Masnavi.
Oh, the Masnavi.
Yeah, this vast collection of poems and tales. It's so revered that it's often called the Quran in Persian. It's basically become a guidebook for understanding the core of Sufi thought.
Quran in Persian. Wow, that's high praise. So what makes it so central to Sufism?
Well, it's like Rumi took this complex tapestry of Islamic thought and he wove in, these threads of personal experience and mystical longing, One of the key ideas you'll find in the Masnavi is without the wujud, the unity of being.
Okay, so unity of being. I'm intrigued, but I need a bit more than just the name here,
Sure.
Paint me a picture.
All right, so imagine yourself standing on a mountaintop, gazing at a star-filled sky, and each star, it seems unique, right?
Yeah.
But Rumi would say that they're all born from the same cosmic dust. They're interconnected in ways that we just can't fully grasp,
I see.
Just like those stars, everything in existence from the smallest grain of sand to you and me, it's part of a single unified reality, just a reflection of the divine.
Wow.
Even in the Masnavi, he writes, I have put duality away. I have seen that the two worlds are one.
Wow. That really puts things in a whole new perspective.
Yeah.
I can see how that idea of oneness could lead someone towards a more mystical experience of faith, you know?
Exactly. And this is where Rumi's emphasis on divine love comes in.
Okay, hold on. Not the typical love songs kind of love, right?
Definitely not. No, Rumi's talking about a love that transcends the physical world, a love that connects the soul to the divine source. Think of it as this yearning, a burning desire to reunite with that ultimate unity that we were just talking about.
So it's not just about, feeling good. It's about this like intense desire to merge with something greater than yourself.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And this yearning for unity with the divine fueled by love, it shaped the very core of Sufi practice and belief.
Yeah, I'm starting to see how Rumi's ideas would have been pretty revolutionary for the way people approached their faith at that time.
Absolutely. He shifted the focus from simply performing rituals to cultivating a personal emotional connection with God.
Really?
He urged people to experience their faith with a depth that transcended the purely outward forms.
So it's about bringing your whole heart into your faith, not just going through the motion.
That's it.
But how far did his impact actually reach? I mean, did his ideas mainly influence those who followed Sufism, or did they spread further?
Oh, Rumi's influence, it's like a ripple in a pond. It just kept spreading outward. And this started right within his family. His son, Sultan Walad, he became a leading figure in continuing his father's teachings.
So like a spiritual family legacy, passing the torch of wisdom from one generation to the next.
Exactly. And the torch kept passing. Thinkers like Ibn Arabi, another prominent mystic, he found echoes of Rumi's ideas, especially the unity of being within their own writings. And centuries later in the 20th century, scholars like Bediüzzaman Said Nursi, who sought to bridge traditional Islam with modern thought, they drew inspiration from Rumi's legacy.
Wow, it's fascinating how one person's ideas can resonate through the ages like that.
But did Rumi's influence stay in the Islamic world, or did it go beyond that?
That's what's amazing about Rumi. His works have been translated into countless languages, touching hearts and minds far beyond the borders of any one religion or culture. Western mystics and philosophers have found deep meaning in his words, proving that the search for unity and divine love is a truly universal human experience. It's like Rumi's message transcends the boundaries of time and place, speaking to something deep within all of us. But how did those ideas actually translate into real-world practice? Like, how did different Sufi orders, each with their own traditions, actually incorporate Rumi's teachings?
You're asking the perfect next question, because we're about to see how Rumi's ideas went from the page to practice in some fascinating ways.
Okay, so we're back, and I am ready to see how Rumi's ideas took on a life of their own within Sufism.
Well, remember how we were talking about Rumi challenging these traditional views?
Right.
He didn't want people to just, go through the motions of their faith. He wanted them to feel it in their very core.
Yeah, it's like he was saying, hey, faith isn't just about, rules and rituals. It's about this living, breathing connection with the divine.
You got it. He urged people to embrace, this emotional depth of divine love. And that message, it had a profound effect on how Sufi orders developed their practices.
Okay, so let's get specific here. We've mentioned the Mevlevi order, those mesmerizing whirling dervishes a few times. How did they bring Rumi's ideas to life?
All right, picture this. A dervish, clad in a white robe symbolizing purity, begins to whirl his arm outstretched like a conduit reaching for the heavens. As he spins, he sheds his ego, becoming a vessel for divine love.
Yeah, it's like watching Rumi's poetry unfold right before your eyes.
Yeah.
But the whirling itself, what's the deeper meaning there?
It's a powerful metaphor for the soul's journey towards unity with God. The dervish's whirling is a physical embodiment of letting go of the self, of transcending the limitations of the ego to become one with the divine flow.
Wow, it's incredible how they've managed to take such a profound concept and express it through movement and symbolism like that.
And remember that tall hat they wear?
Oh, yeah.
It represents the tombstone of the ego, a visual reminder that in this whirling dance, the individual self is surrendered to something greater.
Wow, it gives me chills just thinking about it. Are there any other Sufi orders that incorporated Rumi's teachings in such a tangible way?
Absolutely. The Bektashi and Naqshbandi orders, while unique in their approaches, they both took Rumi's message of inner transformation to heart.
So while the whirling dervishes expressed their connection through movement, these orders took a more introspective path.
Exactly. They emphasized practices like meditation, quiet contemplation and the remembrance of God through silent or chanted dhikr, all echoing Rumi's call to cultivate a deep personal relationship with the divine.
So whether through dynamic movement or quiet reflection, these orders found ways to embody Rumi's emphasis on experiencing faith on a deeply personal level.
They were all about, cultivating inner awareness, purifying the heart, and letting love be their guiding force. And this resonated with people because it provided a tangible path for spiritual growth.
It makes you wonder, were there any practices inspired by Rumi that went beyond the specific traditions of these orders, something that'd be a bit more accessible to those who weren't part of a formal Sufi group?
That's a great question. And there is one practice that comes to mind known as sama, meaning spiritual listening.
Okay, intrigued. Tell me more about this spiritual listening.
Imagine yourself immersed in the beauty of Rumi's poetry, recited with heartfelt emotion, accompanied by the soul-stirring melodies of traditional instruments.
Wow.
This is the essence of sama. It's a practice designed to transport the listener to a state of spiritual ecstasy, a glimpse of that divine unity Rumi speaks of.
Wow, so it's about using the power of sound and words to evoke a deep spiritual experience. Are there any specific examples of this in Rumi's work?
The Masnavi itself is a treasure trove for sama practice. One story that beautifully captures this idea is the tale of the reed flute.
Okay.
It tells of a flute separated from its reed bed, longing to return to its source. The flute's plaintive song symbolizes the soul's yearning for union with the divine. The sound of the flute becomes a bridge between the material and the spiritual, transporting the listener to a realm of pure love and longing.
That's a powerful image. I can see how listening to those words, accompanied by the haunting melody of a flute, could truly move someone on a spiritual level.
Yeah, it's like a doorway into the heart of Rumi's message. And speaking of Rumi's message,
Yes. I feel like we've only scratched the surface of his ideas on love. We've talked about it as a force for change, a driver of spiritual seeking. But I'm eager to hear more about how Rumi actually viewed love.
well, you're right, Rumi's concept of love is much richer and more complex than we've explored so far. It's not just a feeling, it's a driving force in the universe, an energy that permeates all of existence.
Okay, so it goes way beyond just romantic love or even love between people.
Absolutely. It's about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and the divine spark that resides within every being.
Wow. So how did this expanded view of love impact the way people understood their relationship with God?
Well, it led to a more compassionate and less fear-based approach to spirituality. Love became the central motivator, the bridge between humanity and the divine.
It's like Rumi was saying, don't fear God, love God, feel that connection, that unity, and let it transform you from within.
Exactly. And that message resonated deeply because it spoke to the human desire for connection and meaning.
Yeah, but was this view always accepted? Did his emphasis on love ever clash with more traditional views within Islam?
That's a question that takes us to the heart of Rumi's legacy and maybe even sparks a few debates along the way.
Yeah, it's fascinating how he could spark those kinds of debates even centuries after his time. It really speaks to how challenging his ideas were.
It's like he threw a pebble into the pond of Islamic thought, and the ripples are still spreading outward today. But where were we before we took that detour to the modern world?
We were wondering how Rumi might address, the state of our world today. Would he be heartbroken by all the division and the conflict, or would he see something more?
That's a tough one. What do you think, based on everything we've explored about his teachings, how might Rumi approach those really complex issues?
Well, I think he'd point us right back to his core principle of Wadata Wujud, that unity of being we keep coming back to.
Oh, of course, it's like the foundation of his whole philosophy. Exactly. He'd remind us that beyond our differences, in culture, religion, or politics, we share a common source. We're all woven from that same cosmic fabric, connected in ways we might not even grasp.
So instead of focusing on what separates us, he'd urge us to look for those threads of connection, to see that divine spark in everyone, even those we disagree with.
Absolutely. Remember, for Rumi, love isn't just a feeling, it's a force for understanding, for bridging those divides. And I think he'd challenge us to choose love over fear, even when it's hard.
That's a tall order, especially in a world that often feels so fueled by fear and anger. Do you think Rumi had any practical advice for how to actually cultivate that kind of love? Because it can't just be wishful thinking, right?
You're right, it takes more than just good intentions, and this is where Rumi's emphasis on inner work becomes crucial. He'd probably tell us to start by looking inward, by examining our own hearts and asking, where am I harboring prejudice? Where am I holding on to anger or resentment?
So it's like cleaning house before you can invite guests over. You have to create that space of love and acceptance within yourself before you can truly extend it to others.
That's a powerful analogy, and it highlights this idea that personal transformation is the foundation for social change. You can't create a just and compassionate world if you haven't done the work of cultivating those qualities within yourself.
That makes sense. But Rumi wasn't naive to the realities of the world. He knew there was darkness and suffering alongside all the beauty. How would he reconcile that with his message of love?
That's where his understanding of the human experience really shines. He wouldn't tell us to pretend everything's perfect or ignore the pain. He'd remind us that suffering is part of life, and that even in those dark moments, love can be a source of strength and healing.
It's about finding that glimmer of hope, even when things feel bleak.
Exactly, and I think he'd urge us to face those challenges with open hearts, to see them as opportunities for growth and transformation. After all, he saw the journey toward unity with the divine, toward that ultimate love, as a process, not a destination.
So even when we stumble or fall short, it's about getting back up and continuing to walk that path of love.
That's beautifully put, and it makes me think about how Rumi's own legacy has faced its share of stumbles and challenges, especially within the Islamic world.
Oh, right. We were just about to dive into that before we made that little detour to the modern world. What were some of those tensions or debates surrounding his teachings?
Well, for some scholars, Rumi's mystical approach to Islam felt a bit too unconventional,
Okay.
worried that his emphasis on personal experience and the inner journey might overshadow the importance of following religious law and outward practices.
So it was a question of balancing the inner and outer aspects of faith.
Exactly. Some felt that Rumi's focus on love and ecstatic union with the divine might lead people astray from the more structured aspects of Islamic practice.
Yeah, it sounds like a classic tension between those who lean towards a more mystical interpretation of faith and those who prefer a more traditional approach.
You hit the nail on the head, and these debates, they continue even today. But despite those criticisms, Rumi's influence within the Islamic world has remained powerful.
Why do you think that is? What is it about his work that continues to resonate with people, even those who might not agree with everything he said?
I think it comes down to the universality of his message at the heart of it. Rumi's talking about the human search for meaning, for connection, for that experience of something greater than ourselves, and that yearning it transcends the boundaries of any specific religion or culture.
It's that shared human experience that unites us, even when our beliefs or practices differ.
Exactly. And in a world that often feels divided by those differences, Rumi's message of love, unity, and compassion offers a powerful antidote. It reminds us of our shared humanity and inspires us to seek that which connects us rather than that which separates us.
It's a reminder that even a 13th century poet can still speak to the challenges and longings of the 21st century. And it's a testament to the enduring power of his words.
I couldn't agree more. Rumi's work is a gift, a treasure trove of wisdom and inspiration that continues to unfold for those who seek it.
Well, on that note, I think it's time to wrap up our deep dive into the world of Rumi. It's been a journey filled with profound insights, surprising connections, and a whole lot of love.
And I hope it inspires our listeners to explore Rumi's work for themselves and discover the riches that await within his verses.
Who knows? Maybe you'll find that Rumi's words speak to your own heart and illuminate your own path, just as they have for countless others throughout history. Until next time, keep seeking, keep exploring, and keep diving deep.
In the next section, we will talk about the impact of Rumi on Western philosophy and theology.
All right, get ready, because today we're diving deep into something pretty fascinating.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're going way back in time
Okay.
to 13th century Persia
Yeah.
to explore the incredible influence of Rumi.
Rumi, okay.
The Sufi mystic whose poetry just seems to have this way of
Yeah,
transcending time and cultures.
definitely.
And we've got these excerpts from a text all about Rumi's journey to the West.
Interesting.
And we're going to unpack how his words captivated the entire Western world.
That's a great topic.
Right.
Yeah, we should dive into why his work is still so relevant today,
Centuries later.
Exactly.
Okay, so before we get into the real nitty-gritty of his influence,
Okay.
let's rewind a bit.
Okay.
How did Rumi's work, written in Persia, all those centuries ago, even make its way to the West?
Well, it definitely wasn't an overnight thing. It was
Right.
a gradual process, and it really picked up in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Yeah.
Initially, it was scholars and people really interested in Eastern philosophies.
Okay.
They were sometimes called Orientalists.
Yeah.
And they were some of the first to translate Rumi's poetry.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and that introduced it to a limited Western audience.
So translation was super key in bringing Rumi to the West.
For sure.
Makes sense. I can barely understand
Right.
modern poetry,
Exactly.
let alone 13th century Persian verses. So
Totally.
yeah.
The challenge was capturing not just the literal words,
Right.
but the essence, the spirit of his work.
Yeah, that feeling, Right.
Yeah, and that's where someone like Coleman Barks comes in, an American poet.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And his translations, they weren't always strictly literal,
Right.
but they struck a chord with modern readers.
And Barker's translations, like they were huge, right?
Yeah.
It was like Rumi stepped out of history and right into like, the heart of Western culture.
He really opened the door to a much wider appreciation of Rumi. His translations became bestsellers.
Wow.
And suddenly Rumi's verses were everywhere.
It's true.
Bookstores, talk shows.
Wow.
They even inspired music and art.
Yeah, it's incredible how a poet from centuries ago could have this like widespread impact on like modern Western spirituality.
It's because his work emphasizes themes like inner transformation,
Okay.
the power of love,
Yeah.
and the search for truth,
Right.
which really resonated with what people were and are seeking in the 20th and 21st centuries.
You know, the text even points out how his ideas have been incorporated into things like
Oh, yeah.
meditation, yoga, and mindfulness.
Wow.
It's so fascinating to see how his words found a place in these like very modern forms of spiritual exploration.
Like the concept of tawhid, for example.
Right.
It's a central tenet of Sufi mysticism. You know, it emphasizes the unity of all existence.
Wow.
The idea that everything's interconnected.
Okay.
It aligns perfectly with New Age philosophies, too.
Right. Yeah.
Which also stresses the interconnectedness of everything.
It's like Rumi's work provided this like framework for people already grappling with these ideas. So a way to express and explore this, like longing for deeper meaning and connection.
And beyond Tawhid, there's this theme in his work about embracing the present moment and living with love and compassion.
That's big in Western spirituality too.
Oh, absolutely.
So we've seen how those early translations helped his work gain a foothold in the West, and then how his themes align perfectly with modern spiritual movements.
Right.
But what's even more mind-boggling
What's that?
is that his influence doesn't stop there.
Really?
He also impacted Western philosophy and theology.
That's right.
Wow.
Scholars like William Shidduch and Sayed Hossein Nasr,
Okay.
they recognized how deep and complex his thought was.
Yeah.
And started connecting his Sufi mysticism with Western philosophical traditions.
Wait, so you're saying that a 13th century Persian poet is like engaging in a conversation with like philosophical heavyweights like Descartes and Nietzsche?
It might seem surprising, but yes.
Wow.
For example, his concept of the beloved.
Okay.
It's important to note, this goes beyond just romantic love.
Right.
It represents yearning for something greater, a search for meaning.
Okay.
It has similarities to existentialist thought.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And the text also mentions how Rumi's exploration of the self and the divine aligns with like the introspective approaches of Western philosophy.
Exactly.
It's all about turning inward,
Yes.
questioning assumptions, and examining your own beliefs and experiences.
His poetry encourages that self-reflection.
Yeah.
Much like Descartes and Nietzsche,
Okay.
who emphasized individual experience and critical thinking.
So he's not just influencing how we think about spirituality.
Right.
He's broadening Western philosophy by adding this, like, mystical, spiritual dimension.
Exactly. Rumi's work encourages a more inclusive and expansive approach to understanding the world and ourselves.
Yeah.
It invites us to look beyond rigid categories and explore this vast realm of human experience.
And it doesn't stop there.
No.
Rumi's work also played a huge role in fostering interfaith dialogue and understanding.
You know, his poetry speaks to universal themes. Love, compassion, the search for meaning.
Right.
These resonate across religious boundaries.
Yeah.
Making his work so valuable in our increasingly diverse world.
So Rumi acts as like a bridge builder.
Yes.
Helping people from different faiths find that common ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the text gives specific examples of how this played out.
Oh, really?
In dialogues between Islam and Christianity. Highlighting the shared mystical experiences in both traditions.
It's amazing how Rumi's work can create this space for meaningful dialogue between what seem like very different belief systems.
It's fascinating, right?
It is. It's really fascinating.
Yeah.
It really is fascinating to see these connections, right?
It really is.
They aren't just theoretical.
Right.
The text even gives concrete examples of how Rumi's work
oh, wow.
has been applied practically in these interfaith settings.
Okay.
It's one thing to say that Rumi's a bridge builder,
Yeah.
but it's so cool to actually see it happening,
Yeah.
How his work is being used to foster understanding
Right.
between different faiths.
Exactly.
Can you give us some specific examples from the text?
For sure. One of the most striking is how his poetry
Okay.
is used in dialogues between Islam and Christianity.
Interesting.
His exploration of divine love and the soul's journey toward the divine
Okay.
actually aligns with certain aspects of Christian mysticism.
Wow, so people from these two faiths
Yeah.
are finding a shared language
Mm-hmm.
to talk about their spiritual experiences.
Exactly. They're discovering common ground through his words,
Yeah.
even though their religious traditions.
Have been seen as very separate.
Totally.
And it even goes beyond Islam and Christianity.
Okay.
The text mentions how Rumi's work
Yeah.
resonates with Hindu and Buddhist philosophies too.
Now that you mention it, I can see how his emphasis
Yeah.
on interconnectedness
Yeah.
would resonate with like certain Buddhist teachings. This idea that we're all part of this like
Right.
larger web of existence,
Like,
woven together by something bigger than us.
That's exactly what makes Rumi so powerful in interfaith settings.
Yeah.
He provides a space where people from all different backgrounds can connect on a deeper level
Right.
and recognize that we share this fundamental human experience
Yeah.
of searching for meaning, for connection,
Yeah. Yeah.
for understanding.
It's like he's cutting through all the noise
Right.
of dogma and doctrine and revealing these universal truths
Yes.
that bind us together.
A message our world really needs right now.
For sure. But the text also highlights specific instances
Okay.
where Rumi's influence is evident in interfaith initiatives.
You mean like actual organizations and programs that are using his work?
Yes.
Wow.
For example, his poetry is often featured at
Yeah.
interfaith conferences,
That makes sense.
where people from various backgrounds gather to discuss
Okay.
shared values
Right.
and work toward greater understanding.
So it's not just academics and theologians
Yeah.
who are engaging with Rumi.
No.
It's happening at a grassroots level.
Absolutely. There are educational programs, too,
Wow.
that incorporate Rumi's teachings to foster empathy and respect between students.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, from all different religious backgrounds.
So creating more inclusive
Mm-hmm.
and understanding learning environments
Yes.
to young people.
It's all about fostering this sense of shared humanity,
Yeah.
recognizing that we all have something to learn from each other,
Right.
regardless of our beliefs.
That's it.
It's about creating a space
Okay.
where differences are respected and celebrated
Yeah.
rather than seen as obstacles.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable to see these ripples of understanding inspired by Rumi, going from academia
Right.
to the real world,
Is that?
affecting the lives of everyday people.
It's a testament to the enduring power of his poetry.
It is.
And its ability to speak to the deepest longings of the human heart.
Sometimes I forget that he lived centuries ago
No.
because his words feel so alive
Yeah.
and relevant to the challenges we face today.
That's the mark of a true visionary, wouldn't you say?
I think so.
Someone who can tap into those timeless universal truths
Right?
that go beyond cultural and historical boundaries.
Yeah.
His message of love,
Yeah.
unity, and understanding
Mm-hmm.
is maybe even more crucial now than ever before.
So where do we go from here?
Hmm.
What are some key takeaways for our listeners?
First, I think it's recognizing
Okay.
the truly transformative power of his work.
Okay.
It's not just beautiful poetry to admire.
Right.
It's a guide for living a more meaningful and connected life.
It's a call to look inward,
Yeah.
to cultivate compassion
Mm-hmm.
for ourselves and for others.
Yes.
And to recognize those shared human experiences
Exactly.
that connect us all.
It's a reminder that
Yeah.
despite our differences in beliefs and backgrounds,
Mm-hmm.
we're all part of this larger human family,
Yeah.
sharing this incredible journey together.
And through Rumi's work,
Yes.
we're encouraged to look at the world
Mm-hmm.
through a different lens, one that emphasizes
Right.
love, unity, and the interconnectedness of everything.
That shift in perspective can be truly transformative,
It can.
both personally and societally.
But it all starts with each of us
Yeah.
making a conscious effort
Right.
to embrace those values
Mhm.
in our own lives.
Exactly. We don't have to become Rumi scholars. to benefit from his wisdom.
Yeah.
It's about taking small, everyday steps
Okay.
towards greater understanding and connection.
Maybe by integrating even just a little bit of his message into our lives, we can create those ripples of change that will ultimately transform the world.
Now, as we near the end of our deep dive, I'd like to leave our listeners with a question.
Okay, hit me with it.
How might exploring Rumi's work challenge or expand your understanding of spirituality, of philosophy, or even your own personal beliefs?
Wow, that's a question that really makes you think. It's like it invites us to approach his work, not just like as passive observers, but like we're active participants in a dialogue that could actually like reshape our whole worldview.
And that personal engagement, that's where the magic really happens.
Okay, yeah.
It's about letting Rumi's words, touch our hearts, our minds, challenge our preconceived notions.
Challenge how we think about things.
Yeah, and inspire us to live more authentically.
It's funny, as we've been discussing Rumi's impact, I'm just struck by how deep and wide it is.
Right.
I mean, we've talked about spirituality, philosophy, and interfaith dialogue, but it seems like his words are also in art.
Right.
Music, literature.
Yeah.
Like almost every part of Western culture.
That's what's so fascinating about this exchange, Rumi's work, it's so rooted in 13th century Persia, but it's gone beyond those boundaries.
It has.
It's taken on this whole life of its own in the West.
It's like his poetry had become this source of inspiration for so many creative expressions.
Yeah.
It just shows how universal his message is.
It's a beautiful example of how art can transcend its original context.
Right.
And speak to people across cultures, across generations.
It really does.
It reminds us that certain human experiences and longings, they're truly timeless.
And that timelessness.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of why he's still relevant in a world that feels so chaotic and disconnected sometimes. His work offers this sense of solace, of connection, of hope.
He reminds us that we're not alone in our struggles.
Yeah.
That there's a deeper wisdom we can tap into.
If we're willing to listen.
Exactly.
And that listening can be like in so many forms.
Right.
Reading his poetry, going to a workshop on Sufi mysticism, even just taking a quiet moment to reflect on his words,
The key is to approach it with an open heart.
Yeah.
And a willingness to be transformed. Rumi's poetry, it's not just something to read.
Right.
It's an invitation to a journey of self-discovery.
That's discovery, okay.
It's a call to cultivate greater love.
Okay.
Compassion within ourselves.
And to connect with something bigger.
Bigger than us.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into Rumi's influence, I want to leave our listeners with a thought from Rumi himself.
Ooh, I love these.
He said, "What you seek is seeking you."
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it speaks to this idea that the answers we're searching for are already inside us, waiting.
I'm already there.
Yeah, it's a reminder this journey
of self-discovery is ongoing,
It is.
Full of twists and turns.
But it leads us closer to who we really are.
And that, I think, is a beautiful note to end on.
It is.
If you're intrigued by what we talked about today, I encourage you to, check out Rumi's work for yourself.
Yeah, see what you discover.
Who knows, maybe you'll find yourself on a transformative journey too.
You never know.
Well, thanks for joining us on this deep dive into Rumi's influence on the West.
It was a pleasure.
Until next time, keep exploring.
Keep questioning. And keep seeking those deeper truths that connect us all.
In the next section, we will talk about the comparison of Rumi with other mystic poets.
Hey, welcome back for another deep dive. Today, we're going on a journey into the world of mystic poetry. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
But with a twist.
A bit of a twist.
We're going to be using Rumi's work as like a springboard to explore
think of it.
Broader theme.
Think of it this way. We're not just, diving into Rumi's biography or whatever.
Right.
We're using his poetry as a key to kind of unlock this treasure chest.
I like that.
Of mystic literature that spans,
wow,
cultures and time periods.
Okay, so let's unpack this treasure chest.
Yeah, let's get into it.
We're going to be exploring poets like Hafez,
Oh, yeah.
Khalil Gibran, Kabir, and even St. John of the Cross, each one brings a unique flavor to this idea of mysticism. Have you ever felt that? That like tug, that sense that there's a deeper meaning to life, but you just can't like articulate it?
Absolutely.
These poets have been grappling with that feeling for centuries.
Yeah, and their insights are so surprisingly relevant even today.
Yeah, that's what I find so fascinating about this whole thing.
It really is.
Is that they're dealing with this kind of universal.
What's fascinating is
thing.
how these poets from different corners of the world and separated by, huge stretches of time,
Right.
they all kind of circle around this this core human desire, right?
Yeah.
This yearning to connect with something beyond our everyday experience, to touch the divine.
So where do we even begin on this poetic pilgrimage? Like, where do we even start?
Well, let's start with Hafez, a Persian poet who is often considered, like Rumi's equal.
Right.
While Rumi kind of delves into these complexities of Sufi philosophy, and the soul's journey.
Right.
Hafez takes a different route.
Right.
Imagine a world where earthly love and divine beauty are all mixed up.
Yeah.
Where a simple glass of wine becomes like a symbol of divine intoxication.
So what kind of divine intoxication are we talking about here? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, have you ever felt that pure joy, that sense of like complete bliss? Maybe while, I don't know, sharing a laugh with friends or listening to a beautiful piece of music or witnessing a breathtaking sunset.
Yeah.
Hafez might argue that those moments, those seemingly ordinary experiences, those are glimpses of the divine, right?
Wow.
Woven into the very fabric.
It's like he's saying the sacred isn't
it's right there
confined to temples or rituals. It's
exactly.
Okay, here.
And that's the beauty
Easy
of
everyday moments.
Yeah.
It encourages us to find the divine in the everyday.
Yeah, I like that.
To celebrate the beauty around us and recognize those fleeting moments of bliss as reflections of something much, much larger.
Wow, okay.
So we've kind of explored Hafez's world, where
the earthly and the divine dance together, right?
Yeah. Now, what about Khalil Gibran?
Oh, Gibran.
He seems to be someone who really bridges that gap.
You're absolutely right.
Between like ancient mysticism and the complexities of our modern life.
Gibran's work resonates with people today because he brings those timeless spiritual questions into a dialogue with the challenges we face in this constantly changing world.
Exactly.
Right. His most famous book, The Prophet, tackles things like individuality, freedom, even
it's all in there.
Social justice issues that are just as relevant today as they were decades ago.
He's almost like a wise
Think about it.
Who's like...
He's talking about work, freedom.
Yeah, offering guidance.
And finding joy in the midst of it all.
Yeah.
These are things we all grapple with.
Right.
And he's offering insights into these age-old questions, but in a way that feels incredibly relevant.
It's like he's taken that ancient wisdom of the mystics and
it's translated.
Like translated it into a language.
Yeah, into a language we can understand.
You can understand. A language that speaks to the challenges and aspirations of our modern lives.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit and travel back to 15th century India.
Right.
A place teeming with diverse traditions where Hindu and Muslim cultures were often in tension.
Right.
This is where we meet Kabir, a poet whose words transcended these boundaries, offering a vision of the divine that really embraced all.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how, despite being rooted in a specific...
Imagine living in that time, right?
Prime and place.
Surrounded by these simmering tensions.
Right,
and then Kabir comes in and says, hey, there's a deeper truth here.
Yeah.
Something that unites us all.
Right. His poetry resonates with you today because it reminds us that the divine isn't confined to, like, dogma or ritual, It's a shared human experience.
Human experience.
Just like, Rumi's image of the reed flute longing for its source.
Right.
Kabir uses the analogy of the potter molding clay to describe the divine shaping our lives, right?
Yeah, that's it's so powerful.
It's simple, relatable imagery.
Yeah, it's that simple imagery.
That makes these complex spiritual ideas click, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of mystic poetry. It speaks to the heart as much as the mind.
Yes.
It uses images and metaphors that we can all connect with.
The temporal level.
Yeah, visceral level. But now let's brace ourselves for a change in tone.
Okay.
We're about to enter
All right.
a darker,
Okay.
more intense realm with St. John of the Cross.
This is where we start to explore the idea that the spiritual path isn't always, easy. That sometimes it involves confronting difficult truths and experiencing profound challenges.
Okay.
St. John of the Cross talks about this concept of the dark night of the soul, a period of intense doubt, desolation that precedes spiritual breakthrough.
It's like he's saying that true enlightenment isn't just about, like, feeling good all the time.
Yeah, it's about facing our shadows, right?
Yeah.
Grappling with doubt and uncertainty and emerging stronger on the other side.
So they're both acknowledging the darkness,
right.
the challenges, but
there's beauty in the darkness.
Yeah.
There's depth there.
Right, but ultimately pointing towards...
It's like climbing a mountain, right?
Yeah.
It's not all breathtaking views and, exhilarating moments.
Yeah.
There are steep climbs, rocky paths, and times when you might question whether you can make it to the top.
Right, and in a way, that's what these mystic poets are doing for us.
Yeah.
They're guiding us.
They're guiding us through the rugged terrain.
Yeah, through that path.
Of the spiritual path. Offering insights and wisdoms gleaned from their own journeys. And reminding us that even in the midst of darkness, there's always light waiting to guide us home.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
It is. It is.
Yeah. It's fascinating how by exploring these diverse voices, these fellow travelers on the mystical path, we can return to Rumi's poetry with this fresh perspective.
So it's not just about understanding these poets in isolation, but
it's like revisiting a favorite painting after you've seen this whole exhibition of related works.
Okay.
You start to appreciate the subtle details and influences you might have missed before.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So how about Hafez?
Yeah.
We were talking about
Remember Hafez's idea of finding the divine in the beauty of everyday life?
Right.
We see echoes of that in Rumi's work as well.
Yeah, and it's not just the imagery.
Oh, yeah.
Rumi also shares Hafez's celebration of love.
Yeah.
But he kind of seems to take it to another level.
He takes it to a cosmic level almost.
Yeah.
Think about that famous quote. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there.
Oh, wow.
That's Rumi.
Yeah.
Speaking about a love that transcends all boundaries.
Right.
A love that dissolves duality
Okay.
and leads to unity with the divine.
So it's a love that's
It's infused with joy, ecstasy, surrender, and liberation.
That really resonates with me.
Yeah.
It's like he's saying that
it's beautiful.
True love isn't about judgment or
separation. Embracing the wholeness of existence.
Yeah. And speaking of embracing wholeness, let's circle back to Khalil Gibran.
Oh, yeah.
For a moment.
Gibran.
Remember how we talked about him bridging ancient mystic themes with modern concerns?
Yeah.
Well, Rumi was doing something similar.
He was, yeah.
Centuries earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
His poetry touches on.
Yeah, and his work, Gibran's
issues of social justice,
speaks directly to
importance of inner transformation, even the challenges of
our search for meaning in a world,
navigating a world filled with distractions
that can often feel chaotic
and temptations
and overwhelming.
Right.
And he doesn't offer rigid doctrines.
Yeah, it's not like step 1, step 2.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But guidance through stories, metaphors, and poems that speak directly to the heart.
It's like he understood
he really understood the human condition.
The timeless struggles we all face.
Regardless
of the era we live in.
Yeah. And what about Kabir? That idea of transcending religious boundaries, of finding common ground in the shared human experience of the divine.
Absolutely.
Do you see that reflected in Rumi's work as well?
Absolutely. Rumi was deeply rooted in the Sufi tradition.
Right.
But his poetry speaks to this universal truth that goes beyond any specific religion or dogma.
Right.
He was known for embracing people from all walks of life, all faiths, all backgrounds.
His message is particularly powerful.
Yeah, it's like he's saying,
The world
let's focus on what unites us,
that often feels divided.
on that shared spark of divinity that resides within each of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a powerful reminder.
It is, especially in today's world.
And speaking of reminders, Kabir's use of simple, everyday metaphors like the potter shaping clay or the weaver at the loom, that really struck me.
Yeah.
Rumi does something similar, doesn't he?
He does. He uses images like the reed flute, the whirling dervish, the moth drawn to the flame to convey profound spiritual concepts in a way that resonates with our everyday experiences.
Yeah, that's the genius.
That's the genius
of mystic poetry. Taking something complex and making it accessible and relatable.
It makes me wonder if there are connections between Rumi and St. John of the Cross.
Interesting.
Even though their backgrounds and theological frameworks seem so different.
Right.
We talked about St. John's exploration of the dark night of the soul, that period of
intense doubt and desolation.
Right.
Does Rumi touch on similar themes?
Well, Rumi doesn't use that exact phrase. You can definitely see parallels in his work. He speaks of the pain of separation from the divine. The feeling of being lost and alone, the intense longing that consumes the soul. He doesn't shy away from the darkness. He embraces it as a necessary part of the spiritual journey. A crucible where the soul is purified and refined.
So it's like he's saying, to truly experience the light, we must first confront the darkness within ourselves.
The hardness within. But even in those dark moments, Rumi seems to offer a sense of hope.
Right, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, just like St. John of the Cross. Rumi ultimately points towards a path of transcendence, of overcoming the darkness and emerging into the light, of divine union. He assures us that even in our darkest moments, we're never truly alone. The divine is always present, waiting to embrace us, to guide us home.
It's comforting to know that even when things feel difficult, there's a force of love supporting us, guiding us towards wholeness.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what makes Rumi
It's a beautiful thing.
such a powerful figure.
It is.
For so many people, isn't it?
He doesn't just offer, concepts. He offers hope, solace, and a path towards finding meaning and purpose in a world that can often feel meaningless and absurd. You've hit the nail on the head. He's like a spiritual companion walking alongside us, reminding us that we're not alone on this journey. And it's a journey that's full of twists and turns. Challenges and triumphs.
And by exploring the works of other mystic poets,
we've gained a deeper appreciation for the complexities and nuances of Rumi's own path. We see how he draws inspiration from diverse sources, how he blends tradition and innovation, and how he speaks to the universal human longing for connection, meaning, and transcendence.
It's like we've unlocked a secret code.
It really is, isn't it?
A deeper understanding of not just Rumi's poetry, but
of the entire mystic tradition.
Right.
We see how these poets across cultures and time periods are all engaged in a similar conversation, exploring the same fundamental questions.
So as we wrap up this exploration of Rumi and his fellow mystic poets, what stands out to you?
Oh, that's a great question.
What resonates most deeply?
Well, for me, it's this. Mystic poetry isn't just about, ancient wisdom or esoteric teachings. It's about the human heart, the soul's journey, the search for meaning and connection that's relevant to all of us, regardless of our backgrounds or beliefs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful reminder that even in our, modern world, with all its technology and distractions, there's still room for for mystery, for that
Yeah.
yearning to connect with something greater.
Exactly. And these mystic poets, they act like guides, right?
Okay.
They're offering us like
Yeah.
maps and lanterns
Yeah.
as we venture into that unknown territory.
Right, right.
They remind us that the answers we seek, they're not always found in like
Right.
external sources, you know?
Yeah.
But within ourselves,
Right.
in that quiet space
Yeah.
where we connect with that
It's like they're whispering,
divine spark that resides in each of us.
hey, you already have the answers.
Exactly. Just quiet the noise.
Just quiet the noise, open your heart, and listen.
Open your heart and listen.
And that listening can take many forms.
It can.
Right.
It could be through meditation, through prayer,
Yeah.
through spending time in nature,
Mm-hmm.
through creative expression,
Mm-hmm.
or simply through just being present in the moment, appreciating the
Yeah.
beauty that surrounds us, you know?
Right, right.
It's a deeply personal journey, unique to
Yeah, it's different for everyone.
each individual.
Yeah.
Right.
And what these mystic poets offer is, it's like a shared language.
Yeah.
A way to articulate the things that often feel
Right.
beyond words.
Yeah, they give us a vocabulary
Yeah.
for the soul.
Right, those deep longings and aspirations that connect us all.
They give us permission
Yeah.
to explore the mysteries of life, to
Yeah.
question, to
My
doubt,
God. To embrace the
the
unknown.
unknown.
Yeah.
And in that exploration,
Yeah.
we discover something profound about ourselves, or
Right.
about our place in the universe,
Yeah.
about the very nature of reality itself.
That's like they're holding up a mirror, you know,
Yeah.
reflecting back our
Reflecting back
our
on
own innate divinity,
our own innate divinity,
our capacity for love, for compassion,
no capacity for love, for
for
compassion,
connection with something larger
with something larger
than ourselves.
Right, and that message.
And that message, it's timeless, you know,
Yeah, it's timeless.
echoing through the centuries,
Right.
just as relevant today
Yeah.
as it was when these poets first put, you know,
Right.
pen to paper.
Right.
So as we conclude this deep dive
Mhm.
into the world of mystic poetry,
I find myself filled with gratitude
Yeah.
for their wisdom, for their
Mhm.
courage to share their hearts and minds with the world.
me too. And I'm also left with this sense of possibility, like
Yeah.
a door has swung open,
Hmm.
revealing a new path.
Yeah.
It's up to each of us
Yeah.
to choose where that path leads.
Yeah. What questions we
What
want to explore.
We want to explore what truths.
What truths we long to uncover.
Yeah.
So if mystic poetry is a journey, where does your path lead?
Ooh.
What questions are swirling in your mind
Yeah.
after this deep dive?
Yeah, that's a great question.
What sparks of inspiration have been ignited within you?
Right.
These are questions
Yeah.
worth pondering, worth carrying with you
Yeah.
as you continue
Mhm.
your own unique exploration.
Beautifully said.
Mhm.
Until our next deep dive, keep exploring, keep questioning, keep seeking.
Keep seeking
And remember, the most important journey is the one that leads you back to yourself,
back to yourself.
to that place of inner peace, wisdom, and connection with the divine.
Beautiful.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure.
In the next section, we will talk about Rumi's philosophy in modern day.
Welcome to our deep dive into the wisdom of Rumi. You know, diving into the work of a 13th century Persian poet and Sufi mystic wasn't exactly at the top of my list, but I have to say, I'm already intrigued. We've got your notes, some scholarly articles, and even a few artistic interpretations of Rumi's work ready to go. So are you ready to unearth some timeless insights?
Absolutely. What's fascinating about Rumi is that he wasn't just a poet. He was a keen observer of the human psyche. His work delves into those complexities of our inner world, and it still resonates with us today, centuries later.
You know, in our prep materials, one quote really jumped out at me. The wound is the place where the light enters you. It's so simple, yet so profound. How does this speak to Rumi's understanding of the psyche?
It is a powerful image, isn't it? Rumi believed that our struggles, our pain, those wounds we carry, well, they're not things to be avoided or suppressed. They're opportunities for growth and transformation. It's through those difficult experiences that we can access a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
So it's not about ignoring the darkness, but finding the light within it.
Exactly, and this idea actually connects with some modern psychological concepts. For example, Carl Jung, a prominent psychologist, talked about individuation. It's the process of integrating our conscious and unconscious selves. Rumi seemed to be tapping into this idea centuries before Jung, suggesting that wholeness comes from embracing all aspects of ourselves, even the parts we might consider shadowy or negative.
Okay, so how does this idea of embracing our shadow selves play out in Rumi's work?
Well, one of the quotes you flagged from your notes is, "Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I am changing myself." This perfectly encapsulates Rumi's focus on inner transformation as the key to real change. He believed that before we try to fix the world or other people, we need to do the work of understanding and transforming ourselves.
It's easy to get caught up in trying to change external circumstances. But Rumi seems to be saying that real change starts within.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating to see how this idea resonates with modern therapeutic approaches, like mindfulness and cognitive behavioral therapy. They both emphasize the importance of becoming aware of our thoughts and feelings without judgment, learning to manage them rather than being controlled by them.
It reminds me of another quote you pulled out. Be like a tree and let the dead leaves drop. It's a beautiful metaphor for letting go of negative thoughts and patterns that no longer serve us.
It is. But it's important to note that Rumi isn't suggesting we simply ignore or suppress those negative thoughts. It's about acknowledging them, allowing ourselves to feel them, but not letting them dictate our actions or define who we are.
So it's more about creating a healthy detachment from our thoughts.
Exactly. And this leads us to another important aspect of Rumi's view of the psyche, his emphasis on love and compassion. He believed that these qualities were essential not only for our relationships with others, but also for our relationship with ourselves. This aligns beautifully with what we now call humanistic psychology and client-centered care. These approaches emphasize the importance of creating a safe and supportive space where individuals feel unconditionally accepted and empowered to explore their inner world.
So rather than judging or criticizing ourselves, we should approach our inner world with curiosity and kindness. It sounds like Rumi was advocating for self-love centuries before it became a buzzword.
He truly was. And this brings us to another area where Rumi's wisdom shines, leadership. His approach to leadership was radically different from the traditional authoritarian models that were prevalent in his time.
Okay, I'm intrigued. How did Rumi view leadership?
Rumi flips the script on the my way or the highway approach to leadership. Instead, he emphasizes empathy, authenticity, and purpose. He encourages leaders to nurture their teams and create a collaborative environment where everyone feels valued and inspired to contribute their unique talents.
So instead of dictating and controlling, it's about inspiring and empowering.
Exactly. And it all circles back to that idea of inner transformation. Rumi believed that a true leader needed to have done their own inner work, to be in touch with their own values and purpose, before they could effectively lead others. And this is perfectly captured in another quote you highlighted, "What you seek is seeking you." It's like he's saying that when we align ourselves with our true purpose, when our actions match our deepest values, we naturally attract the people and opportunities that are meant for us.
Wow, that is powerful. It seems like Rumi's leadership philosophy is all about aligning our actions with our deepest selves, which then ripples outwards to impact our relationships and the way we lead. But what about Rumi's influence on the arts? He was a poet after all, and we did include some artistic interpretations of his work in our source materials.
His impact on the arts is undeniable. Artists, writers, musicians, they continue to draw inspiration from his work, even centuries later. What's interesting is that he doesn't just talk about love, loss, or the search for meaning. He makes you feel it through his words. He had an incredible ability to express complex philosophical ideas in accessible language, making it right for artistic interpretation.
So it's not just the words themselves, but the way he uses language to evoke emotions and imagery that makes his work so powerful.
Exactly, and this is why you see visual artists creating stunning pieces that capture the essence of Rumi's themes. Transformation, unity, the divine, or writers incorporating his philosophical insights into their narratives, exploring the human condition with a similar depth and nuance. Musicians, too, find inspiration in his rhythmic language and themes, blending ancient wisdom with modern soundscapes.
So it's like Rumi's work is a springboard for creative expression.
Precisely. His words are a bridge across time and cultures, speaking to something universal within us all, and that's the beauty of it.
This is also fascinating. We've covered a lot of ground already, exploring Rumi's insights on the human psyche, his unique approach to leadership, and his undeniable influence on the arts. But before we move on, I want to pause for a moment and ask you, what's resonating with you the most so far? What's standing out as particularly insightful or intriguing?
It's been a fascinating exploration so far, hasn't it? What strikes me most is how Rumi's insights are just as relevant today as they were centuries ago. It's like he had this timeless understanding of the human experience. And his words offer a roadmap for navigating the complexities of life, even in our modern world.
Absolutely. And in your notes, you highlighted that you wanted to explore how we can actually apply Rumi's wisdom to our own lives. It's one thing to admire his poetry, but how do we take those beautiful words and turn them into concrete actions?
That's a great question, and I think it all starts with that central theme we touched upon earlier, inner transformation. Rumi believed that true change begins within ourselves. Before we try to change the world or other people, we need to take a look inward and do the work of understanding and transforming ourselves.
So it's about cultivating self-awareness, really taking the time to understand our own thoughts, feelings, and motivations.
Exactly, and this is where things get really interesting, because Rumi doesn't shy away from the shadow side of our nature. He encourages us to confront those parts of ourselves that we might try to hide or deny, the fears, insecurities, and negative patterns that hold us back. He believed that by acknowledging and integrating these aspects of ourselves, we can achieve a greater sense of wholeness and authenticity.
This reminds me of the quote we discussed earlier. The wound is the place where the light enters you. It's about finding the strength and wisdom that can emerge from our most difficult experiences.
Precisely. And this takes courage because it means being honest with ourselves even when it's uncomfortable. It's about facing our shadows and learning to embrace them as part of who we are, rather than trying to suppress or deny them.
Okay, so how do we actually do that? How do we begin to embrace those shadow sides of ourselves?
Well, there are a few practices that can be incredibly helpful. One that you mentioned in your notes is journaling. It's such a powerful tool for self-reflection. It's about getting all those thoughts and feelings out of our heads and onto paper. And it's not just about venting or complaining, but about really looking for patterns, trying to understand the root causes of our behaviors and reactions.
So it's about becoming more aware of our inner landscape, like an explorer mapping out uncharted territory.
Exactly. And meditation can also be incredibly helpful. It's about cultivating stillness, creating space between our thoughts and reactions. This helps us become more mindful of our inner state, more aware of those automatic patterns that often drive our behavior.
So it's about slowing down, becoming more present, and creating that space for self-reflection.
Absolutely. Now, as we delve deeper into applying Rumi's wisdom, I think it's important to explore how his teachings can impact our relationships.
Okay, yes. Let's talk about relationships. We all know they can be a source of both immense joy and incredible challenge. How does Rumi's wisdom guide us in navigating the complexities of human connection?
Well, remember his emphasis on love and compassion. These are essential qualities for building healthy and fulfilling relationships. But it all starts with loving ourselves unconditionally. It's like that saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. If we're constantly criticizing ourselves, we're likely to project that negativity onto others. But when we cultivate self-love and acceptance, we have more love and compassion to give to the people in our lives.
That makes so much sense. But how do we bring more of that Rumi-inspired love and compassion into our daily interactions with others?
One way is to practice what Rumi called deep listening. He believed that truly listening to someone without interrupting or formulating our own response in our heads is an act of love. It's about being fully present with the other person, giving them our undivided attention.
I could definitely see how that can be a challenge in our fast-paced, always connected world. It's so easy to get distracted, to half listen while we're checking our phones or thinking about our to-do list.
It is a practice, and it takes effort. But think about how it feels when someone truly listens to you. When you feel heard and understood, it creates such a deep sense of connection and validation. And Rumi reminds us that this kind of deep listening goes beyond just the words someone is saying. It's about paying attention to their body language, their tone of voice, and really trying to understand their perspective, even if we don't agree with it.
So it's about putting aside our own judgments and assumptions and really trying to step into the other person's shoes.
Exactly. It's about practicing empathy, which is essential for building strong and meaningful relationships. And it's especially important in those moments of conflict or disagreement.
Which are inevitable in any relationship, right? So how does Rumi's wisdom guide us in navigating those challenging moments?
Well, he reminds us that forgiveness is key. Holding on to anger and resentment only hurts us in the end. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning bad behavior, but it's about freeing ourselves from that negativity so we can move forward.
That's a powerful reminder. It's so easy to get caught up in blame and resentment. But ultimately, forgiveness is about letting go of that emotional baggage so we can heal and grow.
Absolutely. And it's important to remember that forgiveness is a process. It doesn't happen overnight, but it's a journey worth taking for the sake of our own well-being and the health of our relationships.
This is also insightful. It's amazing how Rumi's wisdom applies not just to our inner world, but also to our interactions with others. Now, you also mentioned wanting to explore how his teachings can be applied to our work lives. We talked about his leadership principles earlier, but how can those be applied even if we're not in a formal leadership position?
That's a great point. And it all comes back to that idea of finding purpose and meaning in what we do. Rumi believed that work, even if it's not our dream job, can be a path to self-discovery and spiritual growth. It's about asking ourselves, how can I make a positive contribution? How can I use my skills and talents to serve something greater than myself?
So even if we're not leading a team or running a company, we can still approach our work with a sense of purpose and intention.
Absolutely. And it's about bringing that Rumi-inspired authenticity to our work. It's about being true to ourselves, even in a challenging work environment. It's about speaking up for what we believe in, even if it's unpopular. And it's about striving to do our best, not for external rewards or recognition, but because we find inherent value and meaning in the work itself.
That's so inspiring. And it connects with another key theme we've been discussing, continuous self-improvement. Rumi seems to be saying that growth is an essential part of the human experience, and it's something we should embrace, both in our personal and professional lives.
Exactly. He believed that life is a journey of constant learning and evolution. It's about never becoming complacent, always seeking new knowledge and experiences that can help us grow and expand our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
So it's about cultivating that growth mindset, seeing challenges as opportunities for learning, and always striving to become the best versions of ourselves.
You got it. And remember, it's not about perfection, it's about progress. It's about taking small steps each day to move towards our goals and live a more fulfilling and meaningful life. But let's be real, life isn't always smooth sailing. We're going to face setbacks, challenges, and moments where we feel lost or discouraged. How does Rumi's wisdom guide us through those rough patches?
That's a great question. It's one thing to apply these principles when things are going well, but how do we stay connected to Rumi's teachings when we're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or just plain stuck?
Well, that's where the power of his poetry really shines. His words have this incredible ability to soothe the soul, to remind us of what truly matters. It's about finding those verses that resonate with us and returning to them again and again when we need a dose of inspiration or perspective.
So it's like having a spiritual toolkit, pulling out those Rumi quotes when we need a reminder to practice self-compassion, to embrace our shadows, or to approach our challenges with courage and grace.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of nature. Rumi was deeply connected to the natural world. He saw beauty and wisdom in everything, from a blooming flower to a soaring bird.
So it's about taking time to connect with nature, to step away from the hustle and bustle of daily life, and allow ourselves to be present in the moment.
Absolutely. It's about grounding ourselves in the present moment, finding peace and stillness amidst the chaos. And sometimes it's simply about allowing ourselves to feel our emotions fully, to acknowledge the pain without resisting it. Rumi reminds us that even in our darkest moments, there's a spark of light within us that can guide us back to wholeness.
This has been such an inspiring exploration. We've covered so much ground already, from the depths of the psyche to the heights of spiritual connection. But I know there's even more to uncover. What else can we learn from Rumi as we continue this journey of discovery?
It's been a fascinating exploration so far, hasn't it? What strikes me most is how Rumi's insights are just as relevant today as they were centuries ago. It's like he had this timeless understanding of the human experience, and his words offer a roadmap for navigating the complexities of life, even in our modern world.
Absolutely. And in your notes, you highlighted that you wanted to explore how we can actually apply Rumi's wisdom to our own lives. It's one thing to admire his poetry, but how do we take those beautiful words and turn them into concrete actions?
That's a great question. And I think it all starts with that central theme we touched upon earlier, inner transformation. Rumi believed that true change begins within ourselves. Before we try to change the world or other people, we need to take a look inward and do the work of understanding and transforming ourselves.
So it's about cultivating self-awareness, really taking the time to understand our own thoughts, feelings, and motivations.
Exactly, and this is where things get really interesting, because Rumi doesn't shy away from the shadow side of our nature. He encourages us to confront those parts of ourselves that we might try to hide or deny, the fears, insecurities, and negative patterns that hold us back. He believed that by acknowledging and integrating these aspects of ourselves, we can achieve a greater sense of wholeness and authenticity.
This reminds me of the quote we discussed earlier. The wound is the place where the light enters you. It's about finding the strength and wisdom that can emerge from our most difficult experiences.
Precisely. And this takes courage, because it means being honest with ourselves, even when it's uncomfortable. It's about facing our shadows and learning to embrace them as part of who we are, rather than trying to suppress or deny them.
Okay, so how do we actually do that? How do we begin to embrace those shadow sides of ourselves?
Well, there are a few practices that can be incredibly helpful. One that you mentioned in your notes is journaling. It's such a powerful tool for self-reflection. It's about getting all those thoughts and feelings out of our heads and onto paper. And it's not just about venting or complaining, but about really looking for patterns, trying to understand the root causes of our behaviors and reactions.
So it's about becoming more aware of our inner landscape, like an explorer mapping out uncharted territory.
Exactly. And meditation can also be incredibly helpful. It's about cultivating stillness, creating space between our thoughts and reactions. This helps us become more mindful of our inner state, more aware of those automatic patterns that often drive our behavior.
So it's about slowing down, becoming more present, and creating that space for self-reflection.
Absolutely. Now, as we delve deeper into applying Rumi's wisdom, I think it's important to explore how his teachings can impact our relationships.
Okay, yes, let's talk about relationships. We all know they can be a source of both immense joy and incredible challenge. How does Rumi's wisdom guide us in navigating the complexities of human connection?
We'll remember his emphasis on love and compassion. These are essential qualities for building healthy and fulfilling relationships. But it all starts with loving ourselves unconditionally. It's like that saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. If we're constantly criticizing ourselves, we're likely to project that negativity onto others. But when we cultivate self-love and acceptance, we have more love and compassion to give to the people in our lives.
That makes so much sense. But how do we bring more of that Rumi-inspired love and compassion into our daily interactions with others?
One way is to practice what Rumi called deep listening. He believed that truly listening to someone, without interrupting or formulating our own response in our heads, is an act of love. It's about being fully present with the other person, giving them our undivided attention.
I can definitely see how that can be a challenge in our fast-paced, always connected world. It's so easy to get distracted, to half listen while we're checking our phones or thinking about our to-do list.
It is a practice, and it takes effort. But think about how it feels when someone truly listens to you. When you feel heard and understood, it creates such a deep sense of connection and validation. And Rumi reminds us that this kind of deep listening goes beyond just the words someone is saying. It's about paying attention to their body language, their tone of voice, and really trying to understand their perspective, even if we don't agree with it.
So it's about putting aside our own judgments and assumptions and really trying to step into the other person's shoes.
Exactly. It's about practicing empathy, which is essential for building strong and meaningful relationships. And it's especially important in those moments of conflict or disagreement.
Which are inevitable in any relationship, right? So how does Rumi's wisdom guide us in navigating those challenging moments?
Well, he reminds us that forgiveness is key. Holding on to anger and resentment only hurts us in the end. Forgiveness doesn't mean condoning bad behavior, but it's about freeing ourselves from that negativity so we can move forward.
That's a powerful reminder. It's so easy to get caught up in blame and resentment. But ultimately, forgiveness is about letting go of that emotional baggage so we can heal and grow.
Absolutely. And it's important to remember that forgiveness is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. But it's a journey worth taking for the sake of our own well-being and the health of our relationships.
This is all so insightful. It's amazing how Rumi's wisdom applies not just to our inner world, but also to our interactions with others. Now, you also mentioned wanting to explore how his teachings can be applied to our work lives. We talked about his leadership principles earlier. But how can those be applied even if we're not in a formal leadership position?
That's a great point. And it all comes back to that idea of finding purpose and meaning in what we do. Rumi believes that work, even if it's not our dream job, can be a path to self-discovery and spiritual growth. It's about asking ourselves, how can I make a positive contribution? How can I use my skills and talents to serve something greater than myself?
So even if we're not leading a team or running a company, we can still approach our work with a sense of purpose and intention.
Absolutely. And it's about bringing that Rumi-inspired authenticity to our work. It's about being true to ourselves, even in a challenging work environment. It's about speaking up for what we believe in, even if it's unpopular. And it's about striving to do our best, not for external rewards or recognition, but because we find inherent value and meaning in the work itself.
That's so inspiring. And it connects with another key theme we've been discussing, continuous self-improvement. Rumi seems to be saying that growth is an essential part of the human experience and something that we should embrace both in our personal and professional lives.
Exactly. He believed that life is a journey of constant learning and evolution. It's about never becoming complacent, always seeking new knowledge and experiences that can help us grow and expand our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
So it's about cultivating that growth mindset, seeing challenges as opportunities for learning, and always striving to become the best versions of ourselves.
You got it. And remember, it's not about perfection, it's about progress. It's about taking small steps each day to move towards our goals and live a more fulfilling and meaningful life. But let's be real, life isn't always smooth sailing. We're going to face setbacks, challenges, and moments where we feel lost or discouraged. How does Rumi's wisdom guide us through those rough patches?
That's a great question. It's one thing to apply these principles when things are going well, but how do we stay connected to Rumi's teachings when we're feeling overwhelmed, stressed,
Yeah.
or just plain stuck?
Well, that's where the power of his poetry really shines. His words have this incredible ability to soothe the soul, to remind us of what truly matters. It's about finding those verses that resonate with us and returning to them again and again when we need a dose of inspiration or perspective.
So it's like having a spiritual toolkit, pulling out those Rumi quotes when we need a reminder to practice self-compassion, to embrace our shadows, or to approach our challenges with courage and grace.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of nature. Rumi was deeply connected to the natural world. He saw beauty and wisdom in everything from a blooming flower to a soaring bird.
So it's about taking time to connect with nature, to step away from the hustle and bustle of daily life and allow ourselves to be present in the moment.
Absolutely. It's about grounding ourselves in the present moment, finding peace and stillness amidst the chaos. And sometimes, it's simply about allowing ourselves to feel our emotions fully, to acknowledge the pain without resisting it. Rumi reminds us that even in our darkest moments, there's a spark of light within us that can guide us back to wholeness.
This has been such an inspiring exploration. We've covered so much ground already, from the depths of the psyche to the heights of spiritual connection. But I know there's even more to uncover. What else can we learn from Rumi as we continue this journey of discovery?
You know, it feels like we've really been on quite a journey with Rumi. From the depths of the psyche to the heights of spiritual connection, it's been incredibly enriching. But before we wrap up this deep dive, you noted that you wanted to touch upon any criticisms or controversies surrounding his work and legacy. After all, no figure from the past is without their complexities.
That's a great point. And while Rumi's work has touched countless lives across cultures and centuries, there are some important nuances to consider. One thing you highlighted in your notes was the potential for misinterpretation or oversimplification of his teachings.
Yeah, exactly. His poetry is so rich with symbolism and metaphor that it could be easy to take things out of context or impose our own modern interpretations onto his words. Exactly. And sometimes people might focus solely on the love and light aspects of Rumi's work, without acknowledging the shadow work and inner transformation he emphasized. It's important to approach his teachings with a discerning mind, recognizing that a single quote might not capture the full depth and complexity of his ideas.
So it's about appreciating the beauty of his words, while also being mindful of the broader context and the potential for misinterpretations.
Absolutely. And it's also crucial to remember the historical and cultural context in which Rumi was writing. He lived in the 13th century, in a very different world than our own.
That's a really important point. While his core message of love, compassion, and self-discovery feels timeless, some of his specific views might not align with modern sensibilities.
Right. And I think this leads us to another important consideration that you brought up, the question of cultural appropriation.
Yes, that's something I've been thinking about as well.
Yeah.
How does this relate to Rumi's work?
Well, Rumi's work has gained immense popularity in the West, particularly in recent decades. And while it's wonderful that his teachings are reaching a wider audience, sometimes they're presented in a way that's divorced from their Sufi Islamic roots.
So it's like stripping away the cultural and religious context that shaped Rumi's worldview and presenting his work in a way that might not accurately reflect its original meaning.
Exactly. And this can lead to a superficial understanding of his teachings. It's crucial to approach his work with respect for its origins, recognizing that it emerged from a specific cultural and religious tradition.
That makes a lot of sense. It's about honoring the richness and complexity of his heritage, while also appreciating the universal appeal of his message.
Precisely. It's a delicate balance, but it's one we need to be mindful of as we engage with his work.
This has been such an insightful conversation. I feel like we've really gone deep into understanding not only the brilliance of Rumi's work, but also the nuances and complexities that surround it.
It's been a pleasure exploring this with you.
So, as we conclude our deep dive, what are some key takeaways for our listeners as they continue to explore Rumi's wisdom?
I think the most important thing is to approach his work with a spirit of both appreciation and critical thinking. Embrace the beauty and wisdom of his words, but also challenge yourself to delve deeper, to consider the context in which he was writing, and to be mindful of the potential for misinterpretations.
So it's about finding that balance between being inspired by his message
And
engaging with his work in a thoughtful and respectful way.
exactly. And remember, our understanding of Rumi, just like our understanding of ourselves, is a journey. There's always more to learn, more to uncover, and more to appreciate.
Beautifully said. And on that note, we've reached the end of our deep dive into the world of Rumi. We've explored his profound insights, his lasting legacy, and even some of the complexities surrounding his work. We hope this deep dive has sparked your curiosity and inspired you to embark on your own journey of discovery with Rumi as your guide over.
In the next section, we will talk about modern leaders inspired by Rumi.
Welcome to our deep dive today. We're going to explore something pretty captivating, I think. The wisdom of Rumi and how it's showing up in the leadership of some really influential people today.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a whole stack of articles and research all about how people like Satya Nadella, Oprah, Ariana Huffington,
Wow.
and even Elon Musk are drawing inspiration from this 13th century Persian poet and Sufi mystic.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, isn't it? You'd think that ancient poetry might feel a bit irrelevant in our fast-paced, tech-driven world.
Right.
But Rumi's insights into human nature and the search for meaning, I think they resonate more than ever now.
Absolutely. And to get this, one of the articles highlights how Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft,
Wow.
has actually used Rumi's poetry to help shift the company culture towards one that embraces empathy and personal growth. Who would have thought?
Right.
A tech giant like Microsoft looking to a Sufi mystic for leadership inspiration.
It really shows how Nadella has recognized that to lead effectively in today's world, you need more than just technical expertise.
You need emotional intelligence, a deep understanding of human needs,
Right.
and a willingness to constantly learn and evolve.
This is where I was blown away. You know that famous Rumi quote?
Yeah.
Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I am changing myself. Nadella actually used that quote at a company-wide meeting to emphasize personal growth and adaptability. He wanted to move Microsoft away from that old competitive siloed structure and create a more collaborative and inclusive one.
And it's not just talk.
Yeah.
Nadella has made some concrete changes to reflect this new philosophy. For example, he completely overhauled Microsoft's performance review system, moving away from stack ranking,
Right.
which pitted employees against each other, to a system that focuses on growth and feedback and collaboration.
And the results are really something. Under Nadella's leadership, Microsoft has seen so much innovation, particularly in things like cloud computing and AI. It's like by focusing on empathy and personal growth internally, they've created products and services that better meet the needs of their customers.
Precisely. It's that recognition that technology is a tool to serve human needs. And that understanding that's deeply embedded in Rumi's philosophy, which emphasizes the interconnectedness of everything.
Okay, so we've got a tech giant embracing Rumi's wisdom. Now let's switch gears completely and talk about Oprah Winfrey.
Okay.
Her entire career, with its focus on personal transformation and emotional healing, it just seems to scream Rumi, wouldn't you say?
It absolutely does. And there's a Rumi quote that captures this perfectly. Let the beauty of what you love be what you do. Oprah has clearly embodied that throughout her career, from her groundbreaking talk show to her philanthropy.
I think what's remarkable is how she revolutionized the talk show. Before her, it was all celebrity gossip and superficial banter.
Right.
But Oprah created a safe space for vulnerability where people from all walks of life
Could share their stories, their struggles, their triumphs.
And that resonated with audiences because it tapped into that human need for connection, for authenticity, for feeling seen and heard. And that's a theme that runs throughout Rumi's work as well. It's about recognizing the shared humanity in all of us, regardless of our differences.
Remember that episode where she had a group of women
Oh, yeah.
who had experienced domestic violence share their stories? It was so raw, so emotional,
Yeah.
but also incredibly powerful. You could feel the empathy radiating from Oprah.
Right.
And it created this sense of shared healing, not just for the women on stage,
Right.
but for everyone watching at home.
That's a perfect example of how Oprah, consciously or not, embodied Rumi's teachings on compassion and the transformative power of vulnerability. It's not about pretending we're perfect or hiding our flaws. It's about acknowledging our shared human experience, the light and the shadow, and using our stories to connect with and uplift each other.
And it's not just the talk show. Oprah's philanthropic work, so like the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls, is another example of her putting Rumi's principles into action. She's not just talking about empowering women and girls,
Right.
she's creating opportunities for them to reach their full potential.
Exactly. And it's not just about financial support. Oprah has said that one of the most important things she tries to instill in the girls at the academy is a sense of self-belief. A belief that they can achieve anything they set their minds to. And that aligns beautifully with Rumi's message of recognizing the inherent potential within each of us.
Now, speaking of strong women, let's talk about Arianna Huffington,
Okay.
the founder of Thrive Global. Her work on well-being and mindfulness in the workplace seems so connected to this Rumi quote.
Yeah.
You are not a drop in the ocean.
Yeah.
You are the entire ocean in a drop. It's about this holistic approach to success, isn't it?
Absolutely. Ariana's work challenges the traditional definition of success, which often focuses only on external achievements like wealth and status.
Yeah.
She's advocating for a more balanced approach that recognizes mental and physical well-being, cultivating inner peace and resilience as essential components of a truly fulfilling life.
And her personal journey is a powerful testament to this philosophy.
Yeah.
She's spoken openly about her own experience with burnout, how she collapsed from exhaustion and woke up with a broken cheekbone. It was that wake-up call that led her to reevaluate her priorities and dedicate herself to promoting a more sustainable and humane approach to work and life.
And that's what's so inspiring about Ariana. She's not just preaching from a theoretical standpoint, she's lived it. She's learned from her struggles, and now she's sharing that wisdom with the world. It's that authenticity, that willingness to be vulnerable and share her own journey that makes her message so powerful.
And it's resonated with a lot of people. Especially in our hyper-connected, always-on world. Ariana is advocating for things like mindfulness practices, getting enough sleep, and taking digital detoxes. All things that Rumi himself might have prescribed if he were alive today.
He might have indeed. And I think what Ariana is showing us is that incorporating these practices, even in small ways, can have a profound impact on our well-being and our ability to lead effectively.
It's like she's taken Rumi's teachings on inner harmony and applied them to the modern workplace.
Yeah.
And it's not just about feeling less stressed. It's about creating a more sustainable, more humane, and ultimately more productive way of working.
And I think that's a message that a lot of people are hungry for. Both employees and leaders alike. Because at the end of the day, we all want to feel like our work has meaning, that it contributes to something larger than ourselves, and that we're not sacrificing our health and well-being in the process.
Speaking of pushing boundaries and challenging conventional thinking, let's talk about someone who, on the surface, might seem like the polar opposite of Arianna Huffington, Elon Musk.
Interesting.
But even he seems to be drawing inspiration from Rumi, particularly when it comes to his visionary thinking.
Yes. Musk, with his ventures like Tesla and SpaceX, embodies Rumi's quote, "What you seek is seeking you." He has these audacious goals like colonizing Mars and revolutionizing sustainable energy that seem to resonate with Rumi's encouragement to dream beyond limits.
And let's be honest, pursuing those goals requires a level of perseverance that most of us can only dream of. Musk has faced setbacks, criticisms, immense technical challenges. yet he remains unwavering in his pursuit of his vision.
Yeah.
That tenacity, that refusal to give up on what he believes in,
Right.
is a hallmark of both Musk and Rumi.
And it's not just blind ambition. Musk has said that his driving force is a deep belief in the power of technology to solve humanity's greatest challenges,
Right.
like climate change and the need for renewable energy. It's about using innovation to create a better future.
Yeah.
Which aligns with Rumi's emphasis on striving for something greater than ourselves.
And even Musk's hands-on leadership style, his willingness to take calculated risks, seems to reflect Rumi's philosophy of active engagement, of fearlessly pursuing one's desires. It's not just about dreaming big.
Right.
It's about taking action to make those dreams a reality.
Absolutely. And in that sense, Musk's approach, while focused on very different outcomes, someone like Arianna Huffington shares a common thread with Rumi's teachings. A belief in the power of human potential and the importance of aligning one's actions with one's deepest values.
Now let's shift gears a bit and talk about Jacinda Ardern,
Okay.
the Prime Minister of New Zealand. She's known for her incredibly empathetic leadership style.
Right.
And I can't help but connect that to Rumi's emphasis on unity and compassion.
A brilliant connection, Rumi said. We are all different branches of the same tree. And Ardern's approach to leadership reflects that beautifully.
Her response to the Christchurch mosque shootings was incredibly moving. Instead of anger or retribution, she met the Muslim community with compassion and understanding. Remember when she donned a headscarf in solidarity with the victims?
Yeah.
It was such a simple gesture.
Yeah.
But it spoke volumes about her commitment to inclusivity and healing.
It was a profound demonstration of empathy and a stark contrast to the divisive rhetoric we often see in politics.
Right.
And it resonated deeply with people both in New Zealand and around the world.
And she brought that same empathy to her handling of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Right.
Her communication was clear, transparent, compassionate.
Yeah.
She didn't shy away from acknowledging the fear and uncertainty people were feeling, but she also offered hope and reassurance, emphasizing the importance of working together to overcome the crisis.
Ardern's leadership during those challenging times really exemplified how empathy can be a source of strength, especially in times of crisis. It's about connecting with people on an emotional level, recognizing our shared humanity and working together to navigate those turbulent waters.
And it's not just about reacting to crises. Ardern's advocacy for progressive social policies, like gender equality and mental health support, shows how integrating Rumi's wisdom can lead to a more compassionate and equitable society.
It's a reminder that leadership isn't just about wielding power, but about using that power to uplift the most vulnerable and to create a world that reflects the values of compassion and justice that Rumi so eloquently espoused.
Moving on to someone whose work has had a profound impact on how we view leadership today, let's talk about Brené Brown.
Okay.
Her research on vulnerability and courage seems to resonate deeply with Rumi's quote.
Yeah.
The wound is the place where the light enters you.
It's a powerful connection. Brown's work challenges that traditional view of leadership that requires stoicism and invulnerability. Instead, she argues that true strength lies in embracing our imperfections and being willing to show up authentically, even when it feels risky.
Remember her TED Talk on the power of vulnerability?
Oh, yeah.
It went viral and really sparked a global conversation about the importance of authenticity and connection.
Yeah.
Not just in our personal lives, but in our workplaces as well.
It was a game changer because she was saying it's okay to be human.
Right.
It's okay to feel fear, to experience shame, to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And in acknowledging those vulnerabilities, we actually become more resilient, more relatable, and ultimately more effective leaders.
It's like she's taken Rumi's teachings on self-awareness and inner strength and applied them to the modern workplace. By creating space for vulnerability for ourselves and others, we foster trust, meaningful connections, and a greater capacity for growth and innovation.
And that's a radical departure from the old command and control style of leadership that's been so prevalent for so long. Brown's work is helping to redefine what it means to be a leader in a way that aligns with Rumi's emphasis on personal growth, spiritual evolution, and the interconnectedness of all things.
And it's not just about being vulnerable ourselves, right?
Right.
It's about creating a culture where others feel safe to do the same. A culture of openness, trust, and empathy, where people can bring their whole selves to work without fear of judgment or rejection.
Exactly. That's where the real transformation happens. When we create environments where people feel seen and heard, where they can share their ideas and perspectives freely, that's when we unlock true innovation, collaboration, and fulfillment.
Right.
And those are all values that are deeply rooted in Rumi's philosophy.
Our final leader for this part of our deep dive is Malala Yousafzai,
Okay.
the youngest Nobel Prize laureate and an amazing advocate for girls' education.
Yeah.
Her story, her courage, her unwavering commitment to her cause. It all seems to echo Rumi's message of speaking truth to power, even in the face of great adversity.
Malala is a shining example of what Rumi meant when he said, "Raise your words, not voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder." She's demonstrated incredible grace and resilience in her pursuit of a more just and equitable world.
Right.
And she's inspired millions to join her in that cause.
Despite facing threats and violence,
Yeah.
she never wavered in her commitment to ensuring that every girl has access to education. It's like she embodies Rumi's dedication to higher ideals and the pursuit of truth,
Right.
even when those truths are difficult or dangerous to speak.
She does. And her work with the Malala Fund, her ability to mobilize global support for education and equality, shows just how powerful a leader can be when they operate from a place of deep conviction and compassion.
It's amazing to think that a 13th century poet could have such a profound impact on leaders across such diverse fields centuries later. What stands out to you from all these leaders we've discussed so far?
It's inspiring, isn't it? To see how these leaders from such different backgrounds are all tapping into this wisdom from Rumi. It speaks to the universality of his teachings, the idea that the human heart with its desires and struggles hasn't really changed all that much, even across centuries.
That's such a good point. Like, whether you're running a tech company or building rockets or advocating for social justice, these core principles of self-awareness, empathy, connection, they seem to be fundamental to effective leadership.
Yeah.
No matter what you're doing.
Exactly. And it's not about adopting a few surface level techniques.
Right.
It's about a deeper understanding of ourselves, our own motivations and fears, so we can lead with authenticity and compassion. Remember Satya Nadella?
Yeah.
And his focus on personal growth at Microsoft, that wasn't just about creating a happier workforce.
Right.
It was about recognizing that individual transformation is the foundation for organizational change.
And think about how that shift within Microsoft has influenced their approach to things like artificial intelligence.
Right.
They're not just developing AI for its own sake, but with a deeper understanding of human needs. They even have AI principles focused on fairness, reliability, transparency. It's like they're trying to build AI that reflects those human values that Rumi was so passionate about.
That's a great example of how these ideas can manifest in practical ways. It's not just about quoting poetry.
Right.
It's about embodying those principles in the work we do, in the products we create, in the way we interact with the world.
Okay, so we've seen how Rumi's ideas are showing up in the tech world, in media and politics. But what about someone like Brené Brown?
Right.
Her work is more focused on personal development and leadership in a broader sense.
Right. But her work is so relevant to this conversation because she's challenging that old view of leadership as something that requires you to be stoic, invulnerable, always in control. She's basically saying, hey, that's not how humans actually work. We all have vulnerabilities. We all experience fear and shame, and pretending otherwise makes us less effective as leaders.
She's like, let's be real, let's be human. And that resonates so strongly with Rumi's teachings on embracing imperfections and finding strength in vulnerability.
Right.
Remember that famous Rumi line?
Yeah.
The wound is the place where the little light enters you.
Exactly. It's not about wallowing in our weaknesses or trying to be perfect. It's about acknowledging those tender spots, owning them and using them as opportunities for growth and connection. Because let's be honest, when we try to hide our vulnerabilities, we end up creating distance between ourselves and the people we're trying to lead.
And isn't that what so many of these leaders are doing? Creating cultures where it's okay to take risks, to stumble, to learn, and to grow together.
They are, and that's such a shift from that traditional top-down command and control style of leadership. It's about empowering others fostering a sense of shared ownership and recognizing that everyone has something valuable to contribute,
Right.
even if they don't have all the answers or a fancy title.
And that brings us back to Malala. She's such a powerful example of how one person, even someone so young, can make a difference
Right.
when they operate from deep conviction and courage.
Yeah.
And she does it with such grace and humility. It's not about ego
Right.
or seeking recognition. It's about serving something larger than herself.
It's about embodying that Rumi quote we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. Malala's impact comes from the clarity and authenticity of her message, from her unwavering belief in the power of education to change lives,
Right.
and from her willingness to speak truth to power, even when it puts her at risk.
It's remarkable to think that a poet who lived over 800 years ago
Ah.
could have such a profound influence on leaders in such diverse fields. But it makes you wonder,
Right.
what is it about Rumi's work that continues to resonate with us today? Why are people still turning to his poems
Yeah.
for guidance and inspiration?
I think it's because Rumi offers us a language to talk about those deeper longings that we all share, those yearnings for meaning, for connection,
Yeah.
for a sense of belonging in a world that can often feel chaotic and isolating.
Like in a world that's obsessed with speed and efficiency and external achievements, Rumi reminds us to slow down,
Yeah.
to look inward, to cultivate those qualities of empathy and compassion
Right.
that are so essential to our well-being.
Exactly. And I think that's what makes his work
Yeah.
so relevant to leadership today, because effective leadership isn't just about achieving external goals or climbing the corporate ladder.
Right.
It's about creating a culture where people feel valued, where their voices are heard, where they feel empowered to contribute.
Their unique talents and perspectives.
And isn't that what so many of these leaders are doing? Whether it's Satya Nadella transforming the culture at Microsoft,
Right.
or Oprah creating a space for vulnerability and connection, or Ariana Huffington advocating for well-being in the workplace.
Yeah.
They're all, in their own way, creating environments where people can thrive.
They are.
Yeah.
And that's not just about making people happier or less stressed.
Right.
It's about unlocking their potential, fostering a sense of purpose and meaning in their work, and creating a ripple effect of positive change that extends beyond the walls of their organizations.
So you're saying that true leadership, the kind that Rumi inspires,
Yeah.
is about more than just achieving success.
Right.
It's about cultivating those qualities of the human spirit that allow us to connect on a deeper level, to build trust, to foster collaboration, and to create something meaningful together.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that our shared humanity is our greatest asset.
And by tapping into that wellspring of compassion and understanding, we can create a world that is more equitable and ultimately more fulfilling for everyone.
You know, it's interesting to think that all of these leaders,
Yeah.
despite their different backgrounds and approaches, seem to be drawing inspiration from the same source.
Right.
It's like Rumi's wisdom is this common thread that weaves through their stories, connecting them in ways they might not even be aware of.
That's a beautiful way to put it. And it makes you wonder if Rumi's ideas can have such a profound impact on people from such diverse fields. What could they do for us in our own lives? What if we all started looking for those opportunities to bring more compassion, more empathy, more authenticity into our interactions with the world? What kind of ripple effect could we create?
That's a powerful question. And it's one that I think we'll continue to explore as we delve into the final part of our deep dive. Because ultimately, the most important question isn't just how these leaders are applying Rumi's wisdom, but how we can all apply it in our own lives to create a more meaningful and fulfilling experience for ourselves and for those around us. Wow, it feels like we've been on this incredible journey exploring how Rumi's poetry, written centuries ago, is still shaping the way modern leaders think and act.
Yeah, it really is amazing.
It's mind-blowing, really.
You know what makes me think about something Rumi himself wrote? The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. It's like he's urging us to stay awake to the possibilities, to the wisdom that's all around us, even in unexpected places.
I love that. So we've talked about these big-name leaders, but what about the rest of us?
Right.
How can we in our everyday lives tap into that same wisdom that Rumi offers.
Mm-hmm.
We might not be running Microsoft or leading nations,
Right.
but we all have our own spheres of influence.
That's right. Absolutely. And the key takeaway, I think, is that leadership isn't just about a title or position. It's a way of being, a way of showing up in the world with authenticity, with compassion,
Right.
and with a willingness to make a positive impact, however big or small.
So it's not about trying to become the next Satya Nadella or Oprah,
Right.
but about finding our own way
Yeah.
to embody those qualities of leadership that Rumi inspired in them.
Exactly. It's about asking ourselves,
Yeah.
what are my values? What do I care about?
Right.
And how can I use my voice, my skills, my energy to make a difference in my own little corner of the world? Maybe it's being a more present and empathetic parent,
Right.
or a more supportive colleague, or a more engaged citizen in your community.
I'm thinking about that quote from Rumi we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. It's not about being the loudest or most forceful person in the room. It's about speaking your truth with clarity, with compassion, and with an unwavering belief in the possibility of a better future.
Yes. And that takes courage. It takes a willingness to be vulnerable, to step outside our comfort zones,
Right.
and to challenge those old patterns of thinking and behavior that might be holding us back.
You know, it strikes me that even though we've been focusing on these specific leaders,
Yeah.
what we're really talking about is something much more universal. It's about tapping into that deeper potential within each of us.
Right.
That capacity for love, compassion, connection that Rumi so beautifully articulates in his poetry.
That's it, exactly. And I think that's why his work continues to resonate with people across cultures and centuries, because it speaks to that longing we all have to live a more meaningful and fulfilling life,
Yeah.
to make a difference in the world, to connect with something larger than ourselves.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into Rumi and his influence on modern leaders, I want to leave our listener with this thought.
Okay.
What if Rumi's wisdom isn't just something to admire from afar, but something we can actively cultivate in our own lives?
Right.
What if we all made a conscious effort to bring more empathy, more authenticity, more love into our interactions with the world around us?
Imagine the possibilities.
Yeah.
It starts with each of us with that inner work of self-discovery and transformation that Rumi guides us through.
And maybe that's the most powerful lesson we can take away from all of this. That true leadership, the kind that creates lasting positive change, begins within.
Yeah.
It begins with that willingness to look inward, to embrace our own vulnerabilities, and to cultivate those qualities of the human spirit that connect us all.
Beautifully said. And on that note,
Yeah.
we invite you, dear listener, to continue your own exploration of Rumi's wisdom. Let his poetry be a guide, a source of inspiration, and a reminder of the incredible potential that lies within each of us.
Until next time, keep diving deep, keep seeking, keep growing, and keep letting that inner light shine brightly.
In the next section, we will talk about modern artistic work inspired by Rumi.
All right, so get ready, because today we're going on a journey.
A journey?
Yeah, back in time to the 13th century.
Oh, wow.
But there's a twist.
Okay.
We're diving into the legacy of Rumi the Sufi mystic and poet.
Ah, Rumi.
Yeah, you know him, right?
Of course.
But we're not just, leafing through his poetry collections today.
No, not at all. We're going much deeper than that.
Yeah, exactly. We're tracing Rumi's influence
Yeah.
through all these threads of modern culture, from books and music
To
to...
art forms you might not expect.
Yeah.
It's amazing, how his ideas about love and self-discovery,
Yeah.
the whole human condition
Right.
are still echoed
Yeah.
in the work of so many artists and thinkers, even centuries later.
It's mind-blowing.
It is.
Okay, so we've got a whole stack of sources here
Yeah,
that really show
Yeah.
Rumi's presence everywhere.
everywhere.
First up, literature.
All right.
One of the books you shared was Paulo Coelho's The Alchemist.
Yeah. Now, I've read that book a few times,
Right.
but honestly, I never really made the connection to Rumi. Like, what's the link there?
It's subtle, but it's definitely there.
Okay.
Remember Santiago's journey?
Yeah.
He's a shepherd
Mhm.
who follows his dreams, right?
Yeah.
Literally chasing treasure.
Across continents.
Yeah, across continents.
Yeah.
And that really resonates with,
Mm.
Rumi's idea of the personal legend.
Yeah.
That each of us has this unique path that we're meant to follow.
I see.
And, both Coelho and Rumi use allegory, weaving these like deeper truths into these seemingly simple tales.
Right. So it's not just about, finding physical treasure. It's about this inner journey.
Exactly.
Of self-discovery.
Exactly. Both The Alchemist and Rumi's poetry encourage us to look beyond the surface,
Okay.
to really listen to our intuition and to trust, the unfolding of our own unique path.
Our own path, yeah.
And that message, that journey of transformation.
That's pure Rumi.
Wow.
Coelho just gives it a modern voice,
It's totally.
making it relatable
Yeah.
for today's seekers.
Okay, now switching gears a little bit to music.
Okay.
It feels like Rumi's presence in music is just so diverse.
It is incredibly diverse.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how adaptable his ideas really are.
Yeah.
We have Norah Jones, a jazz musician, who channels Rumi's contemplative style in Daybreaks.
Oh, yeah.
Then we have Lorena McKennitt, a world music artist,
Right.
who weaves Rumi's poetry into her album, The Book of Secrets.
Wow, that's a pretty wide range.
It is. It's like
It's amazing.
Rumi's ideas can be expressed in like any genre, any style.
Precisely. And what's really interesting is how these musicians create a sonic landscape
Ooh,
that reflects Rumi's inner world.
I like that.
So Jones captures that quiet awareness, that focus on inner peace with her like soothing melodies
Yeah.
and introspective lyrics. I can hear that.
McKennitt,
Yeah.
on the other hand, she uses traditional Persian motifs
Interesting.
to like build a bridge
Hmm.
between Rumi's time and our own.
I see.
So it's a beautiful way of introducing his work to a much wider audience.
Okay, so it's not all just mellow contemplation though, right?
Oh, not at all.
You also sent me some music from Rufus Dusol.
Yes,
They're electronic,
they are.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a Grammy-winning electronic band.
Oh, wow.
Which, just goes to show the enduring appeal of Rumi's message,
Mm-hmm.
that it can find expression in genres as diverse as contemplative jazz and high-energy electronic music.
Yeah, I'm really curious,
Yeah.
what does that actually sound like?
Right.
How do they bring Rumi into their music?
They blend Rumi-inspired lyrics
Okay.
about inner transformation and spiritual awakening with these like modern beats and soundscapes
Interesting.
and songs like Inner Bloom
Okay.
and Underwater create a sense of euphoric contemplation.
Wow.
It's like they're inviting you to lose yourself in the music,
Yeah.
but then at the same time reflect on these deep, meaningful lyrics.
So it's like not just about listening to the words.
Right.
It's about the whole,
The whole experience.
the experience of it.
Exactly. And their live shows take this to a whole other level.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. They create these like immersive, almost spiritual atmospheres
Wow.
with stunning visuals and light displays.
Interesting.
It's as if like Rumi's words
Yeah.
are being amplified through the light and sound, drawing the audience into this shared experience of wonder and transcendence.
That's amazing. Okay, so we've got books.
Yes.
We've got jazz. We've got world music.
World.
We've got electronic.
Mhm.
Rumi's influence seems to be like everywhere.
It really is.
All right, next up, let's dive into the world of visual and performing arts.
Okay.
What did you find there?
Oh, lots of good stuff.
Okay, so we're back and still swimming in this Rumi renaissance. Still swimming. Yes.
Last time we left off, we were just blown away by the
For
diversity
sheer diversity.
of Rumi's influence in music. From contemplative jazz
Right.
to like high energy electronica.
It really is amazing.
And it's like his work just speaks to something universal,
It does.
something that like transcends genres and centuries.
Absolutely.
But I'm really curious to see
Yeah.
how that translates into the visual and performing arts.
Right.
What did you uncover there?
Well, it's fascinating to see how artists translate,
Uh-huh.
Rumi's intricate poetry and philosophical ideas
Right.
into visual forms.
Yeah.
And we've got some really intriguing examples here.
Okay.
Like take Shazia Sikander, for instance.
Okay.
She's a contemporary artist
Uh-huh.
who blends traditional miniature painting
Okay.
with modern abstraction.
I'm picturing these incredibly detailed, almost microscopic paintings.
Yes,
Like borne up onto a large scale.
exactly.
Is that the vibe? That's exactly the vibe. And she also incorporates calligraphy,
Oh, wow.
which, ties back to Rumi's own poetry as a physical art form.
Right.
And her vibrant colors and intricate patterns often explore themes like the cyclical nature of life. echoing Rumi's view of existence as this continuous journey.
So she's taking this ancient art form
Yeah.
of miniature painting and giving it a modern voice.
Exactly.
Kind of like Coelho did with The Alchemist.
That's a great observation.
It's like they're both drawing inspiration from the past
Right.
to create something fresh and relevant
Mm.
for today.
Yes, it's like Rumi's work acts as this bridge
Yeah.
between the past and the present,
Oh, boy.
inspiring these artists to reinterpret his ideas for new
Yeah.
generations.
Now, this next one really surprised me.
Oh, yeah.
Banksy.
Banksy.
We're talking about street art, right?
Yes, street art.
Yeah, it seems like a far cry from...
Yeah, it does. Sufi mysticism.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of Rumi's work.
It can pop up in the most unexpected places.
Yeah.
Banksy subtly embeds Rumi references
Okay.
into his murals,
Uh-huh.
often juxtaposing them with contemporary imagery.
I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah.
Can you give me a specific example?
Sure. So think of a Banksy mural with doves,
Okay.
which is, this universal symbol of peace,
Right.
alongside a Rumi quote about unity and compassion.
Wow.
He's taking these ancient ideas
Yeah.
and planting them
Uh-huh.
right in the heart of our modern urban landscape.
So it's like he's using street art
Yeah.
to bring Rumi's message to the masses,
Yeah.
to people who might not typically pick up like
Right.
a book of poetry or
Exactly.
attend a lecture on Sufism.
He's using this very public and accessible art form
Okay.
to spark reflection
Yeah.
and conversation about these deeper themes. That's
Sure.
like he's saying, hey, even amidst all the chaos of the city,
Yeah.
there's space for contemplation,
Right.
for connection,
Mm.
for a little bit of Rumi's wisdom.
That's pretty powerful.
It is.
Okay. From street art, let's move to the silver screen.
Okay.
You included Darren Aronofsky's film, The Fountain,
Yes.
in our sources.
They did.
Now, I know that's not like a direct adaptation of Rumi.
Right.
specifically.
But there are definite connections.
Yeah, I'm sensing a connection there.
Yeah.
Like, what's the link?
It's all about the exploration of these profound themes,
Yeah.
love, loss,
Uh-huh.
the search for meaning, the nature of time.
Right.
The film's not explicitly about Rumi,
Okay.
but it visually reflects
Yeah.
many of his core ideas.
Yeah, I remember the visuals being really striking.
They are.
Almost dreamlike.
Mm-hmm.
How do those connect to Rumi?
Well, Aronofsky weaves together
Yeah.
3 distinct timelines in the film,
Okay.
and that reflects
Mm-hmm.
Rumi's understanding of existence as this continuous cycle. He's showing us that the past, present, and future
Yeah.
are all interconnected.
Right.
Just like Rumi's concept of the soul's eternal journey.
So while the film isn't like a literal adaptation,
Right.
it's using a similar language.
Exactly.
A similar way of seeing the world. It's like Aronofsky took inspiration from Rumi's ideas about time and existence and translated them into like a visual narrative.
Precisely. And that's just one example.
Okay.
We also have the work of playwright Ayad Akhtar,
Right.
who grapples with themes of identity and existentialism,
Uh-huh.
reflecting Rumi's emphasis on self-discovery and the search for truth.
Yeah, I've seen a few of Akhtar's plays,
Oh, have you?
and they often explore this clash
Ah.
between tradition and modernity,
Right.
especially within Muslim communities. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. His characters are often grappling with these questions of faith, belonging,
Okay.
and how to reconcile their cultural heritage
Yeah.
with their individual aspirations.
Right.
It really mirrors Rumi's own journey of spiritual exploration,
Right.
challenging these societal norms
Mm-hmm.
and embracing a more inclusive and universal understanding of spirituality.
So Akhtar's taking these themes that Rumi explored centuries ago
Yes.
and putting them on stage
Right.
for a contemporary audience to wrestle with.
Exactly.
It's amazing how these ancient ideas
It is.
continue to resonate
It is.
in the modern world.
Absolutely. And we see this in other art forms as well.
Okay.
Look at the work of visual artist Shirin Nishat, for instance.
Oh, yeah. Her work is incredibly powerful.
It is.
It's often black and white, right?
Yes. A lot of black and white.
And she uses a lot of intricate patterns in calligraphy.
Yes, she does, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Her use of black and white imagery directly reflects the duality inherent in Rumi's worldview.
Right. Yeah.
Light and darkness,
Right.
masculine and feminine,
Mm-hmm.
the material and the spiritual.
Right.
And her intricate patterns and symbolism
Yeah.
reflect Rumi's exploration of the self and the divine. It's like she's using this visual language to translate Rumi's poetic metaphors into a contemporary art form.
Okay, so we've covered literature,
Yes.
music, visual arts, and even theater.
Right.
And we've seen how Rumi's influence is like this invisible thread connecting all these seemingly disparate artistic expressions.
It really is a man.
It's like he's this wellspring of inspiration that artists just keep returning to, drawing new meaning and relevance from his work.
It's amazing how his work continues to inspire.
But let's be honest.
Yeah.
Art isn't always everyone's cup of tea.
True.
Is Rumi's influence limited
Oh, no, not at all.
to the creative world?
No, his ideas are finding their way into unexpected fields.
Really?
Like psychology,
Okay.
business, and even technology.
Oh.
That's what we'll explore next.
So we've been on this incredible journey with Rumi. From the ancient world to modern art, his influence is just undeniable.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
But you know, at the end of last time you said something that really stuck with me.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just about creative expression.
Right.
It's about something deeper.
It is.
How are Rumi's ideas shaping fields beyond the arts?
Well, that's where it gets really fascinating.
Okay.
Because, you know, Rumi's emphasis on self-awareness, mindfulness, and connection is resonating in these unexpected places.
Really?
Like psychology, business, and even technology.
Wow.
It's like we're rediscovering this ancient wisdom and applying it to these modern challenges.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Let's start with psychology.
Okay.
How does a 13th century poet fit into like our understanding of the human mind?
Well, think about the core of Rumi's message.
Yeah.
Self-knowledge, compassion, acceptance. These themes align perfectly with so many modern therapeutic approaches.
I see.
You know, we already touched on
Yeah.
Michael Singer's The Untethered Soul,
Right.
which draws heavily
Yeah.
on these Sufi principles.
Right. But Rumi's influence goes like beyond that.
It does. It goes way beyond that.
Yeah. So we're talking about more than just one book. It's like a broader trend.
Exactly. Take mindfulness meditation, for instance.
Okay.
It's become so popular, right?
It has.
But its roots can be traced back
Yeah.
to these contemplative practices
Okay.
of Sufi mystics like Rumi.
Wow.
You know, that idea of cultivating a non-judgmental awareness
Right.
of the present moment,
Yeah.
observing thoughts and emotions
Yeah.
without getting carried away by them.
Right.
That's pure Rumi.
That is so interesting.
It is.
It's like training the mind
Right.
to be more of like an observer, less reactive.
Yeah, less reactive.
And I've definitely heard about, you know, all the benefits of mindfulness for like stress reduction,
Absolutely.
mental well-being.
It's amazing.
So are we essentially tapping into like the same inner resources that Rumi cultivated centuries ago?
That's the fascinating part.
Yeah.
Modern psychology is in many ways rediscovering and validating the wisdom that Rumi and these other mystics have shared for centuries.
I love that.
It's like we're coming full circle, recognizing that these ancient practices have so much to offer in our fast-paced, you know, technology-driven world.
This next one really surprised me.
Oh, yeah.
Businesses looking to Rumi for inspiration.
I know.
How does that even work?
Well, it might seem unexpected.
It does.
But it makes perfect sense when you really think about it. Companies like Patagonia
Yeah.
and Zappos,
Okay.
they're incorporating Rumi's ideas about empathy, collaboration, purpose-driven work into their company cultures.
So it's not just about profits. Right.
And bottom lines anymore?
No, it's
There's like a shift
there is
towards creating more humane and meaningful workplaces.
Exactly. Patagonia, with its strong environmental focus, embodies Rumi's reverence for nature.
Oh, wow.
And Zappos, you know, known for its emphasis on employee happiness,
Right.
reflects his belief in the importance of human connection and community.
I like that.
They're demonstrating that success and compassion
Yeah.
aren't mutually exclusive.
Okay, I'm seeing a pattern here.
You are.
Psychology business.
Yeah.
It's like these seemingly disparate fields are all searching for ways to create more meaning and connection in our lives.
Absolutely.
And they're finding inspiration in Rumi's wisdom.
They are.
What about technology?
Technology.
Where does that fit in?
Well, technology might seem like the opposite of
Yeah.
Rumi's world.
Right.
Poetry and mysticism. But it's actually playing a crucial role
Really?
in preserving and spreading his message Okay, we talked about those mindfulness apps.
Right.
Using Rumi's poetry.
Yes.
But what else is happening?
Well, think about the way
Yeah.
Rumi's message is being shared online.
Mm.
His quotes are popping up on social media.
Right.
Inspiring, memes and thoughtful reflections.
I've seen that.
People are connecting with his words
Yeah.
in these bite-sized pieces,
Right.
integrating them into their digital lives.
I've definitely seen those Rumi quotes on Instagram.
Exactly.
It's almost like social media,
Yeah.
despite its reputation for superficiality,
Right.
is becoming like a vehicle
It is.
for spreading ancient wisdom.
That's the beauty of it.
It is.
Rumi's message is so adaptable.
It is.
It can find a home even in the fast-paced world
Yeah.
of the internet.
Right.
And those short, poignant quotes,
Yeah.
they're perfectly suited for sharing and reflection.
That's true.
It's a reminder that even in our hyper-connected world,
Uh-huh.
we can find those moments
Right.
of stillness and connection through Rumi's words.
And then there are those Rumi-inspired VR experiences
Yes.
that are in development.
I know. Amazing.
Imagine being transported
I-
into the landscapes of his poetry,
Yes.
feeling his words come to life around you.
It's a bit mind-blowing.
It is pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah,
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive.
we have.
From books and music to art,
Yeah.
psychology, business, and technology.
We've gone everywhere.
Rumi's influence is just undeniable.
It really is.
But what does it all mean?
Yeah, what does it all mean?
Why does this 13th century poet continue to resonate with us today?
That's the big question, isn't it?
It is.
And I think it speaks to the timelessness of Rumi's message. He touches on these universal themes of love and loss,
Yeah.
longing and search for meaning.
Right.
These are human experiences
Yeah.
that transcend time and culture.
Absolutely.
And in a world that often feels
Yeah.
chaotic and disconnected,
So true.
Rumi offers a path, towards inner peace connection
Yeah.
and a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
It's like he's offering a roadmap for navigating
Yeah,
the complexities of life,
the complexities of life.
reminding us to look inward,
Right.
to cultivate compassion,
Mhm.
and to find beauty in the everyday.
Find beauty in the everyday.
Yeah. His work isn't just something to be admired from afar. It's
Yeah.
an invitation to engage,
Yes.
to reflect,
Yeah.
to find our own personal connection
Right.
to his timeless wisdom.
Exactly. And that's what I really hope listeners take away from this deep dive.
Yeah.
Rumi's work is a gift.
Hmm.
It's an invitation to embark on our own journeys
Right.
of self-discovery and spiritual exploration.
I love that.
And the beauty of it is
Yeah.
there's no right or wrong way to approach it.
Hmm.
You can pick up a collection of his poetry.
Yeah.
You can listen to some Rumi-inspired music.
Yeah.
Try a guided meditation.
Uh-huh.
Explore the art he's inspired.
Yeah.
The possibilities are endless.
It's like we've opened a door
We have
into this whole new world of understanding and inspiration.
a whole new world.
And I have a feeling
Yeah.
this is just the beginning
I think you're right.
of our journey with Rumi.
Who knows what other connections and insights await us
Yeah.
as we continue to explore his work.
Well, thank you so much for taking us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure.
In the next section, we will discuss some of the inspiring quotes of Rumi.
Welcome to this deep dive. Yeah. And today we're going to be looking at some of the words of Rumi, the 13th century Persian poet and Sufi mystic.
Wonderful.
We've got a collection of his quotes and their accompanying explanations.
Okay.
And we're going to sort of dive into these and see what we can get out of them.
Yeah.
See if his insights from centuries ago can offer us some guidance for navigating, our own modern world.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Right.
It's remarkable how Rumi's work, though, centuries old, still feels so relevant.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because he speaks to something universal in the human experience.
I was thinking about that when I saw this first quote.
Okay.
The wound is the place where the light enters you.
Mm.
Now that feels so counterintuitive, doesn't it?
It does.
Like, shouldn't we be protecting ourselves from wounds?
Right, like we should be avoiding that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it's a paradox for sure.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, so much of growth and transformation happens through confronting what's difficult. It's often those experiences of pain, whether emotional or physical,
Yeah.
that crack us open and allow something new to emerge.
Yeah, I think we've all been through those times when facing a challenge or, a loss or a heartbreak actually led to some unexpected insight or strength that we didn't know we had.
Exactly. And that's what Rumi is pointing to, the potential for those wounds to become entry points for healing and a deeper understanding of ourselves.
Okay, so moving on.
Yeah.
What's fascinating is that Rumi didn't just talk about, overcoming hardship, but he also talks about embracing our desires.
Okay.
So here's a quote. "What you seek is seeking you."
Ooh.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it suggests a beautiful reciprocity, a kind of cosmic dance between our desires and the universe itself.
Yeah.
Instead of seeing ourselves as separate from what we want, Rumi suggests that those very things are also drawing us in, seeking us out.
That's such a cool way to look at it. It's like if I'm yearning for something, maybe it's also yearning for me.
Yeah.
It almost makes you feel less alone, in the pursuit of those dreams.
And it speaks to the importance of being open and receptive to opportunities,
Yeah.
even when they might come from unexpected places.
This brings us to another quote that I think pairs nicely with that.
Okay.
It's don't be satisfied with stories how things have gone with others. Unfold your own myth.
Yes.
It feels like he's really encouraging us to forge our own path.
Absolutely. It's a call to individuality.
Yeah.
To recognize that we each have our own unique story, to tell our own myth to unfold. Rumi is cautioning us against getting too caught up in comparing ourselves to others or trying to fit into predefined molds.
It's so easy to fall into that trap, especially in today's world,
It is.
where we're bombarded with these images of perfect lives.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's precisely why this message is so important.
Right.
It's a reminder to listen to our own inner compass and to have the courage to create a life that reflects our true selves,
Right.
not someone else's expectations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here's one that really made me pause. The universe is not outside of you.
Ooh.
Look inside yourself. Everything that you want, you already are.
Okay. Whoa.
Wow.
That feels like a big statement.
That's a big one.
It is.
And it speaks to a fundamental truth about human potential.
Yeah.
What Rumi is suggesting here is that everything we seek externally, happiness, success, fulfillment, is ultimately a reflection of our internal state.
So instead of chasing those things in the outside world, we should be cultivating them within ourselves.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that we already possess the seeds of everything we desire. It's about nurturing those seeds, cultivating those qualities, and allowing them to blossom.
This makes me think about those times when I've felt most fulfilled. And it's not usually when I've achieved some, external goal.
Right.
But rather when I felt truly aligned with myself, my values, my purpose.
That's a perfect example.
It's in those moments of inner alignment that we tap into our true potential and experience a deep sense of satisfaction that doesn't rely on external circumstances.
So how do we actually do that?
Right.
How do we look inside and cultivate those qualities that we're seeking?
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds great in theory, but it can feel kind of vague in practice.
Sure. That's where self-awareness comes in.
Okay.
It's about taking the time to reflect on our thoughts, our emotions, our values.
Yeah.
It's about understanding what truly motivates us, what brings us joy, and what aligns with our deepest sense of purpose.
I love that.
Yeah.
So instead of just mindlessly going through life, we should be consciously creating a life that reflects our inner landscape.
Precisely. And that leads beautifully into our next quote.
Okay.
Let the beauty of what you love be what you do. This is about bringing that inner alignment into our actions, our work, our everyday lives.
So it's not just about figuring out what we love, but actually making it a part of our daily experience. Exactly. It's about finding ways to infuse our passions, our creativity, our unique talents into the things we do. When we align our actions with what we truly love, work becomes less of a chore and more of an expression of our authentic selves.
Yeah, I think we've all had glimpses of this, you know? Like those moments when we're so engrossed in something we love that time seems to fly by, there's a sense of flow of effortless joy.
And those are the moments Rumi is encouraging us to cultivate.
Yeah.
He's reminding us that we have the power to create a life that feels aligned, fulfilling, and meaningful.
Okay, now this next quote feels like a bit of a reality check.
Okay.
Yesterday, I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today, I am wise, so I am changing myself. What do you think Rumi is trying to say here?
I think he's speaking to the wisdom that comes with age and experience.
Okay.
You know, it's easy to get caught up in youthful ambition,
Mhm.
wanting to make a big impact on the world.
Yeah.
But true wisdom often lies in recognizing the power of personal transformation. So it's less about fixing the world out there and more about doing the inner work to become the kind of person who can actually make a positive difference.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that our own growth and evolution are essential for
Yeah.
creating the kind of change we want to see in the world.
This makes me think about all the times I've tried to force change, you know, in my life or in others,
Mm-hmm.
only to realize later that I was coming from a place of ego or impatience.
Right.
Maybe true change starts with that inner shift in perspective.
Absolutely. And when we focus on changing ourselves,
Yeah.
on cultivating qualities like compassion, empathy, and understanding, we naturally become a force for positive change in the world around us.
All right, here's one that always makes me think.
Okay.
You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drug. It's so poetic, but also kind of mind-bending.
It's a beautiful metaphor that speaks to the interconnectedness of all things.
Yeah.
Rumi is reminding us that we are not just tiny, insignificant beings, but rather microcosms of the vast universe itself.
Wow, I love that.
Yeah.
So it's like we each contain within us the potential for immense creativity, love, and growth. We're not separate from the ocean, but rather a reflection of its vastness.
It's about recognizing that same potential in others,
Yeah.
seeing them not as separate drops, but as reflections of that same ocean of being.
Right.
It fosters a sense of unity and interconnectedness that transcends our individual differences.
That's incredibly powerful.
It is.
It makes you realize that we're all part of something much bigger than ourselves. And that brings us to another theme that's woven throughout Rumi's work,
Okay.
which is this idea of true beauty.
Beautiful.
And I believe we have a quote that speaks directly to that.
Okay.
The only lasting beauty is the beauty of the heart. So this is Rumi reminding us that true beauty goes beyond external appearances.
It does.
It's about the qualities we cultivate within.
Absolutely. So it's not about conforming to societal standards of beauty, but rather cultivating those inner qualities that truly make us radiant.
And it's interesting how we often recognize this intuitively, right?
Yes.
We might be initially drawn to someone based on their physical appearance,
Right.
but it's their inner beauty, their warmth, their genuine kindness that truly captivates us.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
that kind of beauty, the beauty of the heart transcends time and trends.
Right.
It's a quality that only becomes more radiant with time.
This next quote feels like a call to action.
Okay.
It's wherever you stand, be the soul of that place. What do you think Rumi means by this?
I think he's inviting us to bring our authentic selves to every situation,
Okay.
to infuse our surroundings with our unique energy and spirit.
Mm-hmm.
It's about being present, engaged, and intentional in every moment.
So it's not just about physically being somewhere, but about actively contributing to the energy of that space.
Exactly. It's about uplifting others, making a positive impact, and embodying the values we hold dear.
I love that. It's like a reminder that we have the power to shift the energy of any space we enter simply by bringing our best selves to the table.
And that brings us to a quote that speaks to the joy of aligning our actions with our soul's purpose.
Okay.
When you do things from your soul, you feel a river moving in you, a joy.
I love this image of a river flowing within.
It's beautiful.
It captures that feeling of effortless movement and deep satisfaction when we're doing what we're meant to do.
It speaks to that sweet spot
Yeah.
where our passions, skills, and values intersect. When we operate from that space,
Yeah.
everything feels more natural, more fulfilling.
It's not about forcing things, but about tapping into that natural flow of energy that comes from aligning with our true selves.
And that sense of alignment is where true joy resides.
Okay, here's one that reminds me to slow down and pay attention.
Right.
The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. It feels like an invitation to be present and receptive to the subtle messages that the universe is sending us.
Absolutely. It's about cultivating that sense of mindfulness,
Yeah.
that willingness to pause, to listen, to notice the subtle beauty and wisdom that surrounds us.
You know, sometimes I get so caught up in the hustle and bustle of daily life
Sure.
that I forget to appreciate the simple things,
Yeah.
these quiet moments of beauty and wonder.
And those are the moments that often hold the most profound insights. Rumi is reminding us to slow down, to be present,
Yeah.
to be open to the whispers of the universe that are always there guiding us, supporting us, and revealing our path.
That feels like a perfect place to pause for now.
Okay.
We've covered so much ground already, exploring themes of resilience, individuality, inner transformation,
They have.
and the beauty of the heart.
Beautiful.
And we've only just scratched the surface of Rumi's wisdom.
Right.
Welcome back to our exploration of Rumi's wisdom.
It's wonderful to be back.
Last time we talked about resilience, individuality, and the importance of looking inward.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what other insights we can uncover as we continue.
Rumi's work is like a vast ocean. You can kind of dive in anywhere and discover something new.
Speaking of oceans, this next quote feels particularly apt.
Okay.
Set your life on fire.
Oh.
Seek those who fan your flames. It seems like he's talking about, the importance of finding your tribe, those people who support and inspire you.
It's more than just finding people who are agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
It's about seeking out those who challenge you to grow,
Right.
who see your potential even when you doubt yourself, and who help you to ignite your passions.
It makes me think about the mentors and friends I've had who've really believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself.
Mm-hmm.
They helped me to step out of my comfort zone and pursue things I never thought possible.
Absolutely, and that's the power of surrounding yourself with the right people.
Yeah.
They can fan the flames of your creativity, your courage, your commitment to living a life that's true to yourself.
This next quote feels like a good follow-up to that.
Okay.
Raise your words, not voice.
Hmm.
It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder.
Right. It seems like a reminder to communicate with kindness and intention,
Yeah.
especially in a world that can be so loud and chaotic.
It's very relevant for today, isn't it?
It is.
When it's so easy to get caught up in heated debates and online arguments.
Yeah.
Rumi is reminding us that true power lies not in force or aggression, but in the gentle strength of thoughtful communication.
Makes me think about the difference between like a raging thunderstorm and a gentle rain shower.
Oh, yeah.
One can be destructive while the other nourishes and sustains life.
Right.
And our words have that same power,
They do.
to either build bridges or create division.
Choosing our words, carefully speaking from a place of understanding and listening with an open heart
Yeah.
can make all the difference in our interactions with others.
Right, here's a quote that speaks to the power of intuition and following your heart.
Okay.
Let yourself be silently drawn by the strange pull of what you really love. It feels like an encouragement to trust that inner voice even when the path ahead is uncertain. It's a reminder to surrender to the magnetic force of our passions.
Yeah.
Those things that truly light us up from the inside out.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we overthink things,
We do?
trying to rationalize our way into happiness.
Right.
But Rumi is suggesting that we listen to that deeper knowing,
Yeah.
that pull towards what genuinely resonates with our souls.
It makes me think of those times when I've ignored that inner nudge, that gut feeling that was telling me to go a certain direction.
Yeah.
And I usually end up regretting it later.
It's a beautiful thing to trust your intuition.
Yeah.
It might not always lead us down the easiest path,
Right.
but it will always lead us down a path that's true to ourselves.
This next quote feels like an invitation to embrace our full potential.
Okay.
Stop acting so small.
Huh.
You are the universe in ecstatic motion.
Wow.
It's a pretty bold statement.
That's a big one.
It is, and it's a powerful reminder of our limitless capacity for growth and expansion. We often get caught up in these limiting beliefs, self-doubt, fear of failure, but Rumi's urging us to shed those limitations
Right.
and recognize the vastness of our own being.
It's like we're each a microcosm of the universe,
Yeah.
containing within us all the energy and potential of creation itself.
And when we tap into that potential,
Right.
when we stop playing small and embrace the fullness of who we are, we unleash a force that can transform our lives and the world around us.
Absolutely.
Okay, here's a quote that speaks to that inner knowing we were just talking about.
Okay.
The soul has been given its own ears to hear things the mind does not understand.
Okay.
So it seems like he's acknowledging the power of intuition and those insights that go beyond rational thought.
It's a reminder that there's a wisdom within each of us
Yeah.
that goes beyond the limits of our logical minds.
Right.
It's a deeper knowing that speaks to us in whispers and hunches, in those gut feelings we can't always explain.
It makes me think about those times when I've had a strong feeling about something, even though I didn't have any logical reason for it.
Right.
And more often than not, it turns out that my intuition was right.
Yeah, it's about learning to trust that inner voice, to tune in to that deeper wisdom that's always guiding us, even when we don't consciously realize it.
This next quote feels particularly relevant to the challenges we all face in life. Dance when you're broken open. Dance if you've torn the bandage off.
Oh, God.
Dance in the middle of the fighting.
Wow.
Dance in your blood.
Powerful image.
It's a powerful image.
It
is
is.
about embracing all aspects of the human experience, right?
Yes.
The light and the dark, the joy and the sorrow, the triumphs and the setbacks.
That's all part of it.
Rumi is suggesting that we find rhythm and grace even in the midst of our struggles.
Yeah.
It's like acknowledging that life is a dance and it's not always going to be pretty or predictable.
Right.
There will be times when we stumble, when we fall, when we feel broken open.
Mm-hmm.
But even in those moments, there's a beauty to be found if we're willing to keep moving.
Absolutely. It's about finding that inner strength and resilience
Yeah.
that allows us to rise above our challenges
Yeah.
and continue dancing through life, even when the music changes.
Okay, here's a quote that feels like a gentle nudge to step out of our comfort zones.
Right.
Why do you stay in prison when the door is so wide open? It makes me think about all the times I've limited myself with fear or self-doubt.
Yeah, it's a powerful reminder that we often create our own prisons
We do.
with our limiting beliefs, our fears, and our attachments to the familiar.
Right.
Rumi is challenging us to recognize those self-imposed barriers and to step through the open doors that lead to freedom and growth.
It's like we're standing in a cage with the door wide open,
Right.
but we're too afraid to step outside.
Yeah.
We become so accustomed to the confines of our comfort zone
Exactly.
that we forget we have the power to choose something different.
It takes courage to step into the unknown, to embrace the uncertainty of a new path.
Yeah.
But that's where true growth and transformation happen.
This next quote feels like a playful invitation to embrace wonder and curiosity.
Ah,
Sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment.
interesting.
It's a refreshing perspective, I think, in a world that often values logic and intellect above all else.
Rumi is encouraging us to let go of the need to always be right,
Yeah.
to have all the answers, to control every outcome.
Right.
He's suggesting that we approach life with a sense of childlike wonder, allowing ourselves to be surprised, delighted, and even a bit bewildered by the mysteries that unfold around us.
It makes me think about how much more I enjoy experiences when I approach them with an open mind and a sense of curiosity, rather than trying to force them into a preconceived notion of how they should be.
It's about letting go of our need for certainty and embracing the beauty of not knowing.
Yeah.
It's in those moments of bewilderment that we often make the most profound discoveries.
All right. We're getting close to the end of our deep dive, but we still have a few more gems to uncover. Welcome back to our deep dive into the wisdom of Rumi.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey.
It has. We've been talking about, resilience and transformation, the power of intuition,
Yeah, finding your tribe?
finding our tribe, and now I'm curious what else we can uncover.
Yeah, let's see.
Speaking of doors, this next quote feels particularly relevant to our conversation.
Okay.
Everything in the universe is within you. Ask all from yourself.
Okay.
It feels like an invitation to look inward, for the answers we seek.
It's a profound statement about the power of self-reliance and introspection. Rumi is suggesting that we have within us a wellspring of wisdom and knowledge that we can tap into if we're willing to ask the right questions.
It makes me think about all those times when I've sought answers from external sources,
Yeah.
like books, experts,
Right,
even
say-
Google searches.
Oh, yeah.
When maybe the answers were within me all along.
It's not that external sources aren't valuable,
Right.
but Rumi is reminding us to also cultivate that inner connection,
Yeah.
that ability to listen to our own intuition and trust the wisdom that resides within our hearts.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into Rumi's world,
Okay.
what are some key takeaways you hope listeners will carry with them?
Well, I think one of the most powerful themes we've explored is the idea that challenges are not obstacles to be avoided, but rather opportunities for growth and transformation.
Yeah.
Rumi encourages us to embrace those difficult moments, to allow ourselves to be broken open,
Right.
and to trust that the light will enter through those cracks.
It's a reminder that resilience isn't about avoiding hardship, but about finding the strength to rise above it, to learn from it, and to emerge from those experiences stronger and more whole.
We've also talked about the importance of embracing our individuality
Right.
and forging our own unique paths.
Yeah.
Rumi challenges us to unfold our own myth, to resist the pressure to conform to societal expectations, and to live a life that is an authentic expression of who we truly are.
It's a reminder that comparison is the thief of joy,
Yes.
and that true fulfillment comes from aligning our actions with our values, our passions, and our unique gifts.
Another important takeaway, I think, is the interconnectedness of all things.
Yeah.
Rumi's poetry is filled with these metaphors that speak to the unity of the universe, the way that everything is connected and interdependent.
Yeah, that image of the entire ocean in a drop really captures that.
It
You know, it reminds us that we're not separate from the world around us.
Right.
But rather an integral part of a larger whole.
And that awareness can foster a sense of compassion, empathy, and responsibility
Yeah.
for well-being of others and the planet.
So as we conclude our journey through Rumi's wisdom, what's one final thought you'd like to leave our listeners with?
Well, you know, Rumi's words are not just beautiful poetry. They're a guidebook for living a more meaningful and fulfilling life.
Yeah.
But the true power of his teachings lies in putting them into practice.
Right. It's not enough to simply admire his words.
Right.
We have to embody them, integrate them into our daily lives, and allow them to transform us from the inside out.
So I encourage you to choose one of Rumi's quotes
Yeah.
that resonates deeply with you and make a commitment to live by it this week.
Maybe it's about approaching a challenge with a spirit of resilience,
Yeah.
or expressing your creativity more fully, or speaking to someone you love with more kindness and compassion.
The key is to take action,
Right.
to make a conscious choice,
Right.
to align your thoughts, words, and actions
Yeah.
with the wisdom you've gleaned from Rumi's teachings.
Well, listeners, that brings us to the end of our deep dive into the world of Rumi.
Wonderful.
I hope you've enjoyed this journey as much as we have.
I've really enjoyed it.
Until next time, may Rumi's words continue to inspire you to live a life filled with beauty, meaning, and connection.